And much of the stuff that Kamala Harris said. Think.
Yo, dude. Yes. Yes, King. You caught on to our plan. Yeah, Kamala, dude. Kamala Harris. That's awesome. Leaked you're going on Fox? What?
I didn't know this guy really until now. This Hasan Piker.
Okay.
Have you ever just spend 5 minutes?
We're going to talk about it.
My point is this. They all associate with him.
So, Charlie.
Every one of them.
Charlie, you're the best. You just gave me I'm bringing Hasan Piker into the stew here. Let's get to it. If you don't know the name.
Bring him into the studio.
You will soon.
Wait, they got scared. He said, bring him into the studio. They left. Never. Dog, bring me into the studio. Let's go toe to toe. Tip to tip. Dicks out. Let's do it. Sexual style. It's fine. Dick and the balls. Let's go, baby. Meat for meat. Band for band. Fox Business, though, nobody watches that. True. Just saying. None of these guys, they want it. They don't want the smoke. They don't want it. They're scared you might yell Allahu Akbar. Yeah, that's what they're scared of. Are you going on Piers? He talking shit? Dude, Piers has wanted me on. I'm his white whale, dude. He's been wanting me on for so goddamn long. It's funny. It's just like, I just don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I want the big, no disrespect to Piers. Like, there are times when I think it's valuable. Probably should do it. It's kind of like Jubilee, dude. That's why I'm like, ugh, do I really want to do this? Turns into a screaming show, you know? Set the condition that Patrick Bet-David must be on the show. True. I'll do it if he lets me kiss Patrick Bet-David. Trump is not scared at all. Don't say he's scared. Trump's so paranoid over the world's hatred of him. He was golfing in Bedminster with a surface-to-air missile system escort. Obviously, he's very close to a deal. Yeah, I think there's something very funny about the fact that, like, the Americans did something that was unfathomable, that was very unique. I mean, there is this established rule in international law and just like the way that people conduct warfare in general, where you don't like assassinate the head of a state. You don't just assassinate the head of a state while you're doing negotiations. Like, and ever since then, again, Trump is a victim of his own ambition here. They have been legitimately worried about retaliation in ways that I find strange, because, like, I don't know how, like, I don't know if it's within the current Iranian capability to even do such a thing. You know what I mean? Like, is there even a move? Is there even an initiative right now? I don't know. I don't think so. So it is kind of funny that he's just like legitimately worried about it, though. Like, I know he's trying to put on a strong face here, but like, it's very clear. It's very clear from this. It's very clear from the Italian job, Ocean's 11 style escape plan that Trump hatched, getting out of the plane that he was supposed to fly back from Turkey on. I think all of that shows that, yeah, American leadership is genuinely terrified of like some kind of serious Iranian assassination. I just don't think it's legitimate. I don't think it's a legitimate fear, but they seem to think so. And I find that very funny because none of this had to happen. None of this had to happen. None of this is a real concern if Trump doesn't follow on Benjamin Netanyahu's ambitions and attacks Iran. So yeah, we'll talk about the Trump administration, Trump's escape plan, the funny Hollywood movie style escape that he had, where he, you know, basically had a Air Force One full of journalists that he used as bait. I think it's a hilarious story. We'll talk about that. And there's, of course, a lot of other things to get to. But the first story of the day: what the hell are liberal consultants doing? Former Biden special assistant Michael LaRosa is speculating QAnon style that Pod Save America has deleted a tweet or deleted a video, and then they posted the video, and they are mad. They're very mad. There's some liberal consultants on Twitter that are very mad, and now Fox News has turned this into a story. How can people not understand what's going on here? Like, it's very clear that they're trying to turn anything and everything into like the left is in a state of disarray. The liberals are panicking. They're fighting. I mean, this is QAnon. This is QAnon. This is Hasan derangement syndrome. This is exactly what like my haters have speculated about Ludwig, right? Like they're doing the things that weird Gamergate style losers did to Ludwig, but now they're doing it to Pod Save America, and it's actually adults doing it. I'm shocked that the manifestation of Hasan derangement syndrome, regardless of demographics, regardless of age, regardless of level of educational attainment, always manifests in the same exact derangement. The idea that I'm somehow this all-powerful media being. Hasan controls the media. That I like made a boss call and I was like, this clip does not look favorable for me at all. Like, delete it. And then Pod Save America was like, oh no, like we have to do it. We have to do it. We are at your mercy, sir. You're the most powerful puppet master. You're pulling the strings. Like, that's what happened. I called Obama my bestie. I said, Obama, give a boss call. Give a boss call to the bosses over at the Pod Johns and fix it. And Obama said, and you know what Obama said? Obama said, and too. Yeah, that's right. He's here right now. He's here in the room, far away from your eyes. He's here. Anyway, so very strange. Don't understand why people want to live this way. Probably not healthy for them to lean into this level of insanity, unfortunately. Pictures of the conversation with Pod Save leaked. Yep, there it is. That's me. This is how I went into the studio. I was like, how dare you? How dare you besmirch the good reputation of Hank Pecker? And they were like, we're so sorry. So yeah, this is on your subreddit, lol, what? Oh yeah, this is the other side. The Hasan derangement syndrome is manifesting in very strange ways on the right. I can't even make a distinction between the right and the far right at this point, but like there are sincere elements in the far right, also known as the right, who think that I am single-handedly tasked with destroying the white race. This is a sincere thing that we're doing. And how are we doing it? Through the act of miscegenation, consensual intercourse, race mixing, if you will. Very strange phenomena. Very strange phenomena that's taking place right now. I guess being cucked is a primary motivation for a lot of these folks on the right. So that's it's probably the reason why they get so animated towards this kind of thing, where they're just like, how dare you cuck us? How dare you cuck us? I'm going to invent a reality where, you're my girlfriend, my hypothetical girlfriend is in love with you. Yeah. On the liberal side, Neera Tanden has found herself reposting the likes of Laura Loomer. On the Republican side, Elon Musk is losing his mind over a hypothetical cuckening, where I guess their advocacy now revolves around ending the act of miscegenation. Everyone has lost their dang minds, folks.
He's a socialist streamer who may be one of the most influential voices on the Democratic far left, is no longer on the fringe. He's going mainstream with a glowing profile in Rolling Stone magazine. In it, he defends 1,000 times better than Israel, calling the comment intentionally provocative. He's been outspoken in his admiration for communist China, so much so that even his own mom described his love of China as outlandish. Lydia, I'm coming your way on this. Charlie brought it up. Hasan Piker, the key is he's not on the fringe. Like, he matters. The Senate candidate in Michigan, El Sayed, campaigned with Piker. He saw him as a way to win the race. What do you make of that?
I think it's real trouble. I think the platform that Hasan Piker has built and the following that he has is a real problem for America, not for the Democrat Party, not for Republicans, but for America at large. You know it's a problem when your own mother is distancing herself from you and your ideas over his love.
You have to be a real real diehard schizo HasanAbi derangement syndrome head to think that my mother is distancing herself from me. Like, what are you saying? Do you fucking hear yourself? Do you hear the words that are coming out of your mouth? Does your brain comprehend the things that you're saying? My mom? What a delusional thing to say. Like, my mom lives with me, dude. What the fuck? What the hell, dude? They've gone insane. They've gone stir crazy.
And affection and admiration for the Communist Party of China. I think a great question for Hasan Piker is, whatever happened to the man in 1989 that stood in Tiananmen Square before the tank? Before, we don't know what happened to him. He was disappeared for standing up for against oppression and for rights and liberties of the Chinese people that were being taken away right before the world's eyes. No one knows what happened to that man. No one can confidently tell you whether he was executed or imprisoned, because China just disappears people. And Hasan Piker is out here telling us that China is
that's what my my advocacy is. I want the Chinese state's methods of repression and not the fucking high-speed rail, the command economy, like rapid industrialization, rapid urbanization, the development. That's not my advocacy. My advocacy is, let's do Chinese level of state repression, which we're doing right now under Donald Trump, by the way. That is what you guys are defending. That is what I oppose. When I say there's a lot of lessons we can learn from China and Chinese development, I'm not saying take whatever fantastical version of events that you perceive is taking place in China on a daily basis and then apply it here and do it here, which is currently fucking happening. It's happening. It's currently happening. Okay? In broad daylight. It's happening right now. It's happening in the United States of America with ICE. Trump is doing it. Trump is doing the damn thing right now, and you're defending it.
Roadmap, a way of the future. People got to hold him to account and ask him some tough questions like that. The other problem I would say is that he's got young people enchanted. There was a local article from Michigan State when he appeared alongside the Senate candidate in Michigan a couple of months ago. And most of the students at Michigan State said they came not to hear from the candidates. They wanted to hear from Hasan Piker himself. He's got reach, he's got influence, and I think it's really troubling.
He's a celebrity.
But he's
and
not
they like the celebrities.
Could we just get off the
Yeah, that's true.
That either Piker or Hung, or however you pronounce her name, or the Rolling Stone for that matter, is mainstream. It's not. These are not mainstream. Charlie mentioned the Democrats as the other party. No, there's a bigger party. There's a bigger party than the Republicans and the Democrats. That's the independents.
Yeah, I know.
The independents are 40% of the voters in this country. 58% of all adult Americans own stock of some kind. 60% of American households.
You think 50% of Americans see themselves as capital owners? Like, that's awesome. Like, yeah. Guys with 401ks are like, dude, I'm really rolling in it right now. Yeah, that's right. I'm Mr. Finance guy who's got like a crumb of a nest egg because there's no pension programs anymore. Is just like, God, I love doing finance and business, you see? Yeah, no, that's what it is. Thank you. This is great. That's how it works. Meanwhile, 90% of the stock market is owned by the top 10% of wealth. 90% of the stock market is owned by the top 10% of wealth. The bottom 50% of stock ownership, the bottom 50% of wealth in the country owns 1% of the stock market. The bottom 50% of wealth in this country own 1% of the stock market. Do you understand how insane it is to be like, yeah, these guys are rolling in it, dude. That's why they're caked. These guys are all titans of industry. 50% of the American society is basically oil barons,
About the same amount live in owner-occupied buildings. They're talking about getting rid of all private property, as good Marxists do. They talk about decommodifying housing, which is getting rid of private property. They talk about getting rid of a corporate America. If you were an enemy of the United States, say the CCP, for example, just for example, the CCP, how would you undermine the United States of America if you wanted to destroy the
this
U.S.?
is very scary.
You do exactly.
You would lean into the Republicans. That's it. There's no other. Dude. The Republican Party is the greatest enemy of mankind, the greatest enemy of America. That's why I always joke and say, look, if you think I hate America, I would just be a Republican. Like, I would literally constantly ride for the Republican Party. There is no greater threat to American democracy, American existence than the modern Republican Party. Fox News is one of the tools of destroying this country. And they do it so successfully all the time. They do it while taking ownership over being American and what it means to be American and what it means to love America. It's crazy. There is no better, no easier way to destroy this country than to be a Republican. Whether it be the divisive rhetoric coming from the Republican Party all the fucking time, constantly trying to divide us, constantly trying to engage and foment sectarian conflict, ethnic conflict in a country that is, very diverse, one of the most diverse countries on the planet. That is what being an American is all about, right? Growing up in this diverse environment. It literally, the most effective tool to divide the American working class, to divide America, is to be a Republican, to be terrified of your neighbors, to constantly tell others to be terrified of their neighbors, to constantly tell others to oppose values that hold us together, the connective tissue that holds society together. We oppose that. That's what Republicans do. That's what Republicans say and do all the time, every day. Culture war over class war.
Exactly what the DSA says you should do. You would eliminate private property. You would get rid of corporate.
You're the greatest threat to our democracy. You're brainwashing people. You're spreading propaganda about letting people doing horrendous things to our population. Brother, I think you are having a hard time hearing me out. I am not a Republican. Okay? You are currently watching on the screen, not me, but on the screen, exactly that. Brainwashing the population, brainwashing the olds specifically, and justifying horrendous things. I gave you an example. The lady initially started the conversation by saying Hasan Piker loves the CCP. Hasan Piker wants to do Tank Man. Hasan Piker wants to do state repression. You're Fox News. You are literally currently justifying state repression. Every other hour, when you're not talking about me, you're talking about state repression. Spencer Cook Fetterman.
Discuss.
Oh, yeah, I've seen this already. This was very funny. Ow, what the fuck? Why do I have... Ow, I have an eye ache all of a sudden.
Corporate America, and you would get rid of our Defense Department. All of those points are in the DSA national platform. This is not mainstream America at all.
But they're taking over a party,
There's an
David.
election coming up. What we have been dealing with are primaries. Let me finish. There's an election coming up which is going to involve that great middle, and I'm talking about the independent voters, the 40% of American voters.
Dude, they got... Oh my God, it's so funny. We got the Fox News boys talking like centrist Democrats, dude. Oh, the great moderate forces in this country are going to finally realize, the Baileys, they're going to finally realize that Trump is actually far more reasonable. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. Do you understand? I love hearing that. I love hearing my enemies repeat the mistakes of the people that I have to reluctantly support. Okay? That's awesome. Oh, the great middle, the great moderates, they are going to come out in droves and they're going to say, no, better things are not possible. I do not foresee any circumstance. First of all, I oppose the framing of this great moderate, the median voter that is united on moderate ideology or whatever. I don't think that's real anyway. It's not real when the Democrats say it. It's not real when the Republicans are now trying that same exact horrendous propaganda, this unsuccessful propaganda. But let's entertain the argument. Let's say that there's a moderate middle there. Why the fuck would they consider Trump to be moderate? Why would people that are demanding moderation look at the current predicament in front of them and go, you know what's the moderate option here? Not the people that are demanding free health care, not the people who are saying America's the wealthiest nation on earth. We should take care of our own citizens. We should stop giving money to endless wars overseas. We should spend that money here on ourselves. Not that side, but the side that is actually Donald Trump, led by Donald Trump, the cult of MAGA. That's the moderate side. That is not a moderate position for anybody. You would literally have to make the Democratic Party Maoist third worldist for there to be a real comparison between what the fuck Trump is doing and what the Democratic Party represents. Okay? In the eyes of like the average American, everything that you're saying about me had to be true, and that I would have to be the front runner for the Democrats or something. And only then would Americans be like, yeah, I guess like this is a little crazy for me. This is a little too rich for my blood, you know? Because that's how fucking radical the Republicans have gotten over the last decade.
The more they are exposed to this kind of communist radical stuff that is exactly the opposite of what they have spent their whole lives living, what they have spent their whole lives investing in. Every middle-class American family that represents these people I'm talking right now has either a direct family member or some family member who's been in the military, who has seen members of their family shed blood for the American flag that these people want to wipe their dirty hands on. That.
God damn, they get so animated. There's nothing that gets these guys tweaking. Holy shit.
That is not
Well,
going
we
to
know
fly
they're
with
bad.
middle
Wait a second.
America.
We know they're bad.
corrupting
You're
young
you're
people.
dismissing them at the threat.
I'm not dismissing
This is
anybody.
horrible.
I'm
This
ready
is
to take them
mainstream.
on.
This is
Unlike the
mainstream.
Democrats,
Okay, yeah,
unlike the
but this is-
Democrats and the
but when you
Republicans,
say this
by the
isn't
way, in the Senate.
mainstream,
And it pisses
it is
me off
infecting
that
a
the
mainstream
Republicans,
party.
as well as the
Right,
Democrats, are afraid
And
of these
let me
people.
make one more point. You think there's that much difference between Hasan Piker, his policy standpoints, and much of the stuff that Kamala Harris said? Think.
Yo, dude. Yes. Yes, King. You caught on to our plan. Yeah, Commie Kamala, dude. Kamala Harris. That's awesome. Now I'm offended. Someone said, damn, ultras on Fox. Yeah, no, this is actually an ultra. What you guys failed to recognize is this is not a Republican. Okay. Perhaps an Irish Republican. This is an ultra who's saying like, what's the difference? They're both elements of the same bourgeois electoralist predicament that dampens revolutionary potential of the masses. Like, what are you talking about? None of these are committed Marxist-Leninists. It's clear to me that they are just working hand in glove to defend the liberal Zionist pedophilic Democratic Party. Yeah. Finally, Fox News got brought on an ultra, a real Maoist third worldist who's saying like, sorry.
About it.
She's not saying it the way that he said it.
But
and
she's
that's the thing.
endorsing, you go down the line, much of the same stuff. Same with Joe Biden. My point is the Democratic Party.
Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Hasan Piker, they're all the same.
Scary has been hijacked by lunatics. By the way, you presented a very sanitized portion of Hasan Piker's stuff. Yeah. There's stuff that we cannot say on this air. It's so disgusting, so vile.
Yeah, like Medicare for all. Heinous things that have come out of this man's mouth, okay? Terrifying, heinous. We can't even fucking repeat it, dude.
About killing and
October
rape
7th.
and with the other stuff.
Killing
about
and rape?
letting
What are
all
you
the
talking about? Jesus Christ.
immigrants in and let them do X, Y, and Z to change the color.
Oh, there he's talking about the great replacement. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, God. Republicans, man, they will never stop. They will never stop inventing a reality, an alternative reality to be mad at and be terrified by, and then just sincerely being scared of their imagination.
I mean, this is like, this guy
gotta
is
pee.
sick. And the Democratic candidate for Senate in Michigan campaigned with him.
Yeah.
So does everybody else. Bernie Sanders is distanced himself. Hillary Clinton barely said something about him. They won't mention his name.
I really want to make a point, David. I agree with you, but I also think that what Piker and people like this are doing is corrupting the youth. So sadly, when the generation that you're talking about moves on in life and passes, you're going to have young people, the same young people who voted Zohran Mamdani in here, and think that
New York, though. That was not mainstream America.
But
That
if
was
you
New York
corrupt
City.
young people, and we talk about the education system all of the time,
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's going to happen
Oh, I
tomorrow.
agree. Education system is horrible.
Slippery slope for the
Absolutely.
future. And Brian, I know we have to go, but I want to make this point. I saw a powerful social media post that I want to share with you. It was a picture of a woman named Brooke Jackman, 23 years old, died in the towers on 9/11. The audio accompanying the post was her calling her mother, crying, saying goodbye, explaining the situation that she was in. Next month is the 25th anniversary of 9/11. We are living in a city where I never thought that a mayor that would not condemn the phrase globalize the Intifada, which stands with terrorism, essentially, is saying that he wants to go down and stand at 9/11, and a lot of people have a very big problem with that,
Right.
and for very good reason. If Brooke Jackman was alive, she would be 48 years old today. She was a beautiful girl. She was only a couple of years older than me, and it brings you back to that moment where you remember where you were and what happened in this city, and at that time, David, I never thought I would see this, and here we are.
So it happens incrementally, and that's why we can't totally dismiss this. Now, yes, the country, if you went down the line or everything Piker stands for, the country or El Said, we're going to find out a lot more. Probably be like, nah. But if you look at the Democratic platform, which almost beat Trump.
Yep. Well, look, this is why we talk about what's happening in Wisconsin. It matters. You have the vote because people have a choice. And
The general in November is going to be key. If they lose big time, then the Democrats have got to totally recalibrate. If they don't, then maybe I'm with you in thinking that this is more of a threat. Right now, I'm betting on the American middle, which is huge still and is totally invested in exactly what these people are against.
All right, place your bets.
Awesome. You missed more racist lob? Well, did I really? Yes, you haven't heard that one 100%. Will Kane is calling you a champagne socialist right now. Remember, I told you that was going to be the next line. HasanAbi. They're running the hits. It's so funny because, I've experienced this stuff. I've experienced this stuff my entire career, right? So it's really funny that they're just going through the same motion, the same process, and the same fucking propaganda.
Contribute to what he considers to be a good idea, what he considers will make the world a better place. That you have the freedom to go live as a socialist. Go do it, Hasan. What's stopping you?
Okay, so here's why this is ridiculous. And the last point I will make is this. Here's why that conversation is absolutely preposterous. If I gave away the measly earnings that I had and gave away 95% of that,
How much do you make,
that
Hasan?
wouldn't necessarily even push the needle.
And there's
Wait, why'd they cut it? I'd say I make 65 grand a year because back then I made 65 grand a year. No!
the scam.
Republicans are doing the
same
thing where they
scam
act
run
like
for more
time
than a
doesn't
century,
continue.
And in more than one experiment. From the USSR to Cuba, the czars never stood in the breadlines like the proletariat. No, in the New World Order, the Turkish immigrant Maoist won't have his caviar seized. He's got a different target, the white middle class.
Mandami's aide, his top aide, Sia Weaver, said if you don't believe in the government's sacred right to seize property, it's over, and impoverish the white middle class.
Beast mode. I love her so much. One of the things about Zoran is that the people surrounding him oftentimes are so much cooler than he is. But that's also part of the reason why I really respect what he's doing.
Beast mode. To be clear, he's praising the opinion of a top aide to the mayor of New York City. So this isn't just about a streamer coming up in the world who has much greater ambitions than when he first came to the United States. He told Cosmopolitan back in 2018, Growing up horny in a repressed culture, Piker fantasized about moving to the United States, saying, "There's a saying in Turkey that when you go to America, the girls ask to F." He says his parents let him go to the University of Miami, and within weeks of his arrival, he was approached to promote a nightclub around South Beach. On the job, he met the first woman he had sex with.
I cannot believe they're hitting the New York Post lines.
We'd all be better off if Piker stayed content running his way through South Beach. But the image of the man whore had to be run through Pravda in order to keep up with his newfound fame. So now we get this from Rolling Stone. When people would ask, "What do you want to be?" I'd always say, "I want to go to college in America." It's actually the most common attitude around the planet. People love the culture and the promise of America, but they effing hate the government. Unfortunately, academia isn't returning the same love for Piker. Something Fox Digital's David Marcus has pointed out. After the University of Washington axed him from its upcoming lecture series, it's
Will
not
Cain,
the
have me on the
conservatives
broadcast
that are canceling Piker. The left is giving him a taste of his own medicine. And somehow, again, this picture says it all. The joke of this current movement and its messenger. But as Jerry Baker at the Wall Street Journal points out, the message, the issue that they're capitalizing on is no joke. He writes, "Inequality is a feature of capitalism and a sign of its health. But it's also empirically obvious that the wider the inequality, the more social solidarity diminishes.
Level 3
Socialism
hype
has
train,
never been the
folks.
answer, and it isn't now.
Subscribe
Capitalism doesn't
to the
need
Piker Broadcasting
replacing,
Service, independent
it needs
media.
reaffirming.
Support independent media.
Fox News digital columnist David Marcus and the host of the Mark Davis Show, Mark Davis, join us now. David, do you think that Piker should have been canceled from the University of Washington?
No. No conservative thinks that that is what should have happened. TPUSA immediately came out and defended his right to speak for two reasons. One, conservatives always defend everyone's right to speak. But two, Will, right now, Hasan Piker is to Republicans what cowbell is to Christopher Walken. I mean, they just want more. They need more. They have a fever, and the only cure is Hasan Piker. And Democrats are starting to understand why. They learned this lesson in Michigan, right? Piker was basically El Sayed's running mate the last 2 weeks of that campaign. I was there, and at first it was great. They were like, "Oh my goodness, we're up 15 points in the polls. We got to get this guy everywhere." Then election day happened, and he barely won. If that happens again tonight in Wisconsin, and I suspect it will, if Hahn badly underperforms after putting her arm around this guy, tomorrow morning is going to be a 5-alarm fire for Democrats saying, "How do we shut this guy up?" And good luck, because I don't know how you shut him up.
No, it was. Yeah, that's why the race was much closer, because people were like, "This is Hasan Piker guy. We hate him."
People that they're advocating,
like these folks have been saying about,
So how do you deal with the inequality that comes along with capitalism?
Yeah, I'm not as worried about that.
Oh, redistributive policies? Is that what they're advocating for on Fox News now?
I'm not sure why he's so worried about it, but this has been around for a long time. Occupy Wall Street was 15 years ago, right? And we're still not socialist. I think this new message from the Democrats of it's not left, it's not right, it's top versus bottom, I think it's a disaster. Americans don't think of themselves as being at the bottom, right? At least Occupy Wall Street was saying the 1% versus the 99%. Americans don't think they're at the bottom looking up at rich people. So I don't suspect that this is going to have a lot of purchase. Are gas prices a problem? Sure. Has there ever been a point where the American people said prices are too low? No. So I think this is a little overblown, and we don't need to pay lip service to this.
And yet, electorally, Mark, it's a smarter move than where they were 5 years ago. Instead of painting everything as black versus white, they're now in the process of painting this as top versus bottom.
And I think Dave's right. I mean, the people don't look at themselves as being at the bottom, but they have shown a tendency of late to think of themselves as disadvantaged, think of themselves as entitled. Things are expensive. They were expensive during Biden, too, but we didn't have an entire massive amen chorus in the media culture reminding everybody of how expensive everything is. And now we do.
Yes.
And so it's an opportunity to blame
Wait, what? Yes, they
Republicans for it, and an
What?
opportunity that they'll try to take. It will also fail for Democrats to come in and say,
guy
I'm going
probably
to make
did
things
that
more affordable.
at Fox
Byron
News, right?
Festus,
If he was, doing commentary at the time, he was definitely doing that. Like, what?
Okay. Talked about a business crushing higher minimum wage, having everybody pay other people's medical debt and other objectively disastrous things. Democrats do not have the policies to make things more affordable.
All right. Mark, David, thank you both for being with us here today.
Thanks.
All right, let's check in on the markets. All three major indexes today have closed in the red. Coming up, abortion up until birth.
Awesome segue. Oh, it's kind of funny because like they have invented so many alternative realities and so many alternative narratives. Like I don't even like sometimes we look at the modern conservative movement and we're like, there's no consensus reality. Like, how do we get here? And it's like, well, because for years and years, conservatives have only been able to invent alternative narratives in hypothetical situations to get mad at and get scared by in an effort not to address the ongoing issues, right? And Democrats, for the large part, have not actually tried to move the conversation back to reality and talk about the actual economic crises that were taking place, that were harming Americans in general, and have kind of followed them down this weird rabbit hole where they constantly talk about whatever dumb shit Republicans want to talk about and only bring people back to reality on those issues, right? Like Republicans will invent something like a war on Christmas and then Democrats will say, no, there is no war on Christmas. When in fact, Democrats should have been saying, yeah, the only real war on Christmas is the Republicans ruining the economy, right? Like, and now we've kind of forced the Democrats a little bit to take a issue first stance, to take a economic to take a stance that revolves around policy, to take a issue first campaign that revolves around Medicare for all and how we're going to help the American working class. So now the Democrats are snapping into that, and all of this stuff that the Republicans are doing, where they talk about the dangers of socialism, the dangers of communism. Whenever they like accidentally reveal the issues that Democrats are running on, but more so like Democratic socialists are running on, they end up doing promotion for the National Party. I like that the Will Cain story was literally Hasan Piker fucks. Yeah, back in the day, I no longer. I'm an incel. I'm a volcel, whatever you want to call it. But it's crazy that was the main line of attack from Will Cain. They've run out of shit, so they're going back to the basics, back to the huge, back to the best they got. I'm a chud ass loser, folks. Unfortunately, he said I'm a man whore. I'm the first male to be slut shamed. I am the first male victim of the kinds of objectification that women receive. I don't know how we arrived at this. Not like, men broadly are also victim to the patriarchy. That's not what I'm talking about. But like male objectification is not the same thing. Usually men are not perceived as like objects of sexual desire due to patriarchal constructs. And it feels so strange. They're treating me like a woman. I'm getting the woman treatment. And it's working. Yeah, apparently Fox News is also claiming that I won the Senate in Michigan. I'm on the ballot apparently, and that's Joe Manchin saying that, former West Virginia Senator, Democrat Joe Manchin, one of the worst Democrats out there.
They're afraid to speak up.
Senator, it seems like the voters are talking though, and they're making themselves heard. In Michigan, Hasan Piker won that election. This is a swing state. We've got another swing state here where, not the primary, I should say, where Francesca Hong looks like she's going to win this primary. So it seems like if Democrats are where you're saying they should be able to win in these places.
But they're afraid to speak up.
Yeah, congrats on the win. Thanks, guys. Thanks. It's not a big deal. I mean, I couldn't have done it without all of you. We did it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what do you say? What do you say to this? Emily writes, I've been taking my time to really process the entire Hasan bad media I recycled, and the more I watch it unfold, the more depressing it gets. Yes, Hasan says stupid shit sometimes. I disagree with him sometimes. None of that changed. So fucking disturbing is to watch media take the most inflammatory clip they can find, remove everything that came before it and after, and assign the worst possible interpretation of what he meant, slap a headline on it, repeat it across multiple outlets, and eventually turn that manufactured version into accepted reality. Once the narrative takes hold, context barely fucking matters anymore, providing it immediately gets dismissed as defending Hasan. Damn, that was fast. Hell yeah. which of course conveniently avoids having to question whether the original framing was accurate in the first place. And I think that's what I've been processing most through all of this. We have this incredibly simplistic idea of propaganda as blatant lies or government messaging when so much of it happens through framing, omission, repetition, selective outrage, and deciding which piece of information the public gets to see. Watching this whole media circus unfold has genuinely changed the way I consume political coverage, which is a pretty fucking depressing thing to admit as a former journalist. I was trained to understand the importance of context, sourcing, framing, and the responsibility that comes with shaping how people understand the world around them. And listen, I knew media bias and propaganda existed. Of course I did. I just did not, I just don't think I fully appreciated how effective the machinery is until I started consciously watching it happen. Once you see it, you start seeing the same shit everywhere. Yeah, I think a big part of the punishment is because of my prominent critiques of Israel. And that's why there's almost this like universality to the barrage of propaganda coming, not just from Fox News, because Fox News has always shifted reality, right? Fox News has always tried to shift reality and seen much success in shifting reality as people understand it. The problem is Fox News also is the main editor for the news cycle. And we can't let that happen, right? And in the past, at least like liberal media would push back against certain things that Fox News was saying. They would try to do fact checking and things of that nature. They don't do that anymore. And especially on this issue, they don't do that as either. So as long as they can maintain some kind of, allegiance on this issue and this issue alone to like punish a prominent critic of Israel this way, then they're going to do it. It's a multi-front, multi-pronged approach. And it's sad to see that liberal media basically gives so much air to the barrage of insane Republican points of manufactured outrage. Fox News is the Republican fake news channel. That's it. Yeah, but the issue is that like CNN shouldn't be leaning into this shit, but CNN is also now bought out. CBS is also now bought out. So we broadly are losing like any kind of serious media, any kind of serious like somewhat impartial liberal media that would play an important function. We can't expect all the 65 plus year olds to come back and seek out independent media, right? I mean, some of them do, some of them watch like Media Matters, and that's great, but there is a reason. There's a reason why the Ellison corporate takeover was so devastating. This is part of that reason, because it's not just that the reactionary forces own Fox News. Rupert Murdoch owns Fox News, Wall Street Journal, New York Post, California Post. Like there's already a tremendous amount of reactionary media out there in virtually every medium. But now the Ellisons are purchasing CBS, the Ellisons are purchasing CNN. The rest of the media outlets that are supposed to be liberal or somewhat impartial, that care about doing like at least decent journalism every now and then, they see these shifts that are taking place and they're also fearful. That makes journalists and editors in editorial teams think twice before they broadcast an oppositional framing on whatever the Republicans are channeling, whatever the Republicans want to manufacture, whether they want to manufacture consent or outrage, doesn't matter. And it's not just about me, of course. It's about all these issues, right? I mean, every moment that MSNBC or CNN channels the Republican outrage and takes it on as though it's sincere, as though it's a shared resentment that they also understand. When they hand it to the Republicans like this, they're not actually talking about the issues that matter. There's only a finite amount of time that we have on God's green earth. There's only a finite amount of time that you have throughout the day. There's only a couple hours in prime time. And if the prime time slot is occupied by whatever the fuck the Republicans want you to freak out about, it's not being occupied by the real issues that matter. The cost of living crisis, Donald Trump's corruption, Donald Trump's insanity, his violence, the violence of ICE, his failure to follow through on the promises that he made to his own audience, his own base of support. That's the problem, okay? That is the issue. That's the real problem. It's just totally busted. But once again, the opportunity that we have is to, be steadfast in our advocacy, talk about the issues that matter, recenter the conversation on data centers, recenter the conversation on Israel, recenter the conversation on Medicare for all, recenter it around universal child care, federal jobs guarantee, things that we care about, things that we know are going to be broadly helpful to as many Americans as possible. We will come out on top if we continue pushing through. Okay? That's it. And of course, you have a job, a responsibility if you choose to take it on, but you can talk to your family, you can talk to your neighbors, you can show them how ridiculous this stuff is and be like, look, they talked about transgender people, they talked about the war on Christmas, they talked about all this other stuff, they talked about how dangerous immigrants were. Okay, they banned the transgender athletes. Did your life get better? They started, they started, packing up and kidnapping our neighbors, saying that they were undocumented migrants that were doing get better. It got worse. Now they're doing the same thing with Hasan Piker. Now they're doing the same thing with DSA, saying socialism is this terrifying prospect. I say we're out of options and we should choose that alternative. We should seek out an alternative solution because at the end of the day, these people want to defend the status quo and the status quo has not defended you. They're making an enemy out of those who recognize the dangers of abiding by the status quo. You can have these sorts of conversations. You have a unique opportunity. Just as though I've told you, you have a unique opportunity to change the dynamic of races when you talk to your family, when you talk to your neighbors about Abdul al-Sayed, about Francesca Hong, when they get inundated with a barrage of negative media coverage. You have the opportunity to turn that negative media coverage into name recognition and an opportunity to tell them what the actual policies are and also explain to them why that negative media coverage is coming out. You can do that. You can do that in defense of DSA, in defense of myself as well. We've truly hit the scratch liberal moment with shit like this. Yeah, update. Neera Tanden has added Laura Loomer to her cadre of fascist rapists and scumbags she elevates in her obsession with Hasan. At what point does the board of directors at Center for American Progress rein in their deranged president and CEO, or does CAP support her incautious antics? Yeah. Rape Tone, Nicholas Fuentes, Sex Pestiny, and now Laura goddamn Loomer, dude. And Fetterman? Okay, we watched this already. I've been trying to get my parents to see that they're not actually getting diverse perspectives from MS Now, but it's an uphill battle. I mean, you just got to be steadfast. And eventually there will come an issue where they see eye to eye there will come an issue eventually where they recognize your anger, right? And that's the moment where you can, drive a wedge between their commentary and the coverage that they've experienced thus far and maybe feed a little bit of diversity into their media diet. It's an inevitability because these guys drop the ball in spectacular fashion all the time. This is one of those instances, right? Israel-Palestine is one of those instances where many of your parents even began to recognize the severity of the crisis, and they weren't getting the necessary media coverage. It was insufficient, and they started seeking out alternatives like Zeteo, like Dropsite, Democracy Now!, Al Jazeera. They came here. They went to Majority Report. So yeah, I think that there's always an opportunity. There's always an opportunity to diversify your parents' media diets. And I say your parents because, of course, like they are the ones who are most likely to be consuming mainstream news. They're the ones who are most likely to be getting their notes from MS Now, from CNN, from CBS, not realizing that they're being force-fed propaganda that unfortunately is very much in line with Fox News. So that's the other thing. Like, we should probably do a clip compilation of like what CNN panelists are saying, what MS Now panelists are saying, and what Fox News is saying, and showcase the similarities between the two. Showcase the similarities on this issue. This is like they're single-minded on this issue. You can do that for Israel. You can probably do that for data centers. You can do that for the Democratic Socialists of America, and you could do that for me. That's probably a really good way to just get them to understand, like, why are they saying the same shit that Fox News is saying? Doesn't that strike you as odd? That's the bottom line for Michigan voters. Abdul Rahman Mohammed El Sayed is Hasan Dawn Piker, and Hasan Dawn Piker is Abdul Rahman Mohammed El Sayed. Says Hugh Hewitt. That's really... All right, let's talk about the Hong Dynasty, folks.
2026 coverage. Primary election day is here. Voters across the state will head to the polls to narrow down general election.
This morning, we're making sure you are ready before you cast your ballot. 12 News' LaKyra Banks joins us live outside the Zeiler Municipal Building in Milwaukee. And LaKyra, polls open in less than 2 hours.
Yeah, that's right. Polls open at 7 o'clock this morning. The Zeiler Municipal Building here in downtown Milwaukee, just one of those polling places you can see set up already underway. Now, polls do close at 8 o'clock, but if you are in line by 8, you will still be able to vote. If you are heading out, here's what you need to know before you get out there. This is a partisan primary, so you can only vote in one party's primary. You'll need an acceptable photo ID, and if you're not registered, you can register at your polling place with proof of residence showing your name and current address, like a utility bill, bank statement, or government document. If you still have an absentee ballot, don't mail it. It must be returned by 8 o'clock tonight. And if you want to avoid longer lines, election officials say consider voting during off-peak times.
There can always be a little bit of an increase in voter turnout. It seems like earlier in the morning when the polls open, and then after work, once people are kind of headed home, and in the evening hours. And so voters may want to consider times that are off some of those peak times.
Did you vote for Francesca Hasan illegally? 1,000,000 times.
Look, Ira, one of the biggest races on the ballot today is for governor, but voters may notice more names on the Democratic ballot than candidates still actively running.
Right. So 4 candidates are still actively campaigning in this Democratic primary. That's Joel Brennan, David Crowley, Francesca Hong, and Kelda Royce.
You can check our Election Day voter guide on the 12 News app. LaKyra Banks live at the Zeiler Building in downtown Milwaukee. LaKyra, thank you. Ahead of today's primary, candidates for governor made their final push across Wisconsin yesterday.
Yeah, State Representative Francesca Hong wraps up a multi-city Get Out the Vote tour in her hometown of Madison. Hong, who has held a significant lead in recent polls, is now hours away from finding out whether her progressive message can deliver a primary win.
What gives you the confidence that you're going to win tomorrow, especially when we've seen the governor with David Crowley for days now, crisscrossing the state as well?
We have been the people-powered grassroots campaign, and it is the people, the voters, that give me confidence, not only to win tomorrow, but to win on November 3rd.
Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley also making a final push Monday night, campaigning in Milwaukee with Governor Tony Evers and Congresswoman Gwen Moore. Crowley said he appreciates Evers' endorsement, but still has to earn every vote.
We don't leave no stone unturned, and we can't take this election for granted. And it's great to have, again, the governor's endorsement, but we have to go earn each and every single vote.
Republican candidate Tom Tiffany was also on the trail, meeting with voters in Oconomowoc. He urged Republicans not to cross over into the Democrats' primary and instead vote in Republican races across the state.
If you're a Republican, I recommend that you vote Republican because there are plenty of primaries that are going on around the state that are going to decide the future of Wisconsin, and we want the best Republicans possible that are going to be running in this election in 2026.
There are several races on today's primary ballot across Wisconsin. That includes a heated contest in Waukesha County where voters will elect their first new sheriff in 12 years. Republicans Nick Olinger and John Gescheidmeyer are the only 2 candidates in the race. As of Monday morning, the Wisconsin Elections Commission says they have received nearly 362,000 ballots, either by absentee ballot or through early in-person voting. We have posted everything you need to know before you head to the polls, including how to check your ballot and find your polling place. It's all in our voter guide on the 12 News app. Then tonight we will have complete coverage as the polls close. Watch 12 News at 10 for results as they come in and stream our coverage in the 12 News app.
Today on the Playbook Podcast, DSA candidate Francesca Hong leads the polls heading into today's...
I just did this podcast last night. Yeah, more than 3 months after I stopped doing my bit about Hasan Piker being the top political story every day, he's still the top political story every day. Why is this happening? Will Steeken said you're sitting out Francesca Hong comparing it to AOC and Bernie. Wait, no, I'm not. I literally rallied with her. That was wrong. That was a mistake. I am not sitting out Francesca Hong.
Primary, but there are some notable progressives sitting this one out. Bernie Sanders, AOC, and even far-left streamer Hasan Piker won't be campaigning for Hong today. That's the
Okay, I'm not. That doesn't mean I'm sitting it out. Man, I can't be everywhere all at once, Will. What the hell, Will? I'm not in Wisconsin because it's Wisconsin. I was just there. That's crazy. I just did a rally. That's crazy. I sometimes I gotta be home, man. God damn. That's like AOC and Bernie Sanders have not endorsed Francesca Hong. I have, and I've literally rallied with her. I've shown a lot of support to Francesca. I think she's gonna win. I want her to win. I think she's wonderful. I think she's great. It's, it was my mother's birthday. I had to be home, I was just out there.
Story driving the day.
Then, in Talk of the Town, we dig into South Carolina's special election, the fallout post Trump's latest executive order on vaccine schedules, and the legacy of Woke One.
Good morning. I'm Will Staken.
And I'm Adam Wren. It's Tuesday, August the 11th, another election day.
It is another primary day, another late night. Hopefully we get some results. We'll have to see. Do you think we get results tonight, Adam?
Will, I hope so. Michigan took me out pretty hard last week. I was out of commission for a few days after that.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. But yeah, today's primary day in Wisconsin. And once again, it feels like another test for progressive Dems. Now, polling, which God forbid we mentioned polling after Michigan, but polling shows Francesca Hong taking the lead for the Democratic governor nomination. Last week, El Sayed and his allies touted a landslide victory before primary day. That was not the case, obviously. Adam, win still is a win, but what lessons do you think progressives are taking from Michigan heading into today's election?
I mean, I don't think they are. They are not chastened at all by what was ultimately less than a 1-point victory from Abdul El Sayed there. I think that they see this as full speed ahead, and that essentially they think that they're headed in the right direction ahead of November. But it's really a put up or shut up moment, I think, for progressives. They either win these kinds of races in November or they don't. And if they don't, I think that'll do a lot to resolve the civil war in the Democratic Party right now and give kind of centrists and moderates the strength they need to move forward. And if the environment is helpful and they do ultimately win these races, that's just going to complicate and make the waters more murky headed into 2028.
Yeah, and in today's Playbook newsletter, we dug into kind of the broader fears among the left over Hong. I think there's been a lot made about kind of the moderate lane of the Democratic Party, but even some of, the progressive kind of Bernie.
I mean, look, you want to know how I really feel? I do feel that what next Hasan mentioned is at 1550 and 1839. That's fine. I really do worry about Francesca underperforming the polls, especially after the Abdul victory. Right? I do worry about that because these guys don't let up. Obviously, once the election is over, I'm certain that the Democrats will consolidate support behind whoever the winner is, even if it is Francesca Hong, and they will do their very best. They're not going to this is a governor race. They don't want to lose the trifecta in Wisconsin. It's a huge deal. But it's a closed primary. No, it's a semi-closed primary. It's a semi-open primary. But I'm not worried about Republicans moving into the Democratic ballot just so they can Hong. I don't think Republicans are fearful of a Francesca Hong victory. I think Republicans genuinely think, I think Republicans were fearful of an Abdul victory in the primaries. They feared Abdul more than they fear Haley Stevens. But in this one, I think they welcome a Francesca Hong victory because they're also underestimating her chances. I will, however, say this. I am worried that there are some boomers out there who got inundated with this barrage of anti-Thanksgiving controversy bullshit and are reconsidering it. I'm worried that something unique might happen and the final push from the establishment Democrats might take hold. The campaign's lack of interest in running ads on television and only running ads on streamers is, I think, a mistake. I'll say it. It's the day of the election, so I will say it now. Okay? This is a real fear, this is a real fear that I have. Okay? I think it's a big, big mistake. I don't think that they should be confident at all. Francesca has already signaled that in the aftermath of the primary, they're going to make some changes in the comms side, which is good. I welcome that. Right? I have to admit, I think that was a misstep. Now that it's the day of the primary, I can say it. I can say it openly. TV ads are extremely expensive, and they wanted to be more. They wanted to dump their load into streamer ads. A lot of people, why didn't you before? Because everything that I say is going to be used against the campaign. Because there's a lot of attention, there's a lot of eyeballs. I mean, I've made my concerns be known. I'm just saying that, like, I wouldn't say it publicly up until this moment because Fox News would have ran with it and been like, Hasan Piker, prominent socialist, destroys Francesca Hong, hates Francesca Hong. They would have done that. So that's why I didn't fucking say anything publicly. You understand? But now that it's the day of the primary, I can, be a little bit more open about some of the things that I foresee as issues, which will be solved. They're not, they're not significant problems. They're not make it or break it problems, right? The smear campaigns Bill Maher and MSNBC are trying to do isn't really working. But I'm 29, but my dad's 70, who watches MSNBC religiously every night, as well as Bill Maher, and he's seen your segments. And I asked him his thoughts, and he said he doesn't really remember what they said. That the Bill segments were ridiculous. The smears are backfiring and not working. Hopefully, inshallah. I know you moved on, but I just want to share that my husband and I recently taught my dad about what actual policies are by comparing Jasmine Crockett versus Chris Rabb campaign ads. That has greatly helped him realize that he is not actually a Jared Moskowitz or a Chris Murphy fan. He finally knows what to look for, and he realized that his desires aren't just unreasonable fantasies. What you're saying is possible. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now get him to watch the broadcast. We need the black unks and aunties to be coming to the primary source. You know what I mean? We got to get the Gramps in here. Oh, he loves your YouTube clips, Lamau? Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Turnout is fine in Francesca Hong's Madison base, 2026 spring, 20,000. Today at 11 a.m. is 25,000. Other areas we've been in contact with across the state are running roughly 80% of 2026 spring turnout levels so far. Madison is tracking ahead of the spring. This gives Hong a nice layer of protection if she runs worse in polls in WOW, BOW, and CDs 3, 6, and 7, which is possible. And if kind of what happened with to Abdul said last night, every extra vote in Dane is going to help.
Wing of the party is growing more and more concerned about what her high stakes race could mean for the movement heading into November if she were to pull it out today in today's primary. And, there's been a lot made about Bernie Sanders, AOC have not endorsed Hong. And we got a little bit behind the scenes that it wasn't for not trying. We learned that Hong's team did reach out multiple times to Sanders' team to try to get that endorsement. And ultimately, the Bernie Sanders himself made the decision not to endorse, which I think, from what we've heard, kind of ruffled some feathers. But with the Hong team, but I think, it's also, I think, speaks to kind of this larger hesitation and concern that I'm hearing from the progressive wing about Hong's viability. I spoke to one progressive Democratic operative who's been on the ground in a lot of these races, who told me that out of all these races, the most fear is about Hong, given how she's handled things like the Thanksgiving and whether or not she's a big messenger. I'm curious, Adam, coming out of Michigan, how do you compare the lead up to today's primary with Hong versus El Sayed? El Sayed kind of had he did have, I think, the entire progressive wing at his back with Bernie, AOC. Hong is different. What do you think that is, and what does that say about, her viability?
Yeah, it's a good question. I was surprised by how quickly the establishment raced to validate Abdul el-Sayed in Michigan. It was fascinating. Well, we reported over the weekend about former President Obama calling him and Congresswoman Haley Stevens on Friday. Very positive, encouraging conversation, according to our sources. I'm not sure that Hong will get that same treatment coming out of Wisconsin. In fact,
she absolutely will. No, so this is wrong. This analysis is entirely wrong. Democrats, at least Wisconsin, and I think broadly Democrats, obviously they care about the Senate majority more than they do about like the Wisconsin governor's race, for sure. So there probably will be some more consultants that are like taking pot shots at Francesca, but Democrats will absolutely consolidate support behind Francesca Hong. They want the trifecta there. It's going to be a very important state. And they cannot let that go to a Trump-loving election denier. There is no way, no how. I promise you, DGA will come out full swing in the same exact way that the Democratic Senate, the SCC, the Senate Majority PAC, Democratic Senate Majority PAC, they all universally came out full swing, maxed out the Abdul. They will do the same exact thing for Hong Dynasty. Yeah, there's no shot. Yeah. They need the trifecta to redraw the maps. Wisconsin is one of the best opportunities to redistrict. There is 0% chance that the DGA doesn't come out full swing and lend their support once Francesca Hong wins. I'm saying once Francesca Hong wins, not because I'm super confident. It's just because we must be super confident. Okay.
I think we can kind of count on it that she won't. I think there may be a few people on the fringe who embrace her, but I think Democrats broadly.
No, his analysis is totally off base here. It's just wrong. It's not correct, and you'll see.
And we learned this from watching AOC on the side. But I think
like AOC, Bernard, they will all full swing. They will hug and kiss Francesca. It's like the Maylot equation almost. I think part of the reason why they're reluctant, I mean, I can't speak to why they haven't endorsed her, right? Like, I don't know what their thinking is, right? But I will say this. Yeah, I've been consistently canvassing for Fran here in Milwaukee, mostly in black neighborhoods. She's really struggling with black voters. Crowley's going to crush here. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, that was Mandela's constituency was that. And then when Mandela dropped out, I think many of them swung for Crowley. That's a given. That's normal. That's the base for the establishment. But she could have allegations. What? No. What the fuck? What are you saying, dude? Yeah, allegations that she's awesome. Fuck. Anyway. The vast majority of Wisconsin black voters are in Milwaukee County, and Crowley is the executive of Milwaukee County. Don't be surprised if our numbers with black voters are really bad. I'm not surprised by that at all. I was not going to be surprised by that at all. But again, those are voters that are reliable Democrat voters in general. They will vote for the Democrat to make sure that a psychopathic right-wing reactionary weirdo doesn't win the governor's race. Like, that's not like those are the easiest conversions in the general. They're straight D voters no matter what. I've never thought someone would allege someone in a purely abstract way. Yeah, that's where we're at nowadays.
Democrats recognize they have a problem with woke one, which we'll get into more later in the show, and they're sort of tacking.
How will she win without the black vote? What do you mean? In Wisconsin? No. And what she has to do is just draw up numbers from young black voters enough in the same way that Abdul was competitive in Wayne County. Abdul actually overperformed expectations. Okay? Abdul overperformed expectations in Detroit, ran up numbers in Wayne County and got within 6 points. Like, that was actually pretty good for how much money was dumped in to those districts to make it seem like Haley Stevens was endorsed by Barack Obama. Like, Abdul didn't just win against $70 million, outspent 12-1. You could say he technically won that race with a de facto Obama endorsement. Like, he won against an Obama endorsed candidate. In the eyes of many voters, Obama gave an endorsement to Haley Stevens. It was an unbelievable victory. Not just the endorsement of the governor, not just the endorsement of the outbound Senator Gary Peters, but the endorsement of key black leaders in the state, in these districts that endorsed Haley Stevens. Like, he beat the machine. But in any case, I will say this. With Francesca in Wisconsin, it's an entirely different predicament. I mean, Wisconsin is not, with the exception of Milwaukee, Wisconsin is a very white state. It's a very white state. Some parts of Madison, Milwaukee, but mostly white. Let's look at Wisconsin demographics. Yeah. Wisconsin has an estimated population of nearly 6 million people. State's population is roughly 77% non-Hispanic white, 8.8% Hispanic or Latino, 6.7% Black or African American, 3.5% Asian, 3.7% multiracial. That's a white ass state, brother. Non-Hispanic white, Do you understand? Like, that's white. AI overview, Andy, bro, it's literally just the fucking primary result of the census. What do you want me to say, man? Do you want me to click on the Census Bureau quick facts instead? Anyway, so yeah, I think that yes, the black voters are very important for the primary, the Democratic Party primary, certainly. But overall, I don't see it being as significant of a hurdle. What are we doing? What are you doing? Kaya, come here. You're so wet. Come here. Kaya, come here. Good girl. Big lady. It's been raining outside. She's wet. And anytime there's movement inside of the house, she goes crazy. She's like, I gotta go monitor. Anyway, yeah.
If not to the center, at least away from some of these cultural landmines, like the Thanksgiving thing that you brought up with Hong.
Yeah. I don't think this stuff is that relevant. I'll be honest. All right. But also, like, I think we need to reframe this conversation. Around, like, you're talking about her tweets from 2020 talking about Thanksgiving. She's not going to cancel Thanksgiving. All right, don't be ridiculous. Meanwhile, the other side is a fucking election denier. Like, what do you, or even in the primaries, like, we're talking about Crowley, who's like pro data centers. That's way more egregious of an offense. A modern day current offense.
And so, they are two different candidates. And I think that El Sayed in Michigan will be seen more broadly as kind of an establishment adjacent, embraced candidate.
Yeah, and I think one thing I heard over and over again was, Hong's kind of, especially the past week or so, where the focus has been really on her with these comments and how she's navigating kind of like the media lens being over her. The response, at least from the progressives that I've spoken to, has been she's not an El Sayed, she's not a Mamdani, and someone that can really navigate those kind of landmines where those other candidates have maybe done a better job. From what I'm hearing, it sounds like she's got a lot of support on the ground, though, and it's maybe a less online kind of campaign. So we'll have to see kind of how things play out today. But there's also Wisconsin's third as another test for progressives today. Sanders has actually gotten pushback over his support as Cook's left flank rival Emily Berge gains momentum. It's kind of interesting given he's getting maybe some from the far left, some heat for not backing Hong. Now he's getting some heat for, backing Cook over Emily Berge. I'm just curious, in general, what your response is about that, Adam, and then maybe even like a larger point, kind of Bernie's, showing over this past primary cycle. It's been pretty good in terms of like wins and losses.
Yeah, there is something really interesting happening, Will, through primary season. For example, look at former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. He introduced Abdul El Sayed at a unity rally on Friday in Michigan. And as you smartly pointed out on X, he sort of delicately tiptoed around the idea that Abdul El Sayed backed Medicare for All, and he didn't when he was running for presidential candidate. Buttigieg didn't.
When it comes to the U.S. Senate, we have Abdul El Sayed, who insists that money in politics has gone too far. And we have him running against Mike Rogers, who insists on being part of the problem. We have one candidate in Abdul El Sayed who wants to expand affordable health care and keep...
That is crazy. Bro. It's wild that he can't get himself to mouth the words. Like, he wants to expand the affordable health care. What does he say? Money in your pockets, money out of politics, Medicare for some people, Medicare for people that want it, but also under certain circumstances. Just fucking say it, man. God damn, it's literally one of the three. It's one of the three dang things.
Keep more money in your pocket.
I can't believe he did the meme. I just remember when I was joking. It was like, what do they want Abdul to say? Like, in terms of moderation, they want like what? Some money in your pockets? Not all. and Medicare for some? Not all. That's awesome.
And we have another candidate, Mike Rogers, who literally voted against the Affordable Care Act, and you better believe he will cut health care one more time if you give him a chance in the United Senate.
That's not the first time that that's happened this year. Buttigieg also went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for Bob Brooks in the Lehigh Valley, who's running for Congress. Bob Brooks also backs Medicare for all. And then on the opposite side of the coin, you have Bernie Sanders, backing Rebecca Cook, who Pete Buttigieg also campaigned for at a town hall earlier this year. So you have kind of both ends of the party sort of rallying around some of these candidates who, by conventional wisdom are electable. And it's interesting. I do think you're seeing the Pete Buttigieg idea of the Democratic Party and the Bernie Sanders idea of the Democratic Party sort of aligning in some of these candidates in a way where the party writ large is casting a bigger tent maybe than they would have in 2024 or 2022.
Yeah, it will be fascinating to track that and see how that kind of dynamic progresses, especially as we head to 2028. Okay, so I want to switch gears. It is time for Talk of the Town, where we get into other stories animating Washington this morning. To help us out, we have our awesome White House reporter and Playbook contributor, Megan Messerly. Hi, Megan.
Hello. Happy to be here with y'all this morning.
Thanks for jumping on. So to start us off, I want to talk about South Carolina. Wisconsin isn't the only primary we're watching. South Carolina has a special election. Darlene Graham, sister of the late Senator Lindsey Graham, is leading some polls and is backed by Donald Trump. This is a crowded race that will likely end in a runoff, right, Megan?
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting about this race to me is this feels...
I wonder if Will Stegan is the most well-read watcher of the broadcast. Like the amount of books he has. I was looking at the books. I was like, I saw the Leibowitz book. I think is the one that I read as well. But like, there are so many goddamn books behind him. He's got to have, and I was spine checking him. I was spine checking. Okay. And honestly,
not a perfect record here, but clearly he has, put.
He, among others, have had to contend with past social media posts that don't fly in today's climate, like abolishing the police, but she is certainly not the only one there. Adam, you've been doing such great reporting covering Abdul El-Sayed over this. I'm curious, where does he factor in kind of the woke one versus woke two, and how he's, balancing past comments and, pushing back? Is it similar to what AOC is doing? Is he taking a different strategy here?
Yeah, that's interesting, Will. That's a good question, one I've been thinking a lot about. But, El-Sayed has a history of making a lot of these woke one comments. He had a podcast during the pandemic and then moved to his own Substack newsletter called The Incision back during the early 2020s.
Substack author? I didn't know he was a Substack author.
He was a Substack author, yeah. He actually still has a Substack. It was called The Incision. And he made some of these comments that are circulating in Woke One. He had talked about football being kind of centered around, quote, toxic masculinity, end quote. He said that it brought about some, racist. In 2024, after Democrats realized they had a problem with young men voters, and before he started to cozy up to Hasan Piker and was lifting weights with him, he went through this sort of transformation. He told me it was sort of like sensitive professor mode. And we should say he is a Columbia and Oxford educated epidemiologist. And so he has the right to have a sensitive professor mode. But where he would talk about things like racial capitalism, he would argue for decarceration, all the better to flash his guns, which he develops in his weight room.
I mean, I think that's like the beauty of this this candidacy, though, right? Like, you can have the aesthetics of masculinity, traditional masculinity, in the way that people understand it, while simultaneously being a teddy bear who cares about this sort of stuff. I mean, I literally am that guy. I am also that person, right? Like, that's what's so fascinating about the way people are like trying to bracket you into specific categories where they're like, well, a guy who's like working out shouldn't have these sorts of opinions. Okay, well, that's like 90% of the fucking media coverage before they decided to brand me like the arch anti-Semitic terrorist was around that, where they were like, well, look at this guy. He's fucking woke, but also he looks like he wouldn't be woke. It's good. That's good. That's normal. That's what I think will work very well in Michigan as well. to draw turnout from areas that normally would look at a campaign or a candidacy of an established Democrat and be like, oh, this is the same old bullshit. This is status quo politics. I don't really give a shit. Whereas they look at Abdul and they're like, well, okay, this is a guy I can have a beer with. Ironically enough, he doesn't drink, I don't think, because he's Muslim, but you get the point, right? Yeah, this is a guy you can have a O'Doul's with. There's another prominent man who fits that narrative. He's married to Taylor Swift. Yeah, kind of. Like, this is the era of, I think this is the era of, and I hate to use this term because it was deployed towards Graham Plattner a lot, but like, it is the look like a chud, think like a woke, you know? That is the era. And it's not just the era of that either, because like Zohran Mamdani doesn't fit that profile, but he's fine, right? Like, it's just, we are doing away with previous constructs. We're doing away with this idea that like you have to look a certain type, you have to act a certain way, you have to think a certain way. We just want progress. Deployed against Graham Plattner, bitch, is literally just you saying that. I know, I'm saying, was saying that about Graham Plattner. So it's just like, whatever. Who's Graham Plattner? I forgot. Yeah, Zohran and Oliver Larkin maybe fit the, look like a Chad, think like a woke. No, they just look like a woke and think like a woke. But that's fine. Abdul doesn't look like a chud at all. No, but he has chud-like qualities of like weightlifting. The things that they've also said, the progressive mind in a MAGA body. That's what it is. It's not a real MAGA body, but you know what I mean? Short white boy with motion is into lately. Thanks to Tom Holland, by the way. True. Fact check. Photos show Abdul Al-Sayed played high school football. Actor Dean Cain had doubted that. Yep. It's just funny that they are like trying to present Abdul Al-Sayed, who is very clearly a fucking gym bro, as anything but that. Now listen, I'm not going to chubby shame my boy here, okay? But if he looked the same way that he did in the 2018 run, the attacks against him as not being a real athlete or not being this like unique candidate would probably land a little bit better. That's all I'm going to say. Oliver Larkin does not look like a woke. His ass looks like he belongs on Daily Wire. Evil Jack Posobiec clone. Okay, stop. I really like Larkin. That's crazy. I mean, I see what you're saying. I see the point that you're making. Fatty shaming another fat. Yes. As a former fatty, I see the trials and tribulations. I respect it. Bitter because he press mogged you? Don't get me wrong, I lift every morning, but being a man is not really about how you show up in the gym. It's about how you show up for your family. It's about how you show up for your community.
About like Pete Hegseth and RFK is that like they're trying to speak to this particular group of people, and it ends up trying to like again just create one more performance that is like the way to be a masculine person. That's you know, and as we thought about it on the campaign, like this is something I've always done, but a lot of what I'm trying to do is be like, hey, look, being a man is not about how you show up in the gym. It's like how you show up for your family. Right. It's about how you show up in your community.
Right, but this does benefit you.
Yes, it benefits me. It benefits other people, and it's like it is a good discipline.
No, I was saying, I'm sure there are political benefits to being
a gym bro,
a lefty guy who's also a gym bro, so they can't.
Yeah, I mean,
like
it's
the
funny,
whole
right?
Association with like weakness.
And
you're right.
It's funny because they're trying to come at me for like making silly videos on the internet.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, fine, you're right. I make silly videos on the internet. You know why? Because I'm not trying to perform this all the time.
Right.
I'm comfortable enough in knowing, like what I am, that I can be silly and goof around like I would with my kids, and not be ashamed of it.
Yeah.
right? But you're out here trying to measure yourself relative to this like performance of masculinity, which is not real, not healthy, and like not sustainable. I mean, like, what are you like? Is your whole persona just doing pull-ups all the time? Seems kind of empty to me. You know what I mean? Like, you should do pull-ups some of the time. It's a good thing to do sometimes. But like, this is your whole thing?
Beast mode, beast mode, beast mode. It's great stuff. Anyway,
downstairs at his house in Ann Arbor, he sort of makes these macho-like appeals and, you know, dunks on his opponents with his sort of like physical bravado, asks a lot of people how tall they are in person, is kind of like a hazing bro ritual. And I asked him about this, you know, earlier this year on Mackinac Island.
yeah, him asking people about how tall they are is a joke about his own height to showcase that he's not insecure. It's not about like hazing people. He's literally saying like, you're lying about your height, I'm not. You know what I mean? He's done that with me as well. He's like joked about it as well when we like stand side by side with one another. Like that's to showcase his confidence, his like real confidence in his height. It's the same thing where he makes a joke about his beard, right? Like he jokes about how he can't grow like a big beard. You know? These are things that you do to show others that you are secure in who you are, confident in who you are.
Of all places, where sort of another GOP attack is emanating on him. They're saying that he hates Mackinac Island, according to his own words, based on a 2018 documentary about him. And they're using that to kind of paint him as not of Michigan, not American, even though he was born here. And, you know, what's interesting about this is he, you know, essentially told me that he contains multitudes, that you know, he is someone who can both, you know, critique the game of football and also enjoy consuming it. And so I do think that he's going to have his own time in the barrel, so to speak, with some of these woke one comments. But really, we've seen Democrats reckoning with their...
You just like gym bros and think everyone does, bro? Simmer your miring a little bit? Okay, brother. It's just a thing, man. It's not make it or break it. What the fuck are you talking about? It's just a unique aspect of the aesthetics of a campaign. That's it. Like, that is crazy to be like, no, people hate gym bros or people love gym bros. Like, one way or another, my argument isn't that like this is the most consequential aspect of this candidacy. I'm just simply stating that it is unique to have a candidate on the Democratic Party side that is, you know, a gym bro. He's just a regular fucking dude. That's the same thing that people did with me when they would talk about me. They'd be like, "Oh my God, are you deliberately leaning into this like, you know, gym bro culture, gym bro element?" And I'm like, "No, I just like lifting weights. You know, I just this is what I enjoy. I think it's important for my development. It's been very important in my development. It's been very important in how I stay healthy. Like, I need it for my mental sanity. You know, it's just what I enjoy. I enjoy doing the same with like playing basketball. I'm not doing it so that like I have some sort of aesthetic appeal to the bro masses or whatever.
Their woke point of view since, you know, last year. I wrote a piece last year called The Great Unawakening, and Democrats, whether it's Gavin Newsom on, you know, transgender sports in his own podcast last year, that they're backing away from a lot of these views that have made them an anathema to large swaths of voters across the country.
The one thing, and tell me if I'm wrong, the one thing that feels a little different about El Sayed is he hasn't really apologized yet for like the defunding the police or, right? I mean, he feels like a little bit more antagonistic than even like someone like Mamdani, which I don't know where that fits into like AOC saying woke one is crazy, but it does feel a little different, no?
He does have a harder edge than Mamdani, and he's refused to apologize for his defund the police comments. Now, he has gotten to the place where he can say it's a stupid slogan, which he told our Dasha Burns in her episode of The Conversation recently. And we did see, you know, Bernie Sanders kind of give Abdul Sayed a permission structure on Hasan Piker, where, you know, Sanders said it was stupid for Piker to say what he said about America deserving 9/11, and we saw Abdul el-Sayed echo that. And so I think in some ways Sanders has the standing to be able to do a sister soldier moment where he can reject parts of his own supporter base in a way that allows his endorsed candidates to then echo him as the leader of the movement.
Megan, I'm curious how you think this is all playing out.
I think one of the things that's been really interesting to see, and in my conversations with folks, has been, you know, just how folks on the right have been.
Hasan will never live that down. No, I'm living it down every day of my life. It's not a significant function. It's not playing the significant function that people think it is. I just don't think regular folks give a shit about this one way or another. I don't. You know what I mean? I do not think regular folks give a single solitary shred of a shit. And as a matter of fact, the more they hammer it on, the more annoying it gets for the average people. I think it's yet another instance where the media is a little bit out of step with the masses. The media is out of step with the masses on this.
Okay. So
just like they were on the Israel stuff, and they kept hammering that over and over again. This is what they think is a better way to punish a prominent critic of Israel by constantly being like, well, you guys care about 9/11. He said America deserved it. Come on, get mad at him. And people are just like, I don't care. Yeah, I think the idea that he needed a nod from Bernie to say he doesn't think America deserved 9/11 is ridiculous. You don't stand by it. Why would he? Exactly. I think everyone is just like talking over one another. The average person doesn't give a shit. It plays no bearing in their calculation. I'll give you one example. I thought it would be more consequential what Tony Hinchcliffe said about how Puerto Rico was a trash island on a campaign event in Madison Square Garden in the city where the most amount of Puerto Ricans live. Okay? Did that play a formative role in Latino voters being like, fuck this, we're not voting for Donald Trump? No, it didn't. And that was literally at a highly publicized campaign event. People don't care about the association politics. They care about the policies. I don't know why. I don't know why we still play this game. Okay? I'm not running for office. And I'll take it one step further. Here's the real truth. People don't even care about what the candidates have said. Like the Francesca Hong Thanksgiving tweets. People are making a mountain out of a molehill there again. I don't think people care. People that don't like Francesca, that weren't going to vote for her, are just going to keep using that to be like, that is crazy. I can't believe she said that. She wants to cancel Thanksgiving. The average person does not give a shit. In some ways, the median voter is both simultaneously very stupid and very intelligent at the same time. Okay? Very dumb in the sense that, like, the contradictions are like the contradictory feelings that the median voter has, and every American has, really, leads us into believing that the median voter is stupid. But at the same time, they're very smart. They're very smart in the sense that they just, like, look at policies and they go, I like that. They look at policies and they go, that seems good to me. I want that. Sure, let's do it. I'm in. I also think people can tell, suddenly every show on cable news is running the same line about you without putting on a tinfoil hat. Does it feel like everyone in the news media got an email 2 weeks ago with talking points about that? It's hard not to roll your eyes. Yeah. My mom, who was a 3-time Trump voter, is now a fan of yours because I spammed her with your clips and context and Zoran and Abdul clips. And we had lots of conversations and healthy debates. Even she agrees with your statement about American deserving 9/11. She understood the concept of she understood the context and the concept of blowback. She's voting Democrat this fall, by the way, and now identifies as a Democratic socialist. That's what I'm saying. Like, we hold a lot of power. We hold a lot of persuasive capability that we do not take for granted, or that we do not utilize, rather. Sorry, not take for granted. Like, you have unlimited persuasive capabilities with those closest to you. So you should never give up on your relatives. You should never give up on your neighbors. You should never give up on your community. I say it all the time.
Defend el-Sayed and in a more circumspect way, at least differentiate myself a little bit from your views of Hasan Piker. So Piker's view and his apology in relation to that comment is that he says what he was seeking to argue was that American foreign policy had helped create.
Wait, she tweeted this? Not a Loomer fan at all, although I agree with her Ukraine view, but on this, she's right. Neera Tanden, there is no amount of alcohol consumption that should cause you to repost Laura Loomer and say, I agree with her. You do not, under any circumstance, have to hand it to ISIS. Okay? You do not have to, under any circumstance, hand it to Laura Loomer, you fucking dingus. The fuck is wrong with you? Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God, she is fucking insane. She's goddamn insane. Can you say I wasn't being serious in that clip? Of course, I've said it a million times over. Nobody gives a shit. It's very obvious that that's not a sincerely held policy position of mine because I've never repeated it in the last 13 years. It's a fucking LARP, dude. I'm having a conversation with a person at the time who was my friend, who was a landlord himself. It doesn't matter. For situation monitoring later? Sure. People don't know what LARP means. You got to have a better way to describe it for the olds. Yes, live action role play. I am being insincere. I'm being hyperbolic and facetious, and I'm memeing, joking. Yeah, this person said, I do not like Hasan Piker, but his ops are genuinely evil people. Hasan has said less than positive things about me on stream, and I still find the level of derangement about him insane. He's a Twitch streamer. I'm joshing. I'm joking. Playing a character. Playing a role.
Create the conditions out of which 9/11 sprang. That is obviously different from saying the people in the Twin Towers or the people in the Pentagon deserve to be incinerated. So I think that is a legitimate distinction. My bigger issue, though, is the idea of making a candidate answerable for what someone else says. If El Sayed doesn't believe that America deserved 9/11, and there's no evidence that he believes anything like that, that is case closed in a sense. Whether he has campaigned with someone who said that and then apologized for it and then caveated the thing by saying what they really meant, that all seems to me beside the point. A candidate should be judged by the things that they believe and the things that they say, and Abdul El Sayed has not said that.
I mean, I guess, but it goes to, again, Hasan Piker having a much richer series of controversial things. I mean, I don't think it's unfair. Maybe you'll probably disagree with this, but many on the right are making this this comparison. If any Republican figure, no Republican figure has done this, campaigned with Nick Fuentes, and then later was like, well, I don't agree with, Nick Fuentes said something bad about black people, women shouldn't vote, whatever it is. I don't know that he said exactly those things.
Sure.
He said bad, racist, sexist things about those. I don't agree with those things, obviously. Well, I don't know. You are campaigning alongside him. I don't know that his views are in totality more loathsome than, or someone dressed in a Nazi uniform. Wearing a very directly, obviously modeled in the architect of deliberate famine that killed millions of people is not something you should do. I like that. That's not something he did 10 years ago at a college party or something where people were dressed as, bad costumes or something. This is now. This was last week when he spoke to the Democrats.
I mean, firstly, I think you're more exercised by Hasan Piker's mode of dress than I am. But I mean,
you would be if it was a Republican in a Nazi uniform.
Well, I mean, a Republican in a Nazi uniform, I think he's not wearing the uniform of the Chinese Communist Party.
Okay, I think that's what he was trying to evoke.
I mean,
he's gone there for a propaganda tour with those people. But trying to mainstream their ideas.
But bro, that is a crazy assessment, by the way. Like, visiting a foreign nation is not a fucking propaganda tour, man. What the fuck are you talking? It's just hysteria. But because it is the overwhelming majority position, because the masses don't necessarily think about these sorts of things, like, it's just something you can say. I've traveled all around the fucking world, man. What are you talking about? It's a propaganda tour. I hate this shit. First he goes, oh, he's wearing a Chinese suit. That's obviously, he's a Maoist. And he went to China. That obviously means he did a propaganda tour. Yeah, it was such a propaganda tour that I couldn't even get back into mainland China after I went to Hong Kong because my visa was limited. My visa was limited to single use and was discarded after the fact. It was such a fucking propaganda tour that I had a Shenzhen leg that I couldn't even go to because the Chinese government, due to its, limitations on how much propaganda you can do, I guess, decided to void my fucking my visa because it was a single-use visa. Why are we dehumanizing Chinese people in 2026? I mean, it's just so dumb. The posture Americans broadly have towards China will shift, for the record. It's going to shift. It's inevitable. We can no longer maintain this like saber-rattling pro-war posture against this foreign adversary. So it's going to shift eventually. It's just going to take time. People will arrive at our conclusions sooner rather than later, honestly, because of what has taken place in the Strait of Hormuz. If America can't defeat Iran militarily, America has no shot at defeating China militarily. A lot more reasonable people are going to start changing their perspective on China. It's going to happen, okay? It's an inevitability. It's going to happen. I guess we have to make sure that the people that felt some type of way when they first heard me talk about China will no longer feel that way or will not carry over that resentment when they arrive at our conclusions. Yes, comparing Mao to Hitler is Holocaust and World War II revisionism. Nixon met Mao, for fuck's sake. It's also unfucking believable because Mao and Chinese people actually withstood a genocide during World War II in the hands of the Japanese. Like, it's insane. Oh, he manufactured and engineered a deliberate famine? That's crazy. You know who actually has done that? Israel. With our aid. So many more of my friends are doing China trips and coming back so radicalized. I know. Don't say that out loud because then the government's going to make it illegal to go to China and see for yourself. Yeah, you said you love Japan and it's better than America in terms of food, people, and transport, but nobody called it propaganda. Yeah, I say that about European countries as well. Like when I go to Europe, I'm like, look at how beautiful the cities are. Like, look at how beautiful the city planning is. Look at how beautiful robust public transit looks like. Look at what we could have. Nobody freaks out about that. I've said very similar things about Japan that I have about, Chinese high-speed rail. I want high-speed rail in America. We have the money for it. Yeah. It's just fucking ridiculous.
We are not electing or seeking to elect Hasan Piker.
Yeah.
We are, the person up for election is Abdul.
We're not trying to elect Nick Fuentes either, but there's concerns about his level of influence on
Yeah, the comparison to Nick Fuentes is not an apt one, okay? It's not. It's not a correct one. It's a ridiculous one. You are trying to do that. The comparison to Charlie Kirk is a ridiculous one. Like, that's what's so fucked up about it, where these guys are so totally out of step with where the masses are, okay? I don't even think it's appropriate to compare me to fucking Charlie Kirk with his output. There's no equivalence to our worldview. Yeah, Donnie also spoke about the comparison between me and Nick Fuentes and found that unfounded. You covered extremism for a whole bunch of years now. How much more extreme is it in 2026? I've been covering the fringe for a long time, and what strikes me as we head into the midterms is what was considered fringe on the left and right is now often part of a prominent debate in both parties. On the right, you see Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene are mounting an insurgency on their own. And you have that on the left too, which we've seen in some of the primary races. But I also think we have to be careful not to make the false equivalency between the parties. I often see Hasan Piker in the same breath as Nick Fuentes, and people who do that aren't taking the time to listen to either. A lot of the speech on the far right is motivated by blatant anti-Semitism. Fuentes is saying Jews equals bad, endlessly, unapologetically. If you listen to Piker, he makes the point that I'm not anti-Semitic, I'm anti-Zionist. Some will argue the effect is the same, but I find fringes on the left really go to great lengths to try to separate Jews and Judaism from Israel. Yeah, Neera Tandon is now out here posting straight up racism from Laura Jigsaw, IRL Loomer to own Hasan Piker. This lady sucks. She keeps dirty deleting too. She reposts and then deletes her repost when people yell at her. She didn't even just repost. She literally, she actually quote retweeted her and said, I agree with Laura Loomer. That's what's so insane. Like, liberals are playing a very dangerous game. Some of these prominent liberals at their cushy DC consulting gigs are playing an unbelievably dangerous fucking game. This shit ain't sweet, man. You're fucking straight up reposting and legitimizing to your marginal audience of somewhat very powerful people, let's be real, that like Laura Loomer is a preferable actor to someone like myself. Are you on fucking crack? Did you switch up the Xannies for crack cocaine? Are you insane? Like, in what world, in what fucking world is it appropriate to hand it to Laura Loomer? This is a person who has successfully stopped Palestinian refugees from getting medical transfers into the United States of America. We're talking about Palestinian children who are like amputees, children with cancer, a person who is actively seeking out the deportation of people like myself. Why not both? Yeah, I mean, I guess both. Who knows? I find two things really nefarious. One, no one discusses the substance of your politics, just cherry picking your most vulgar clickbait codes, equating you to a consultant in terms of influence. Yes, I have far more influence than the average fucking consultant does, because the average consultant doesn't actually have a base of support. The average consultant is not a part of a broader movement. We are. That's the problem. We're not backed by moneyed interests. We're backed by the people. What is this? Did you connect with Madeline Somerville? No, I have not. I haven't connected with her. I've been running around. Anyway, speaking of those consultants, here is the dark money group, Third Way. Sludge, David Moore over at Sludge, the co-founder of Sludge, went in to the tax filings and found who actually works with Third Way. Shouts out to Sludge for doing the real work out here. Health insurance, it turns out, are paying Third Way as it targets the left. Now, we've talked about Third Way. This is the most prestige that they've ever gotten. Let's be real. Most people know that they just work behind the scenes. You have to be a real goddamn loser, a real political nerd to even remotely know or care about what Third Way is. And ever since they put me in the crosshairs, they've been getting a lot more media coverage, a lot more prestigious media coverage. They've decided to move away from the sidelines and take a more active role. Okay? Third Way is a right-wing consulting group, a right-wing think tank that seeks to connect Democratic Party's prominent politicians, centrist politicians, with a litany of different corporate influences, okay? For a long time, I thought Third Way neoliberalism was just some actual political term, the way you deployed it. Yes. When I was talking about Third Way neoliberalism, I was talking about this group that was responsible for the Democratic Party's swing in the direction of neoliberalism. They were a prominent corporate PAC that played a major role in the post-90s turn that destroyed the Democratic Party's base of support within the labor force. Okay? Bill Clinton's welfare reform, that was devastating. The turn to a more muscular military, pro-military policy, that came from these guys as well. And they've worn many hats. Third Way, which has declared war on progressives, is a Trojan horse for corporate America, says Robert Reich, and he should know. He's the former Secretary of Labor. Their funding sources are a Star Wars cantina of billionaire mega donors, Fortune 500 CEOs, giant corporations, and corporate dark money bundlers. Hasan Piker does not wash his hands after pissing, claims special no hand touching dick technique. I'm going to retweet it and see how many people believe it. And I'm going to retweet it until Fox News does write about it. Sincerely. Hasan Spray and Pray Piker. They call it the Hegzeth. Yeah, Fox News report. Breaking news. We have it on good authority that Hasan Piker farts on airplanes from time to time. But yeah, let's get back to it. So as you guys know, Third Way is this corporate PAC. And because it's a corporate PAC, it's an operation that usually does not disclose who's funding them. Okay? Yeah. The Manhattan Institute guy over here is literally fucking defending Obamacare now because they're so aggressively defending the current the current structure of healthcare providers getting subsidies from the government by way of our taxes, that they're willing to defend Obamacare now. Because now the conversation is shifting dramatically in the direction of socialized medicine. So yes, Obamacare is preferable to socialized medicine because socialized medicine would destroy the profit seekers in private health care. This is how we pulled the Overton window back. This is how we shifted. This is why I'm saying what we're doing here is consequential. So don't let anyone discourage you. Okay? Don't let anyone go, oh, you're a liberal sheepdog. Okay, dude, sure. Bah, we're sheep. You're the fucking independent free thinker. It's just they don't know how powerful your forces are. They don't know how powerful you are with your vanguard. You're just waiting. You're just waiting to activate the masses. If only they would hear from you, that the masses would immediately come to your side, which would be our side, of course. If only I wasn't standing in the way, you know? Third way, the centrist group that's launching $50 million campaign to fight the left wing of the Democratic Party is being funded by healthcare industry interests that have long opposed one of the left's primary goals, Medicare for all. The group, which does not disclose its funders publicly, leaving only glimpses into its corporate benefactors, recently told the New York Times that it will spend to combat the influence of Democratic socialists in the Democratic Party in response to a wave of primary election wins by progressive. Jonathan Cowan, the group's president, said Third Way is preparing for war against candidates like those who support Medicare for all. Third Way announced its plans on the heels of Dr. Abdul al-Sayed's win in Michigan's Senate primary after he advocated for Medicare for all, a main campaign flank for nearly a decade. The group says it plans to target al-Sayed as a part of its efforts, accusing him of flirting with Democratic socialists. One newly surfaced donor to Third Way is the group's industry group's Better Solutions Healthcare, BSFH, composed of health industry lobbying giant AHIP, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and other insurance trade groups. The group BSFH, Better Solutions for Healthcare, made its first donation of $50,000 to Third Way's advocacy arm in 2024, according to his most recent tax filing. Its only disclosed donation made that year. BSFH is run out of the offices of leading Republican digital and strategy firm Targeted Victory in Arlington, according to tax records. The group was formed by Republican operative Alexander Shriver, Targeted Victory's head of public affairs, and BSFH's past executive director, and has paid millions of dollars to the GOP firm for advertising in recent years. Yeah, they are wolves in sheep's clothing. Third Way isn't just a healthcare lobbyist front. Third Way is a front for Republican mega donors. Okay? They are, but we don't treat them as such. In media, we welcome them in liberal media. We never fucking address who's funding them. Real journalism would require anyone to do so. But unfortunately, real journalism, in air quotes, in the United States of America is about applying more scrutiny to a socialist Twitch streamer than moneyed interest corporate PACs that are funded and comprised entirely of right-wing mega donors. That's the problem. In July 2024, Third Way led a coalition letter supporting one of BSFH's top priorities in Congress, legislation to expand site-neutral payment policies at clinics. Third Way has long opposed proposals for Medicare for all, and earlier this year unveiled its plans to push Democratic presidential candidates away from a single-payer system and instead embrace its package of centrist health policies, mentioning site-neutral payment policies as a part of its policy agenda. Third Way's healthcare take. Voters, however, are not asking for the government to take over healthcare. Yeah, it's an inherently right-wing take. It's an unbelievably reactionary take, right? Wait, we can't see the full... I don't know how to get over this paywall, unfortunately. I'm trying, but it's not working. Yeah, this is what Third Way is opposing. A new study shows that Medicare for All will save over 114,000 lives and over $1 trillion every year. A new research out of Yale shows that reductions in administrative overhead, lower pharmaceutical prices, less fraudulent billing, and fewer emergency care trips would lead to massive savings nationwide. More accessible care would also lead to numerous lives saved. The previous study was 68,000 lives saved a year. Now it's up to 114,000 lives saved a year. Anyway, let's move back to...
Candidates are gearing up for the...
Let's move back to Hong Dynasty. Francesca Hong answers questions regarding controversial social media posts. Yes, I saw R.I.P. First Gentleman. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez splits from fiancé Riley Roberts. Just, come on. Lock in, guys. Lock in, please. This is insane. Just 3 days after my original post, there have been an additional 109 articles and segments covering Hasan the Hun, bringing the total to 301. I'm going to track it this month. I'm curious how high this will go. Oh my God, you guys have to stop being gross. You guys are being nasty. Be fucking normal. Jesus Christ. It's disgusting. I know some of you are joking, but still. Many of you are joking, but still. Don't fucking... God. Anyway, let's get back to Hong Dynasty.
Final push ahead of tomorrow's partisan primary elections. A Democratic frontrunner for governor, Francesca Hong, has
That's
faced
a crazy tie, but I dig it, by the way. Respect.
recent backlash regarding past social media posts. Some of Hong's posts included a call to, quote, cancel Thanksgiving, which has now been taken down. Other posts included calls to defund and abolish the police, a position that she walked back during the only televised Democratic debate. She was asked about these statements over the weekend.
Actually trying to become a sports journalist when I first went to college. So I learned then you have some hot takes, sometimes bad takes on Twitter, and I let my feelings out into the world. And right now as governor, what I'm most serious about are the issues that voters are telling me they want solutions for.
Meanwhile, Tom Tiffany was on the campaign trail with former Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin in Oconomowoc. Tiffany is expected to be the Republican nominee, and he is already pivoting for the general election.
This general election will be an opportunity for everyone in Wisconsin to see a difference between common sense leadership and what really is a new brand of crazy that's on the ballot today. And I think that's the biggest challenge that the Wisconsin voters need to come to grips with.
Tiffany's only declared opponent is Andy Mansky. For the Democrats, Evers endorsed David Crowley, State Senator Kelda Roys, and Joel Brennan are hoping to pull an election night upset.
Why do you think AOC and Senator Bernie Sanders have not endorsed you?
I have so much respect for the senator and the congresswoman tirelessly to make sure that we can flip Congress and the Senate and get Democrats wins in the midterms. I look forward to conversations with
I love her so much. I think this is why she's doing so well in the polls. I don't know what it is. It's just like every time I hear her speak, I'm like, you are so kind. Perhaps too kind. Okay? She's not like, by the way, working tirelessly is kind of funny. But that's besides the point. She's just so nice. She's so likable. She's so lovely. I don't know. I don't know how to, like, do people not read it in the same way that I'm reading it? Are people so like sociopathic in fucking DC media, in establishment politics, that they literally see someone being as real to themselves, as authentic as possible, and they literally turn around and go, oh, you can't make it in the big leagues. You need to be a fucking freak. And I guess in certain respects, like Zoran is, you know, he knows how to play the game. That's the reason why he was able to captivate not only like the left, obviously, which he is a part of, but also even some of the nastiest little media perverts out there who were just like, yep, that's the guy. That's the guy. He's got something there. He's got charisma. He's got talent. But like Francesca Hong is like, when I hear her speak, I'm like, what a nice person she is. I don't usually feel that way about many politicians, but I do about her. I think it's very convincing. It's very real. I don't know.
And about that too. Does it show that they don't think you're able to win this battleground state?
You know, a gubernatorial race is different from federal elections. And I think that we are focused on making sure to reach every single voter that we can up until those polls close. And that's what we're focusing on right now.
Like, you think when people hear her as like the great Thanksgiving cancellation officer, like the queen of woke, but then they hear what she has to say, do you think that juxtaposition like slaps them in the face so hard that they, in that drunken stupor, go out and vote for her? Is that what it is? Is that what is so captivating? Because like the way the Republicans talk about her, you would think that she's this like demon, right? She's like, I hate all things fun. It's my least favorite thing. When I think about people having fun, I want to put them in prison. But I also want to abolish the prisons at the same time so that rapists can roam free. But people who enjoy Thanksgiving and Halloween should be in prison. Unless they do a rape, in which case they should be free again. Right? But then they hear her speak and it's like, the meanest thing she's ever done is when she shit on you for feeding her cheese on delicious galbi. Okay, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah, she's a little bit like Miss Rachel in the sense that she's so likable. She's so kind. You can tell that she has a kindness to her. She's a kind soul. She has a kindness in her heart. Now, I know this is a very contentious media environment, right? I get it. I want her to have a little bit more edge myself, but like, I can't help but admire her kindness in spite of the barrage of attacks that she has received. And yes, you're not wrong. The most mean she's ever been was literally when she was like, on this Galbi gym to me. Okay.
Come August 12th, if you win, how hard will unity be among Democrats looking ahead to November?
I look forward to being in community and building unity, and I feel very confident that we'll be able to show folks that Democrats are coming together to make sure that Democrats win down and up the ballot this November.
What do you say to critics from within your own party who fear that if you win the primary, you'll drag down some of those down ballot Democrats?
Change can be scary, but when I get scared, I look to the voters who remind me every day that not only are we deserving of change, but they get to be a part of making that change. This election belongs to the voters, and we'll let the voters decide.
You just said this election is not about the tweets when you were talking to the canvassers earlier today, but it's gotten so much attention. I know you've acknowledged that in the past. What do you say to voters who see those comments and the back and forth about them and say it's either disqualifying or that in your clarification, you're trying to have it both ways?
What's disqualifying is Tom Tiffany still will not say who won the 2020 election. What's disqualifying is that he has voted to send tax dollars to forever wars, for gas prices going up, for grocery stores growing up. He doesn't care about Wisconsinites. He cares about the Trump administration, who he will put Trump first, and Wisconsin deserves a governor that will put Wisconsinites first.
What do you make of Governor Evers saying in recent days you have focused too much on the tweets and David Crowley is the one who's gotten things done?
You know, service industry workers, I'm proud to be one, and we're built different. I said we've held over 320 events since we started this campaign. We've locked in over 50,000 miles. Just in the last couple of days, we've done 24 cities in 4 days. I knew as a wild card, as an outsider, I would have to out-hustle folks. And what that has allowed us to do is actually listen to more voters, to meet more voters, and make sure that voters know that
You are the alpha coded guy in the media who is successful because of that style. It would make sense that you don't understand at first why she's popular. It could be apples to oranges. Maybe she doesn't need to be in the way that you expect her to be. Now, I mean, I still will always say it benefits. It benefits everyone to have a little bit more edge for sure. I mean, look at Zoran, right? Look at Zoran. Look at Abdul. It's always good. Obviously, the dynamic is very different. She's a woman, so she's absolutely going to be restricted by that perception that like women don't have the same bandwidth to fuck up that men do, right? Even brown men to a certain degree. She's an Asian woman. And I think ultimately I want her to be authentic. So in that sense, she is being herself, and clearly it has been working. So I just mean like in a contentious media hit, like it's good for her to be well rehearsed so that she can snap back the policies, do the policy jujitsu, do the policy judo, because that is not about authenticity. That is about, beefing up your appearances and turning those media hits into, instead of hit pieces, turning them into opportunities to show what you're actually about. That's very, very important. Because look, it's about marketing at the end of the day, right? So I'm not expecting Francesca Hong to be someone who she's not. I'm expecting her to use every waking opportunity that she has in the spotlight to really hammer home how silly it is to focus on Thanksgiving tweets, how silly it is to not focus on the opposition and their failures. I don't want her to just like be mean and ruthless and then have the media be like, why did she pivot? She's being hysterical, like the classic hits.
they have a fighter in Francesca Hong and our movement.
Thank you all. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Speaking of AOC, can I ask one more question? I'm not sure if you saw, but she commented something along the lines of that woke 1.0 was crazy back then in terms of what she looked at. She seems to imply that the more modern woke mentality is more moderate. Do you agree with that?
Think more and more people across this state and this country, they are opening their eyes to an economy that is deeply rigged against working class people. So we're going to respond to make sure that we talk about the solutions and how we can deliver for working class people by taxing the ultra rich, ensure that we have a moratorium on data centers, that we're raising wages, fighting for universal childcare, and that we fully fund our public schools. That's what we want more people to become awake to, that these things are possible, and our campaign, We Make Better Possible. Thanks, folks.
This is no longer the Democrat Party of JFK. Heck, this is not even the Democrat Party of Barack Obama. This is a party that has been totally captivated by these.
Dude, you know what's really funny? Fox News is falling over themselves trying to figure out if they should say Obama is a fucking commie, and therefore this is a continuation of the Democratic Party's like true face of communism, or Obama actually represented real liberalism, contrary to what we said for the last fucking 20 years. And now they're this new scary thing. It's just funny. Like they can't figure out. They can't figure out if it's like, were they always commies or did they become commies now and it's a new scary thing? Anyway, there's some good moments here. Let's take a look at what she had to say. Francesca Hong, when asked if voters should fear socialism and communism.
Fear that democratic socialism could turn into communism. What would you want them to know?
No. This is a state where we still have a $2.33 tip minimum wage and $7.25 minimum wage. I think it's going to be pretty hard to turn that into socialism soon, but what we can do with this campaign is make sure that we're fighting for the policies that put working class people first, and we're fighting for a $20 minimum wage.
That's great. It's good. That's a good response. Were you prepared for the pushback you received, especially from Republicans framing you as far too extreme for Wisconsin? Let's take a look at that.
We are feeling strong. I'm feeling good. Election day is always an exciting day.
Have you spoken to Evers?
I've not spoken to the governor yet. It's quite early. I want to let him have his coffee first.
Are you concerned, though? It's been a tough primary. Do you need a united party in November? Can you get everybody back on the same team?
We need a united party. We are ready to unite not just the party, but working class people all across the state to defeat Tom Tiffany in November.
Do you feel like your policies are the future of the Democratic Party?
I think our policies are ones that are the solutions to deliver for working class people, permanent affordability, so we don't come back to moments like these. I think the Democratic Party, we are a big tent party, and there's always room for better policies and always room for more people.
Do you think you were prepared for this intense pushback that you've received, especially from Republicans framing you as far too extreme for Wisconsin?
What's extreme is Congressman Tiffany, a longtime DC congressman, has voted against the interests of Wisconsinites over and over again. What's extreme is that he's an election denier. What's extreme is he continues to protect Epstein and pedophiles. What's extreme is that he has voted to help raise gas prices and make life harder for Wisconsinites. I think what people of our state are ready for, the good people of Wisconsin, are ready for a government that actually puts them first, not Trump.
Who would you hope to campaign with?
Very good. With these answers, it seems like she's already shifting to dealing with these distraction questions better. Yes, 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 yes. I like it. Ultra instinct. She's locked in. More of this, please. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm fucking talking about. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. You sound like a musical theater director. What the fuck does that even mean? What the hell does that even mean? Has Trump called you out by name yet? No. I have not been called out by Donald Trump. I'm sure the day is coming. I don't know. I just don't understand why. I mean, I don't mind it. I'm happy.
If you were to become
It means Chatter thinks you're too harsh. Nah, they kind of right.
governor, what would be the first thing you would want to do as governor? Is there any one thing that you would want to do as governor?
Day
We
one.
want to make sure that we're calling in a special session for the legislation on the moratorium on data centers.
And what do you say to Democrats unsure about what democratic socialism is? What's your pitch to them, and how do you define democratic socialism?
I mean, that puts people first, where we have our local governments funded. They can fix potholes. They can make sure that we have great schools. The things that we are fighting for, universal childcare, fully funding public schools. You know, today is the day that the Green Bay Packers were founded. They're a publicly owned NFL team. I think that Wisconsin has a proud history of progressivism, and the policies that we are fighting for honor that, but more importantly, they honor working class people who should be first in government.
Hong Dynasty, baby. Hong Dynasty. Do you want Zoran to go for governor or the Senate? Oh, I don't know. If AOC is running for president, Zoran will be great for Senate. Yeah, people will see these Mamdani Save Us videos across the nation and question why Hong is ahead in the polls. Yeah. People from Indiana are asking Mamdani to come fix their broken water fountains, dude. This is how a movement grows, baby. This is how a movement fucking grows. Zoran for president, release the jank files? Yeah.
But I think the guy that's on the docket right now, and Harold, I'll see if you agree with me, is Hasan Piker, because all those people left his side, her side. You know, so Bernie Sanders left, AOC left, all the famous socialists. I'm not campaigning with them. The only person still standing there is Hasan Piker. So if she blows a double-digit lead in the end, when in today's primary results, which are coming in a few hours, it's going to be his fault. Harold, do you agree with everything I said?
Dude, what is going on, man? What is happening? Oh, I don't understand it. I just don't know. I don't know what to say. I've run out of words. I speak for 8 hours a day, and I've run out of fucking words to describe what we are experiencing, dude. I'm running for Michigan Senate. I'm running for governor in Wisconsin. I'm running in Florida. I'm literally running everywhere. What the fuck, dude? Dog, I'm a motherfucking Twitch streamer, man. What the hell is going on, dude? It is unbelievable. What the hell is going on? These motherfuckers literally find a way to turn everything back to my impacts. I'm the new George Soros. Remember when Asman defended your 9/11 clip?
Whenever Hasan said, that America deserved 9/11, what he really was trying to say, what I think every person that knows is trying to say, is America trying to go in and meddle in the Middle East and with them constantly.
This is before the turn. Same with Sex Pestany. Yes, back in the day, Asmongold, Sex Pestany, they all understood what I was saying. They literally actively defended it. Okay? Yeah, I know. This is, of course, this is 5 years ago, before it became favorable to just cynically lie about what I meant. What I meant was doing Islamic jihad to America.
It's going to eventually cause them to retaliate. So you sit there. And
every single one of these sharks turned. Every single one of these sharks turned around and now take the exact opposite position, like they didn't understand what was going on at the time, like they very clearly did.
You poke a bear, you poke a dog, you poke any animal, you keep poking it, and eventually it's going to turn around and bite you. And no, you might not deserve to be bitten, but you can expect that to happen. You don't do that to anybody. You agreeing with them? Am I agreeing with them? I do think that America's interventionist policies in the Middle East, their nation building, and them trying to involve themselves in things, and probably for reasons for like oil and other types of resources.
His analysis literally applies to every Middle Eastern situation. You say that now, and he calls you a terrorist supporter. Yeah, exactly. Here it is. This is the
America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
The 9/11 point, I think it probably works because 9/11 is such a charged topic, but it is like the weakest factually, I think, of the points.
It's one thing saying America, that the people who gave the weapons, this, that, but it's another thing to say the individuals that had nothing to do with it dying deserved it.
Yeah, I know, but that's great. It's great that we can do that as America, when we can say, well, hold on, these are our civilians, like blah, 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 like that's the American government, that doesn't count. But we don't go to war with Yemen's government. We don't go to war with Chile's government. We don't go to war with Iraq's government. We kill civilians there, right? We don't kill government. We don't attack the government. We don't go and bomb government buildings. We kill brothers and sisters and fathers and mothers, and that's who dies in a lot of the wars, is collateral damage that America supports. It's happening right now in Palestine. It's, I'm just saying, I'm not saying like to American civilians or any crazy shit like that, but it's not that controversial of a take to say that the types of foreign intervention that the United States directly or indirectly supports leads to a lot of civilians getting killed. And when it happens to us, it's kind of bullshit to be like.
This is why I say a lot of these guys are just purely expressing unadulterated, unvarnished personal animus. Okay, bro, what the happened? Because he's a mercenary, dude. This is from 5 years ago. They're grifters. What is so hard to understand? Look at my positions from 10 years ago. Look at my positions now. You will see a consistency there. You cannot see that for Sex Pestany. You will never see that for Asmongold because they don't believe in anything. They are at the mercy of either their own personal narcissistic desires in the case of Destiny, or personally at the mercy of the crowd where they've read the situation wrong, where they think like, oh, everyone wants like unlimited reactionary propaganda. So many of these people are literally just grifters. That's why you look at my commentary on the issue of Palestine from 8 years ago at this point, from May 15, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, I'm saying the same exact shit. Here, you want more? Ethan Klein on the 9/11 take. Ethan Klein constantly talks about my 9/11 comments as well. Ethan Klein literally had a podcast with me. And before we had a podcast together, he straight up agreed with what I was saying on 9/11. He understood what I was saying. That's the problem. So many of these people are unbelievably inconsistent, and yet their fan base does not care to understand, does not see that they're inconsistent. They don't want to recognize that these guys are literally changing their positions. That's it. That's it. So many people in this sphere, unfortunately, a sphere of influence that I also occupy, are just liars. They're just grifters. Genuine question, man, but how can they justify their positions now compared to their positions then? Like the hypocrisy baiters, let alone would tear them apart? Because the hypocrisy baiters do not care about the hypocrisy of their own side. All of those hypocrisy baiters do not actually care about hypocrisy. They just want to weaponize it. They want to weaponize perceived hypocrisy against their enemies. It's like a cult. Or they delete the old VODs. No, the Asmongold stuff is out there. The Destiny stuff is out there. We don't weaponize that as much. We don't actually point out to the hypocrisy of our ideological opponents. We don't show that they're like grifters. It's ironic because there's never a point that you can like legitimately point to where I'm saying like socialism is a poverty cult. That's not my position. I've never made that my position. I've never played that game. At most, they'll look at like massive houses that I've looked at and been like, this is such a large house, and be like, see, he has a house like that. And it's like, no, I don't actually. I don't have a chateau similar to like the world's largest and most expensive house that we're talking about, you know? But for their side, the mere appearance of hypocrisy is enough to hold on to make a mountain out of a molehill out of, whereas they get to be as hypocritical as possible. Same damn outfit since 2003. I'm dying. Yep. Do you get it? Sex Pestany explicitly says I share the same belief as you about the 9/11 thing.
Regardless of bad or good, I'm trying to be more mature about it and see it for more of, the good. Am I wrong on what I'm saying about what I think he meant and intended by that?
What do you think he meant?
Well, what I just said, what Mo said I was wrong to say, that I know he didn't mean it in this like hateful, disgusting way.
No, you said that he didn't believe that America.
Yeah, no, I think he did mean
it.
I think he did mean it in that hateful, disgusting way, that like the United States is responsible for things like in a roundabout way, is responsible for things like 9/11 happening. I don't even think that's a controversial take.
Wait, if you think he actually meant it, then I have to retract that, because you know him better than I do. So I have to retract me saying that I know that he didn't mean it that way, because you know him better, aren't you? You've hung out with him.
I share the same belief, 100%. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But to say, it's one thing saying America, the people who gave the weapons, this, that, but it's another thing to say the individuals that had nothing to do with it dying deserved it.
Yeah, I know, but that's great. It's great that we can do that as America, when we can say, well, hold on, these are our civilians, like blah, 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 like that's the American government, that doesn't count. But we don't go to war with Yemen's government. We don't go to war with Chile's government. We don't go to war with Iraq's government. We kill civilians there, right? We don't kill the government. We don't attack the government. We don't go and bomb government buildings. We kill brothers and sisters and fathers and mothers, and that's who dies in a lot of the wars, is collateral damage that America supports. It's happening right now in Palestine. I'm not saying like American civilians or any crazy shit like that, but it's not that controversial of a take to say that the types of foreign intervention that the United States directly or indirectly supports leads to a lot of civilians getting killed. And when it
yeah. Anyway, yeah, I never said civilians deserve to die. That's not a position that I hold. Yeah. Nate Silver just dropped some midterms model, and it's one of the more bullish forecasts for Democrats. He has Democrats at a 57% chance to win the Senate. Democrats' chances to win the Senate on Kalshi climbed to 49% from 42. K-Pow move plus 0.5 towards Democrats. Why are you sending me Kalshi tweets? I don't care about Kalshi odds. I do care about the Nate Silver, Nate Bronze analysis, though. Palestine 5 years ago? Is this the 2021 bombings? No, this is 2019. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why there was that Destiny versus Destiny account that would show how his prior positions were totally normal on a lot of this shit and how much they've changed, how much is the diametrical opposite, because he's a mercenary, a grifter through and through, does not have any consistent real positions that he holds. It is just about winning the immediate argument aesthetically, optically. That's all it is. He is a debate mercenary. It is a grift. Do you understand? It is a grift. It's that simple. Everything that these guys say about someone like myself is pure projection. When they say I'm hypocritical, it's projection. When they say I'm grifting, it's projection. Why the fuck would I grift to the left? I'm sorry. It's one of the most annoying groups. I myself am a part of it. We are one of the most annoying groups of people out there. Okay? It sucks. I wish we were less annoying. I talk about it all the time, but we're unbelievably annoying. We try to maintain some level of like moral purity that doesn't exist in the real world. We refuse to reckon with the reality that human beings are imperfect. Okay? If someone was going to grift, they would grift to the right. That's what I always say. And as a matter of fact, all three of these people, from Ethan Klein to Sex Pestany to Asmongold, have grifted to the right. I've never met a who grifts to the left, okay? Maybe one day, if our cause is so popular and we're winning so much, you'll start seeing that. But for the time being, it's not a real phenomena. It's not a real occurrence. You only see people grift to the right. And there's a reason for that. There's a couple reasons for that, okay? One of the reasons that people grift to the right is because, I'm sorry, I know this offends people's sensibilities, but right-wingers are kind of dumb. There are plenty of people on the left that are stupid as shit too. We're all stupid, okay? We are all stupid people for the most part, myself included, right? A lot more stupid people on the right. A lot more of them on the right. And they do not care. As long as you say the words, they're on board, okay? As long as you say the words, they are on board, 100%. They will open up their purses. They will open up their wallets for you, okay?
My critics also say that I think 9/11 was good or something. They're crazy.
Yeah, I looked into all that in preparation for all this.
Yeah, cancel culture, by the way, exclusively a leftist idea, yet for some weird reason, Republicans love doing it and manufacturing outrage.
Yeah, there was
weird.
I don't know but Hasan.
Wow, look at that. Podcast appearance. First podcast appearance on the H3 podcast, August 17th, 2020, 2 million views, having a conversation about how Republicans love weaponizing cancel culture while claiming to be in opposition to it. Another consistent position that has not changed. I guess the whole point for me is I don't have to change my fucking positions because I'm right. What sucks, at least from my perspective, to a certain degree, this is something I think about all the time, is that like, people never forget how you made them feel, okay? People never forget how you made them feel. So even if you're right, but too early, and people inevitably come back to your side, they never forget how you made them feel initially. If you made them feel small, if you made them feel stupid, if you made them feel immoral, that resentment carries over. And that's precisely the reason why there are so many people out there. Yeah, the axe forgets, the tree remembers. There are so many people out there right now who still say, oh, Hasan's a terrorist. I'm for a free Palestine, but Hasan's a terrorist. He's a bad dude. And it's like, what are you saying? So you came back to our side, back to the reality, back to the moral center on this issue, and yet you still have holdover resentment from, 2 years ago when I made you feel bad because you had to like address your own cognitive biases internally. It's crazy. It's crazy that the grievances carry over. Even if they're now on our side, the grievances carry over. And instead of just like reconsidering my perspective on other issues that I'm talking about where I'm also right but too early, most people go, nah, fuck that. He was wrong back then, even though I kind of agree with him now, but he's wrong now on this issue as well. It's like, dude, just be more charitable. I'm not expecting you to become a fucking super fan, but just be a little bit more charitable, please. Same thing with like juicers, former XQC fans who fucking hate his gambling now. They don't understand why they hate me, but that was the primary reason why they were geared. They were, you know, led to believe that I was a bad person because of calling out his fucking gambling shit. And now they too hate XQC's gambling. They feel like XQC's gambling has like destroyed his content, right? But they still fucking hate my ass where they're like, no, you're a snake, you know? You fall for the same thing you're calling out. Like what? Give me an example. The number one thing that people actually yell at me over is that I'm far too charitable to people that are undeserving. That is literally the common meta, the most common criticism against me from my community is that, you know, it takes a very, very long time for me to recognize someone as like a bad person, to drop them, to stand in opposition to them. And yes, my charitability has burned me in the past, and yet I still remain charitable to a fault. And the reason for that is because I understand, ultimately, fundamentally, people's capacity to change. Okay? That's it. And I hopefully will never shed that aspect. I'm not trying to relitigate this now, but you know, yes, about left of you, get left is quick. What? Relitigate this now, but about the left of you? No, man, I'm always pretty open about this, okay? I have no issues with people to the left of me. There are plenty of people to the left of me that I have a great relationship with. What I take issue with is when people are an impediment to progress, when people literally start uncharitably launching attacks and make the entirety of their output how much of a fucking awful phony or a grifter I am. And unfortunately, there are a lot of people out there who fall for that. Not a lot of people, but a significant number of people in my community will fall for that shit and will literally relitigate it over and over again as you're doing currently, you know? People who say, is the progress in the room with us right now? I think if you were to fucking open your eyes to the reality, you would recognize the tremendous amount of progress that we have seen in this cycle alone. The problem is, here's what the issue is, okay? We can't be dumber than our enemies. And unfortunately for many people, they are dumber, okay? That's the real issue. What do I mean by this? There is a not insignificant number of people who literally think the way that the media is coming after me is actually a psyop to make them defend me. They don't realize that the reason why the media is doing it is because they do see what we are doing as a real threat, because it is a threat to their profits. It is a threat to the corporate oligopoly that exists currently. They see it. The super wealthy see it. And they send their loyal servants and their loyal soldiers to attack someone who is a prominent critic of this current system. And guess what? They didn't do this to me for years and years because it wasn't a threat. Because I wasn't a threat. Now they see me as a threat. So you might think the level of changes that we've seen are not fast enough, are not bold enough, are not radical enough. I don't even disagree with you necessarily. Okay? But it's very clear that very powerful people do see this as a major threat. Something shifted. Something shifted in the analysis. Something shifted in our reception. So if you can't see it on your own, if you can't see the vision here, if you can't see what this movement represents just by my commentary alone, then look to your enemies. Because if we have shared enemies, and I think we do, right? There's no one to the left of me that doesn't perceive
your taxes, who support abolishing your police, reopening our southern border and our nation's borders to illegal alien criminals all over the world.
So White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, slamming the rise of radical Democrats. It comes as far-left streamer and activist Hasan Piker has campaigned with progressive Democrats this primary cycle. His appearances have, in many cases, divided the party. Former West Virginia.
What is this? They made bruh? They made like the cutest compilation of our photo. They made a photo book, a photo book of us. They made a scrapbook. This is awesome. They're straight up making fan cams and collages, dude.
Senator Joe Manchin joins us in just a moment. But first, Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel reports live from D.C. Hi, Mike.
Martha, good morning. It's fascinating how much far-left media personality Hasan Piker divides the Democratic Party. Michigan Democratic nominee for the Senate, Abdul El-Sayed, appeared with Piker at a posh pool party. Then El-Sayed is pressed on Piker's suggestion that America deserved 9/11.
Of course it was a dumb statement. And of course, I think Hasan himself would say that was a dumb.
New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, but not with some more mainstream Democrats.
I call real communists that are cheering for communism.
This is such a funny thing that they keep doing. Yeah, dude, I'm more of a real Democrat than John Fetterman is. Like, yeah, okay. Yeah, what else? I mean, don't let the Maoist LARPers hear about that. They're going to be like, oh, there it is. He admitted it. Yeah. More mainstream Democrat John Fetterman, who is only on Fox News. Notable mainstream Democrat John Fetterman, who already said if he's the deciding vote in the Senate majority, will leave the Democratic Party and then blame me for it. I noticed this dipshit started wearing suits. You think he's doing it to copy me? Because he refused to wear suits for the longest time. Maybe he just thought it looked silly if he's like yelling about a Twitch streamer wearing a suit when he's not wearing a suit as a senator. Well, I don't think he made that decision, but maybe his Israeli handler did. I don't think he's capable of making decisions on his own. They were like, John, you got to make yourself more presentable.
People like Hasan Piker, for example, he's a big influence, in the Democratic Party conversation. And he is a communist.
A familiar face from the Clinton era says if Piker becomes a force in the Democratic Party, he's leaving.
Oh, he's some guy that's got a podcast and he's out there campaigning with El-Sayed. I don't know who it is, but the long-term prognosis of me and Hasan Piker ever being in the same tent politically is about nil.
Piker rejects Champagne socialist charges, writing on X, I'd rather be successful and advocate for the poor than be a broke Trump booster advocating for the rich. Former L.A. mayor candidate Spencer Pratt firing back. Piker's too dumb to realize that he's not advocating for the poor. He's advocating for communism, a system that does not allow for successful people to even exist.
I think my words speak for themselves. Beast mode. Spencer Pratt is such a funny guy. Yeah. Famously, no successful people exist in any of the social democracies that we speak of. And also not even in China. There's no, you're like the new China. Yeah.
Rolling Stone notes for a Marxist, Piker has about as capitalist a gig as it gets. Martha?
Yeah, they wrote a very glowing piece, for the most part, on Piker. Thank you very much, Mike.
You bet.
So more on this now. Former Senator Joe Manchin, co-founder of the Independent Leadership Council. He has an I before his name now. Joe Manchin, former Democrat out of West Virginia. How you doing? Good day to you. And thank you.
Hey, Bill. How are you, Martha? Doing fine.
I want to hear from you. But this is only June 30th, okay? This is Hasan Piker, Francesca Hong, and here's how that conversation went. June 30th now, watch.
Rapid fire. Do you support repealing Act 10?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yes.
Free school meals?
Yes.
Guaranteed pay leave?
Yes.
Abolishing ICE?
Yes.
A 1-year data center moratorium?
Yes.
Breaking up Big Ag?
Yes.
Public grocery stores?
Yes.
Right to repair?
Yes.
Legalizing cannabis?
Yes.
Overturning Citizens United?
Yes.
A workers' bill of rights?
Yes.
A free Palestine?
Yes.
You want me to do the same thing to you? I'm kidding.
Yeah, I would love to hear that, actually. What would he say to, like, breaking up Big Ag, right to repair. Like, I think they just are so focused on the form that they just do not realize the function, because they have been supporting Francesca Hong every time that they showed that clip. I don't think they understand what they're doing, because all those policies are unbelievably popular. They're unbelievably popular in general. They're unbelievably popular in the general. If these guys wanted to create real controversy, they'd talk about the Scott Walker statue, which I put down there as a trap because that would be popular too.
Where are you going? Where's the party going?
Bill,
help us understand, because she's saying this was more aspirational. She said that 2 days ago, okay? I just played you a clip from June 30th, and 2 days ago she said that was just aspirational. Go.
Midterm strategy. Hakeem Jeffries, with all due respect, has much less of a significant role in determining these races than Hasan Piker. DSA-aligned candidates are really complicating what should be an advantageous cycle, yet the prognosticators this far out from November are showing some serious alerts and red sirens for Republicans. Huh? Why are you worried, Brad?
Heard the cats. He's doing the best he can. I think the truth is, if it's Tuesday during primary season, we're just discussing the next batch of socialists that Democrats want to make the standard bearer of their party in states all around this country. Hakeem Jeffries, with all due respect, has a much less of a significant profile in determining these races than Hasan Piker. You just have to look at the last 3 weeks. What you're seeing is DSA-aligned candidates, and even candidates like Peggy Flanagan, way further to the left than the Democratic establishment would like to have.
Bro, we should be doing those aura edits for TikTok. I don't know why we don't do more of the aura edits. Like the honorable do 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 do. It's kind of crazy. There's like such an opportunity to make them. I wonder when the fever will break, because like there's got to be a point where they go, this doesn't work. Boom, 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 boom. After the midterm, I'm afraid. Why? Them shits would go viral. Not on the vintage. I know, it's fine. Yeah, this is what I was talking about.
The DSA, the Democrat Socialists of America.
I love this
okay,
one.
Here's just a sample of what they're about. Abolish the Electoral College, replace the two-party system with a multi-party democracy, implement proportional representation and ranked choice voting in all elections, establish public ownership of the largest corporations and essential industries to ensure democratic control and accountability to the people, end all military and economic aid to Israel. It sounds so
It's so good. I told you to post your Zoran interview walking around New York City aura edits. Repost the same clips if you have to. 1+ million views is catnip for the TikTok algo. Let me boost your views at Austinox. Yeah, that's right. We should be posting Zoran. We should do an aura edit. Honestly, Austinox. What we need is an aura edit with every single candidate this cycle. With the honorable aura
Socialist
edit.
Democrat Francesca Hong is running for governor in your state. Her policies include free child care, a minimum wage of $20, publicly owned grocery stores, obviously increasing.
Yeah, this is our own. This is a HasanAbi head, no? Yeah, this is Jules Nader. Jules Nader, the data guy. This is Jules, the data guy.
Socialist Democrat Francesca Hong, minimum wage of $20, publicly owned grocery stores, obviously increasing taxes on the rich, and she wants to ban the construction of data centers. Congressman, your thoughts?
So it's these types of policies that we're working against?
Socialist.
These are the types of policies that we're working against. It's so funny. TikTok comments have reached a new level of living out. Someone called him Mamdani's evil twin. This is how you respond when someone talks about your wife. I've been saying Dems need to return that same nasty energy. Don't mess this up, Michigan. Vote this man in. Yeah, I mean, this is not a new level of living out. This is where liberals have been at. It's just mad aura edits, dude. What the fuck?
You want a reason to not?
I'm in like half of them. Why don't we make our own, with the full slate? Put the full slates up. Put the full slate up in an honorable aura edit. That's what we need to do. Austinox, get on it, man. And then you got Kyle Millennial posting. So stupid. Repost funny clips.
Yeah. You're an eater. You're a feeder and an eater. You're a real ass eater.
Maybe you could have arranged those words a little differently.
Yeah, I didn't mean it like that. Oh yeah.
I mean, I have reposted this clip already. The FIFA hate is uncalled for.
You play video games? No. I played FIFA. Oh my god. Come on.
You played jock games. That's like a
FIFA, how is FIFA not a jock game?
No, FIFA.
Austin Ox says 1 aura edit per 3 gaming streams. Their words, not mine. Okay, dude.
Wait a minute.
A montage of Hasan looking at food instead of his politician guys. Bro, y'all are my biggest ops, bro. I don't need Fox News. I do not need Fox News as my fucking ops because every single one of you in this community are my biggest ops. Okay. Oh, lol. Let's do an edit of you eating food. Lol. I'm like, come on, man. We're fucking starving out here. There's hella aura edit opportunities. Hella aura edit opportunities. And you guys are like, no, it'll be great. This will hit 18 viewers until Hasan watches it on stream. And then he goes, oh, what the fuck? Sometimes we got to pump it for an audience.
Mom, Donnie might go down as the best mayor.
Oh, yeah. We already watched this. This one's fire. Chat knows actually how to hurt you. That's right. You tank Fox News because we built your ass brick by brick. Oh, thank you.
Are really complicating what should be an advantageous cycle from a political environment. They are now in a situation where you've got going to be a Wisconsin gubernatorial nominee. They could very well lose that race.
Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck? Walk the walk? Questions over Piker wealth amid anti-capitalist stance? Yeah, bitch, I'm balling. Yeah, you should respect me. I'm balling. I'm a baller. Respect me, motherfucker.
Anti-capitalism, Piker has faced questions about his own personal wealth. Piker has a massive following on Twitch and nearly 2 million subscribers on YouTube. There are estimates his net worth ranges from $3 million to $8 million. Brett? Despite his anti-capitalism.
I'm balling. I'm balling. Bro, they're going nuclear over you that downloaded the marching orders and talking points over a 10 gigabit connection for real. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. To which I do have a meme response. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Neera Tanden, the CEO of the Center for American Progress and a former senior advisor to Joe Biden, just retweeted me calling out Islamic communist streamer Hasan Piker for lying and claiming his pro-terror comments that celebrated 9/11 and call for the murder of capitalists were taken out of context. Thank you, Neera, for having the moral clarity to go against the DSA, pro-Islamic jihad wing of your party. It is important that we call a spade a spade. I respect that, even if I disagree with the majority of your politics. Thank you for speaking out. Look, not all liberals would prefer MAGA to their left flank, but Neera Tanden certainly does. What is this? They placed you at 25. Complex put you at 25. 25 best streamers. One of the craziest things about Hasan Piker's career as the go-to political streamer for the left is how well it has worked. Sure, everyone knows that an entertainment sandbox like Twitch needs someone who can guide those who may not understand what's going on in the world for hours a day. Hasan is live on Twitch digesting the news of the world, helping viewers read between the lines while highlighting what's not being said. In a world full of misinformation, Hasan is one of the best at contextualizing current events, at times going to painstaking lengths to expose the real. Hasan is unafraid to use his platform to push what he feels right and continues to do so without pandering to his audience. A real one of one. Damn, bro, 25? That's crazy. They put my ass at the end of this. That's wild. I mean, hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. I was just happy to be mentioned. You know what I'm saying? Glazed, but 25th. Yeah. That's one more than 26th, though. Not to be annoying, but you need to be more careful with your phrasing. By liberals, you don't mean regular Democratic Party voters. You mean weirdos like Neera and Shannon. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. By the time this fucking midterm cycle is over, I think people are not going to be self-identifying as that. So most people will understand who I'm talking about. But you're right. New Fetterman talking about, we've seen this already. Our Asian boy Jason the Ween, Marlon, Rakai, Neon. Neon at 10 is, never mind. I'm not going to say anything. Yana J, Aiden Ross, Agent Zero, Stable Ronaldo, Plaqueboy Max, Jinxie, Cinna at number 3, Kai Sinat, and iShow Speed at number 1. Top of the first page though, yeah, that's the real victory. You have maintained your viewership longer than most of these streamers. Yes, it's true. Actually, that might literally be true for every single streamer here because many of them haven't been streaming for that long. And XQC is the only one on that list, and he's had a major fall off technically. You used to be the newbie, now you're Unk. Yeah. Dude, this is where's the D to the factory meme? That's the one I need. Oh, this is the one. It'll be like, oh, Hasan, you claim to be a socialist, but you have money. It's like, okay, you're defending capitalism. You got no capital. Show me the deed to the factory and then we'll talk. What capital do you own? Nothing. Only thing you have to your name is a busted down 1994 hand-me-down Honda Civic that your brother and you can't even get in that goddamn car. And you're over here talking about Capitalism. We must defend it. You don't got shit. It's so funny for someone working a regular 9 to 5 to be like, nah, dude, one day I'm gonna be rich and then those poors better look out. It's like, it's not happening for you, bro. Why the do you think advocating for something that helps the super wealthy even further at your expense, at the expense of your living circumstances, why the do you think is one day gonna flip in your favor? It's so dumb. Austin Ox, if you're in here, send me the downloadable link to that. I want to post it on the Fox News thing. I want to post it. I want to post that as in retaliation to that Fox News clip. Rock. Honda Civics are good. Hey, he's not in here, dude. This motherfucker's never in here. And you know his ass is not busy doing edits. Oh, he said on it. Okay. Damn, he was fast. Okay. Respect. He was fast as fuck. He is in here. Never mind. I was disrespecting him for no reason. Motherfuckers would be like, oh, Hasan, you claim to be a socialist, but you have money. It's like, okay, you're defending capitalism. You got no capital. Show me the deed to the factory, and then what do you own? Farm? Yeah. Believe in your people, my guy. True. Did it in 5 seconds, chat. Do you see how he treats me? I treat you right. I treat you right.
In a very winnable race for Democrats. In Minnesota, I mean, I was on the last Senate election race back in 2002 that Republicans won. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
But this is the makings of the kind of candidacy that could really be problematic for Democrats. And if Michelle Tafoya is the Republican candidate, they could win that thing.
And yet, the prognosticators, all this far out from November, are showing some serious alerts and red sirens for Republicans.
I wonder why, Brett. Why are they saying that, Brett? Bretty Hanna, why are they saying that? I don't get it. Everything's great, right? I thought Americans loved endless war. I thought Americans were like, oh, endless war with Iran at the behest of Israel. Oh, sign me up. Not to die, of course, but sign me up from afar. $5 a gallon for gas. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. I manage social media for a living, and I have a great tip you should consider. Immediately reply to your own post with a meat pic. The first thing people will see when replying will be that, and they will be completely disarmed. True.
I think what you ought to be asking, Bill, is some of the presumed leaders of the Democratic Party today, and I would say that would be Barack Obama speaking out a lot and speaking for the Democratic Party, or assume they're looking for that leadership.
Barack Obama, save us. Barack Obama, start endorsing democratic socialism. Use your power for good for once. Remember how AIPAC treated you, Barack Obama. They called you a Jew hater, Barack Obama. That was a lie. They did that because you did the JCPOA, which we admire. Not the other stuff, but JCPOA we like a lot. Barack Obama, save us. Do you think Obama would interview you now? Fuck no, I don't think. Yeah, Cuba normalization, Barack Obama, Cuba normalization, ACA didn't go far enough, but hey, you know, still, I'll take it. Barack Obama. Can't believe you're punishing Austin Ox with forced labor because he has a rich dad and forcing him to be vegan because he's white. Yes. With Larry David now. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, by the way, Michigan's Democratic Attorney General Dana Nessel urges Abdul to tone down his rhetoric on MS Now, by the way.
Is Abdul.
Again, this is supposed to be the premier liberal outlet.
Syed and the other members of the party that listens to him have to combat the anti-Semitism or that language and to make sure that people like you do feel safe at the convention?
Well, first of all, I'd like for him to tone down his rhetoric a little bit. And what I mean by that is that, AIPAC, which many of us do not support or agree with, and Israel, with many of us who do not support or agree with their government or the actions of Benjamin Netanyahu, they cannot be the central villain in literally every story, right?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Israel gets to dump 32 mil in the race, and we have to shut the fuck up about it. Otherwise, Dana Nessel will get mad.
Right? So if we're talking about, reforming health care, which all of us want to do in the party, it's not AIPAC that is responsible for those problems. It's the health insurance and pharmaceutical companies. If we want to combat climate change, that's not AIPAC in Israel that's responsible. That's big oil and fossil fuel industry. If it's the housing crisis, let's look at private equity firms and real estate trade organizations. Not everything is about AIPAC. Not everything is about Israel. And I think it's a misrepresentation to say that even if we
Yeah, not everything is about AIPAC and Israel, except the Michigan Senate primary was. Like, that's so funny to just be like, no, you're not allowed to call out the foreign government's advocacy wing dumping $32 million into your race, calling you a sexist, misogynist, smearing you, trying to make your opponent win. Your opponent who had said,
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
like, what kind of, first of all, who died and made you the rule maker here, okay? Why the fuck would anybody listen to whatever your demands are? It's so funny. Like, she acknowledges that her worldview is so toxic, especially on this deeply unpopular issue, that as a Democrat, she can't go to the fucking convention out of fears that she will get booed at. But that isn't a moment for her to go, hey, should I perhaps be at the mercy of the majority in this theoretical democracy? Or should I instead decide that it's the voters who are wrong? Ridiculous.
Wiped Israel off the face of the earth tomorrow, everyday Michiganders' lives wouldn't be better on all of those fronts. So, I think it's important.
That's crazy.
To not only talk about Israel and only talk about AIPAC
Just so everyone's clear on the rules, AIPAC can spend a record $32 million to defend a candidate, outspend said candidate themselves 3-1. And this candidate isn't allowed to point this out, much less criticize it, lest they be tarred or racist or something. Got it. That's not what I said. If you disagree with AIPAC, fine. Don't give to AIPAC. But when you're asked about healthcare or housing, don't include AIPAC in your answer. AIPAC is about AIPAC. Israel is about Israel. P.S. Abdul El-Sayed won anyway. I'm not criticizing you. You're irrelevant. I'm criticizing the Attorney General. Jesus Christ. This is what I call the lion's small beans two-step. Depending on its immediate PR needs, Israel and its lobbying groups are simultaneously lions not to be messed with, who openly brag about killing and taking out electeds, but are also small bean Jewish orgs simply fighting racism.
And he would be the closest one to it.
Yeah, I did see the stats from Fox News. They mentioned me 29 times, almost as much as Mamdani, which is insane. The motherfucker is the mayor of perhaps the most important city in the country. I'm a Twitch streamer. Wow. Oh, bro fell off. Yeah, I filled 0 potholes, man. He fills all of them. All holes filled. Too much.
So we've all heard it. The current fights happening in the Democratic Party are a war between the progressive wing and the moderate wings. And after Abdul El-Sayed
This one makes me so angry. So much gaslighting. I love how the people who got us into this mess think they're best suited to get us out. Let's listen to one of the biggest losers in the past 2 decades. Neera Tanden is just freaking out because she can feel money, power, and influence slipping. Good riddance. America's discovering social democracy. Moderates have no ideas, plans, or vision. Their only argument is that they're more electable, yet they keep losing elections. Democratic establishment is in a free fall. Oh no. Anyway. Is she drunk? Oh. Okay, let's look at it a little bit. I want to get a little taste of this.
Pretty clear that the progressive wing is winning that war, at least for now. So this week, with the Wisconsin primary on tap, we're going to talk to the establishment side of the Democratic Party to see if they're taking in any of the signs from the elections that have just happened around them. I talked to Neera Tanden, Democratic Party strategist and president and CEO of the Center for American Progress, a Democratic think tank. What does she take away from these primaries that have just happened? That's this week on a special episode of America Actually. Let's dig in. Neera Tanden, welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you?
You got to see this anti-DSA guy? Oh no, is it the Carlos Dixon guy again? Is that who it is? Oh, never mind, it's not. It's just a racist. I thought you were talking about the trot.
Don't support.
Okay, tell us.
Viet Cong, communist piece of shit.
Okay.
Yeah, just a normal guy, dude. I love when Francesca Hong's biggest haters are just totally normal guys. Very cool and normal guys.
No, I don't support the Democrat Socialists of America. If you think communism is so good, move to Havana, move to Pyongyang, or move to Caracas, Venezuela.
Wait, why won't he say Beijing?
I'll pay for your airfare, but you got to renounce your American citizenship. You can't come back. I'll pay for that too. Okay. Get out of the country. These young people are fucking so full of shit.
Just a cool and normal guy, dude. Huff just wrote about you. Yeah, I saw. They wrote about me dunking on Joe Scarborough. Bro, put the hot dog in the bag, bro. I know.
I'm good. Great to be with you.
You've headed the Center for American Progress. You've broken barriers in the Democratic Party, and you've also become something of a legendary keyboard warrior yourself. We're going to go through all of those things today. But I wanted to start by just saying, like, for those who are unaware, you've had great influence in the Democratic Party, but you've never had formal electoral office. Like, if someone is unfamiliar with what you do, with what the Center for American Progress does, how would you explain it to them?
The Center for American Progress is an ideas institution. It's a think tank. We also have a C4, which is an advocacy arm. So our goal...
Oh, my God. I think she is drunk. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh,
goal
no.
is to develop ideas that solve the problems of the country. And we hope to build a broader scale, progressive, center-left majority, like pull the country back from the authoritarian grips it's in right now. And we think ideas are central to that.
How much of your mission is within the Democratic Party and steering the direction versus kind of a broader opposition of Donald Trump?
I think it's both. I think it's, when I came back to CAP, and ever since I've said it's really crucial that we oppose Trump, but that's not enough. It's not enough to just be critical of Trump. We have to offer an alternative. I think fundamentally, everything is a competition of ideas. I mean, I think a lot of kind of liberals and progressives and moderates even think that, Trump is actually just a kind of message machine.
Yeah,
but he has ideas, and I don't like many of them, or if not all of them, but he is a disruptor offering ideas, and I think that we have to compete with those ideas for the country. And I generally believe that we have to compete everywhere for ideas. So
Why? She said ideas like Dave Rubin like 15 times. Bro, what is going on? Look, I don't. Yeah, Nira Tankery. She got the Janine Pirro special.
It definitely feels as if Democrats, particularly in the last election, kind of ceded too many ideas to Trump. And so the role of places like CAP and others is certainly important. The last kind of thing I wanted to ask before we jump into kind of this year and we're looking back at Democratic
beer attendant.
primary results is about Twitter. I mean, I feel like in recent years, you've become known in political circles for your account, and you have recently taken on a role that I think is interesting. You've become like the establishment's strongest soldier. You certainly have made.
I really don't like the establishment.
I know. I'm throwing it out there early because I know it's an imperfect term, but I just wanted to ask, why the investment in such a public posture in this kind of civil war against the Democratic Party, right? Like you could use your kind of personal pride or the. I know. I really
don't like the establishment.
I know. I'm throwing it out there early because I know it's an imperfect term, but I just want to.
Oh my God, she's wasted, bro. That is crazy. What is going on?
To ask why the investment in such a public posture in this kind of civil war against the Democratic Party, right? Like you could use your kind of personal and private influence. You could talk about it at cocktail parties, but you've made this a public part of your kind of political identity. Why?
Yeah, I want to separate a few things out. First, over the last couple of weeks, I got very invested or involved via Twitter in my view, defending Haley Stevens from what I thought was pretty vicious attack. Now, I worked with Haley way back in 2008. She's a friend of mine. I thought she was getting really attacked. And I do think this thing happens in Twitter where you say something, people kind of attack it, then you end up counterpunching. I feel like it was defending myself, but it does feel like
the spiral is hard to get out of. Yeah,
the spiral is really hard to get out of. And so, I hear that, and I hope we'll move out of the primaries. I'll be defending all these candidates. But I also think, honestly, that's a place where a lot of narratives get born, particularly with.
She literally lost a Senate confirmation because she couldn't stop tweeting. By the way, just a, funny reminder of what her career looks like right now. So she's in the trenches with us when maybe she should be spending a little bit more time at AA or something and fix her life.
Like with reporters. I lived through the first Trump term and really importantly, the Democratic primary in 2019 and 2020. Yep. And I thought that was a place where Twitter narratives became like the lens by which people, reporters and political actors and a lot of people looked at where the debate was.
A water cooler of a lot of people who were setting narratives for the larger race.
100%. So to me, I think it's really important to disrupt some narratives that I think have taken hold. And I think, it's interesting, right? Because I totally understand.
Okay, I don't know if it's bars or if it's actually alcohol, but it's something. Like she is definite. She seems inebriated, man.
100% why, people are angry at the quote unquote establishment, and I believe there's a competition of ideas. I just personally, just to say this, think that there is a real opportunity over the next 3 years, 2.5 years, to build actually a strong majority, not just like a 50-50 election, but a big majority against this authoritarian threat, but also for, not just against, but for, essentially a Democratic Party that represents the underdog. Like to me, in my whole life, when I've thought about the brand of the Democratic Party, I've always thought about it. I mean, people will think this is weird if they're only on Twitter, but I actually believe that the Democratic Party is.
It's funny because she also knows how she comes across on Twitter. She literally just said, "Oh, people would think I'm pro-establishment if they only look at my Twitter." It's okay, well then stop tweeting. What's wrong with you? Gosh, she is so ass. It's hilarious.
It's bad.
This is better than I expected. I'm gonna be honest. I when I clicked on this interview, I was like, we'll maybe look at it a little bit because I can't stand her at all. But she is just rambling. It's it's sad as hell.
When it is fighting for people who are on the losing end of opportunity. And all three presidents, I will say, I'm very lucky to have worked for three Democratic presidents, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden, and all three of them, every day got up thinking about how they can
position themselves.
Opportunity people.
I wanted to ask, though, about what that means, because I do think the definition of how you position oneself to fight or even support the underdog is changing right now. And I think that speaks to the last year of primaries. Abdul El-Sayed pulled off a win in Michigan over Haley Stevens. And this was the original impetus of why we wanted to talk to you. This follows a string of progressive victories in New York and Colorado, and even possibly Wisconsin this week. What is your kind of primary read on what has happened in the last year of Democratic primaries? What do you take away?
Yeah, so I think you see a kind of insurgent left in, until the Michigan primary and in blue cities and blue areas, very blue areas. Not 100% victories. Ed Case won on Saturday in Hawaii.
Yep.
He's a pretty moderate person for his district against a liberal insurgent. Wesley Bell defeated Cori Bush last week. So, but
Certainly.
Honestly.
Wow, you got all the heroes. Wow. Star-studded cast, dude.
Hi, everyone. Mira Tandon here, president of the Center for American Progress. Donald Trump just took to Truth Social to attack us for telling the truth. We issued a report that found that there's been no discernible impact on the rate of violent crime from his deployments of National Guard troops in cities across the country. I think that demonstrates that these National Guard deployments have been a waste of money. And that's a message he does not want you to hear.
It just feels weird. Well, one, seeing her sober, and two, doing a normal job. This is what you're... Like this, it's strange. Not only is she sober, but also like kind of doing her job as a person tasked with like heading a liberal think tank, right? Like it's whiplash. It's like a real Jekyll and Hyde situation. You know what I mean? Like where she's like, yeah, Donald Trump, here we have a new policy paper that identified that the National Guard deployments were not only costly, but also had no impact on lowering the crime rates. It's shocking. Yeah, from liberal think tank to liberal drunk tank.
That is why he's threatened us with a lawsuit. But I am here to say that we stand by our research 1,000%, and we are happy to be in a fight against the president around the truth.
Genuinely, a lot of Democratic incumbents have lost against, and to be fair, mostly kind of liberal Democratic incumbents losing against a more left candidate.
We live in a time where this administration wants us to live with his set of facts, Trump's set of facts, not the truth.
Distinction between liberal and left wing, and it seems like those insurgents have had themselves a good year. We didn't hear Congressman Clyburn say this when we were talking to him a week or two ago, so it's interesting that you're starting from that place of acknowledgement. I guess I would ask from that place, what do you think is driving it? Like, why? Like, what do you think is behind it?
I think it's a combination of things. To me, the fact that Donald Trump won re-election, he's been around for 10 years. He's not an aberration. He's, first term you could say is an aberration. Getting reelected, to me, means...
And that is why CAP is so important in this moment, because we are unafraid to demonstrate the facts, to do the research and analysis that will show Americans that Trump's policies are a failure.
That a lot of things are fundamentally broken. So I definitely
That is a clear takeaway you have from the 2024 election is that the central premise, Biden administration, or at least campaign, was that Donald Trump could be an aberration that was just confined to that period of time. The last couple years have blown that up.
In fact, yes. And I would say, in fact, to me, obviously in the Biden administration, there are a lot of failures. There are a lot of successes. There are a lot of failures. Like, you don't get Trump again unless there's some significant failures.
Hey, I don't think people have heard everyone say that. So I want to just...
No. I mean, I'm very candid about there's policy failures. And I think the left... I'm very candid about there's policy failures. And
that they hurt Americans, not help them. We know bullies attack when they feel vulnerable.
And I think the left and the center should acknowledge that immigration was a big issue and we should have handled it in the administration earlier.
You're talking about that kind of 2021, 2022 surge.
2023 surge.
2022 surge at the southern border.
Yes, at the border. And that, and I think, honestly, there were a lot of people who wanted to handle that later because of, inter-party friction,
Facts are a vulnerability to Donald Trump. And that is why we are in this fight.
So, but I'd say the point I really want to make is I think the central analytical failure of the Biden administration, and I'm very proud to have served in it. I feel genuinely good about the work I did. But the truth is, the president and a lot of people around him believed that the central message of his presidency was restoration. And every election since 2006, except for one, Barack Obama's reelection, has been a change election. And it's not that Joe Biden wasn't offering change. He obviously was. He passed a lot of bills that really helped people. But the message of restoration. Sorry?
But how it was pitched was around restoring the country from said aberration of Donald Trump. Yeah,
returning to norms and... and I genuinely think that the president, really a lot of his political advisors, believed going through 2024 even, the country wouldn't return to.
And why we believe CAP's mission is more important than ever.
Trump. And I think that for the future, okay, I think this idea, if anyone in the party or anyone in America really thinks that the way we're going to address, like, fight Republicans is to go back, I just think that's wrong. And I've said this multiple places. My view, the challenges for moderates
is pitching that forward version.
Is pitching not just restoration, but
we
almost
are grateful
like
to our friends around the country rallying by our side. We are grateful for everyone.
Incrementalism versus, versus more transformation. And my view, and I've said this, I say this all the time to all my friends, is if the choice is between incrementalism and radicalization, you will be pulling the party to the left. And I think, like, center-left folks or liberals, or, I mean, I would describe myself as kind of a traditional liberal. We have to offer a vision that is transformative, that actually addresses how did we get Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think this is a central question in the Democratic Party. What I think in my head is it is possible to put together a coalition that gets out of this 50-50 politics. I mean, one of the big problems of the last 10 years is that Republicans
51-49. Yeah,
51-49. Everything is 51-49, and it's
saying
never caused either party, but particularly Republicans.
Your goal is Your goal is an undeniable.
Bro, it's so crazy that Ested has to literally finish half of her ramblings. So far, it's been 13 minutes. And I'm almost certain that Ested spoke 13 times to basically try to wrap it up, like to try to get her to find a coherent through line. He's mansplaining? No, he's not. He's just explaining. He is trying desperately to make a coherent narrative stick here. That's why he just keeps going, yeah, and that's what you want to do, and that's what this is happening, and and that's what Joe Biden did. Yeah, he's sober-splaining. He's trying to sane-wash beer attendant to the best of his ability, and I'm afraid he's kind of failing to do so here, okay? He's sober steering the booze cruise. Yeah, he's the designated driver. Yeah, I can't watch the rest of this. This is a ramble.
The Trump administration
El Sayed on Jake Tapper. The second time for our boy.
As you know, is trying to paint a rosy picture of the economy. You and others are pointing to the affordability crisis affecting people in Michigan and elsewhere. Democratic voters are frustrated, as I don't need to tell you. They don't think that your party's doing enough to fight Donald Trump on these issues, especially like affordability. If you're elected with a Republican president in November, what can you actually do about that?
Well, look, let me just tell you the picture from my state. We've been up and down the state now. I've been at this for 15 months, been to 110 cities, over 500 public events. Everywhere I go, people say the same thing. It just shouldn't be this hard. It shouldn't be this hard to afford your groceries or fill up your tank or worry about getting sick without having to worry about losing everything, too. And we ran this campaign to do three things: get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all. When I'm elected to the U.S. Senate, the first thing we need to do is start holding the Trump administration accountable. You know, when we win, God willing, I will take my seat as a member of a Senate majority. That gives us.
By the way, he ain't slick. He drops that God willing all the time. Okay, he's doing inshallah American style. Okay, he's doing it the English way with the old English. Respect.
Subpoena power to be able to investigate all of the ways that this administration has used their power for their gain and enrichment and against ours. And I think that means hauling them up to really.
Not to give the atheists any more ammunition because they get really annoying in this chat sometimes, but it is kind of wild that you have a easier go at it being a Muslim than if someone were to be like, I'm an atheist and I'm running as an atheist. American politics is fascinating when you think about it. Like, it shouldn't make sense. That literally doesn't make sense. But honestly, which, by the way, Abdul is not, for the record. I wasn't implying that. I'm just saying that, like, you know, the atheists always hit that line when they'll say, like, you know, even in a country as Islamophobic as America, like, someone who's an atheist would probably have a tougher time winning an election of being openly atheist than someone who's a Muslim in an Islamophobic country. It kind of makes sense.
Really understand all the conversations that were had about who got to get refunds after this terrible tariff policy, who got to get excluded from those refunds. It means hauling up people like RFK Jr. and holding them accountable for the doging of our public health apparatus, for which
Obama was an atheist, LARPing as a Christian. That's funny. I don't know what his belief system is. I thought he was Muslim man, brother. His middle name is Hussein. What do you think that means? I don't think he was an atheist. I think he was Muslim man. Someone made beer attendant on Pinterest. Okay.
We now need to be dodging lettuce across the state of Michigan for fear of getting explosive diarrhea, which nobody ever thought would be a consequence of electing Donald Trump, but here we are. So it's those powers and then the ability to set up to build the runway for a president in 2028 who can come in and start doing the things to hold big corporations accountable, to start enforcing antitrust policy, to start rethinking our tax system so it's less burdensome on everyday people and we're taxing billionaires their wealth, and to stand up for unions who have been critical to winning fair wages.
One of your main campaign issues, as you noted, is Medicare for All. Senator Bernie Sanders' proposal right now only has 17 co-sponsors in the Senate. Even if Democrats do take back the Senate in November, it doesn't look, as of now, like you and Senator Sanders would have the votes to pass it. Are there more immediate things that Democrats in the Senate can do to lower the cost of health care right now? Or do you view any of these more minor ideas as weak?
We can walk and chew gum at the same time, and we need relief. There's a lot that's about to hit and hasn't even hit yet when it comes to cutting ACA subsidies, when it comes to cutting Medicaid for people who desperately need health care. I think we need to start with making those whole. I also think we need to ban some of the middlemen in our healthcare system, like pharmacy benefit managers, an organization or a set of organizations that most people haven't heard of, but they're a big reason why you pay more prescription drugs. I also think we can start enforcing antitrust policy when it comes to big healthcare, partnering with my friend Senator Elizabeth Warren on taking on the consolidation in the healthcare system. But Medicare for All is where we need to go, and my hope is both coming out of the 2026 midterms and then out of 2028 that we're going to be on our way to a Senate majority to be able to get this done. I've also been clear, I think the filibuster is anti-democratic on its own terms. And so I do hope that the Senate is willing to actually deal with the fact that we cannot allow the entire Senate to hide behind the filibuster of one senator. And we need to actually have democracy in the U.S. Senate again. So yes, Medicare for All is where we need to go. In the interim, we're going to do everything we can to start lowering prescription drug prices and health insurance premiums and prices. But we need to get to Medicare for All to guarantee every single person the health care that they need and deserve.
In your vision of Medicare for All, would that be the end of private health insurance?
No, not necessarily. I travel the state and I talk to union members all the time who say, look, we gave up increases in wages to be able to win good health care, and we're worried about what that might mean.
God, the comms on this stuff has gotten so good. This is the political nerdiness side of me a little bit, but like in 2016, it was literally impossible to get these points across. Okay, in 2016, when Bernie would talk about this stuff, like it was still the reality, right? Like obviously, if you actually take out Medicare for All, then now unions could advocate for better benefits packages or even higher wages, as a matter of fact. And like, who wouldn't want that, right? Especially at a time like this when inflation is at all-time highs. And the other side of it is like, oh, aren't you going to increase taxes? Like, I'm sure Jake will hit him on that too. Because, corporate media is obviously antagonistic to Medicare for All, but like, it's so, like, we can just do, direct responses, boom, 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 boom. And I think people understand it. I guess maybe the environment shifted so much in our direction as well, especially with the premiums, like the premium costs skyrocketing. Pundits thought you were going to jail doctors for not giving medical care in 2016. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they'll still try. I think they'll do more. They'll do more of it.
To me, Medicare for All is not about what it takes away. It's about what it offers. Guaranteed health insurance from cradle to grave that you don't lose by turning 26 or turning 65 or getting married, getting divorced, getting a job, losing a job. It's there for you as you need it, and it will be good wherever you need to get your health care. It's not about taking anything away. It's about adding the guarantee, the security of having health insurance in your life in the way that seniors across this country have been able to benefit from. And it would make this more sustainable for seniors as well. The best single thing you could do to make Medicare more sustainable for our seniors is to make sure young people who tend to pay more into the system than they take out are in that system instead of paying money into the pockets of health insurance CEOs.
Your victory on Tuesday was big, and you beat the Democratic establishment, no question. I'm not trying to take away from it, but you won a plurality, not a majority, and more than 700,000 Democrats in Michigan voted for your opponent. And now Mike Rogers, your Republican opponent, is trying to talk to those voters. What kind of work do you have to do to unify Democrats behind you in Michigan?
Yeah, it was a hotly contested primary, and we aired our differences. But in the end, the voters in the Democratic Party in the state of Michigan voted, and they picked a future where we get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all. But the differences that we hashed out are so much smaller than the similarities that we share. A responsibility to stand up to Donald Trump and the ways that he's used his power for his own gain, for his family's finances, rather than to improve your family's finances. The recognition that Mike Rogers is nothing more than a corporate shill. He's never seen a corporate PAC check he didn't want. Helped to architect the opioid epidemic back when I was in high school. Voted 19 times to raise prescription drug prices, moved to Florida, made $14 million he doesn't really want to explain. So this is a guy who has no business.
What can I say? There's no notes. It's perfect from start to finish.
In the U.S. Senate, and all of us agree. And so you're seeing folks come together and say, listen, despite the fact that we...
Like, the fact that Jake Tapper is giving a non-contentious interview to a Muslim man, I mean, come on. A Muslim man who has, not only a lot of anti-Israel affiliations like myself. Jake Tapper despises me. It's not a secret. He mentions it as many times as he can throughout the day. And also on top of that, like Abdul himself has been very critical of Israel to a degree that Jake Tapper certainly doesn't like. The fact that he's just sitting there and offering a non-contentious interview is oof.
Hashed out our differences in that long, hard-fought primary. This is the opportunity right now to unite around what needs to be done. And that's holding the Trump administration accountable rather than sending a guy who's going to be a rubber stamp on everything that Trump wants to continue to do that's making life less affordable for Michiganders and life harder for the rest of us, for all of us.
Can we talk about how you and everyone is calling intersectionality woke just so they can dismiss it? Yeah, I mean, if you want the 31,863 other people in this chat to address your schizophrenic hallucinations, we can do that. Yeah, let's just stop everything and have a conversation about something nobody is really doing that you just envisioned, you just imagined in your mind. That's cool. Like, I don't even know if others are actually doing such a thing, but I certainly am not. So just very strange. You're like, no, address my hallucinations right now. If anything, woke 2 adds intersectionality back into the conversation by adding class. It's not about subtraction. It's about addition, Bro, the worst records are about to pop off. Be careful. Yeah, nobody can say that there were like social excesses that came across as annoying without all of the people who want to commit the very same social excesses right now chirping and greatly over-exaggerating the things that people are saying when they go, woke one was crazy. Like, it's not about abandoning the principles in any way, shape, or form. It's certainly not for me. I can't speak for everybody else, but my understanding of it is that I saw it on Threads. It's this idea that mainly the community is dismissive of intersectionality, not necessarily you, but I also think that's not true. No, I've always been an advocate for intersectionality that also puts class in said intersectional equation.
One of your former Democratic opponents, state legislator Mallory McMorrow.
Woke 2's trying to get rid of all the conversation we were having about police reform /abolishment. No, I don't know why everyone is saying like everyone. I feel like AOC. I feel for her in some ways because like, regardless of the valid criticisms, which I've also deployed, there are plenty of instances where she just like is not wrong about something, but people misunderstand it or people interpret it in the most like cynical way possible. Like most cynical way possible. Where they just go, on the one hand, you got Glenn Greenwald being like, you can't get away with just dismissing woke one. It was the Red Guards killing people. They killed me. I died many times. This was the Cultural Revolution on steroids. It was far worse than the Cultural Revolution. How dare you dismiss it like it was nothing? And then also on the other hand, you got people being like, oh, so we're all white supremacists now. I guess we're all wearing the Klan's robe. I guess we're all going to do mass lynchings of people of color. It's neither. It's neither. What the fuck is wrong with everybody? What the hell is going on? That's the rule now. That's the goal.
Supports you, endorsed you right out of the gate, but she says she told you that in her view, you need to improve on, quote, being able to recognize that there are good people who just have a slightly different worldview. It's not turning everybody into an enemy, unquote. It was a similar criticism to what we heard from New York Times columnist Michelle Goldberg, who wrote...
Here we go. Wind it up again, Jake. Oh, yeah. Don't you feel like you're a little too aggressive as a Muslim man? Don't you feel like you're a little too aggressive as a Muslim man? Don't you feel like that's a little scary? Why are you doing Islamic jihad, Abdul al-Sayed, Abdul Rahman Muhammad al-Sayed? Why are you doing Islamic jihad? Why is jihad on your mind when you wake up every day? I mean, that's what it is. Not to get all woke 1.0, but it's 100% microaggression. And it is literally just tweaking the dial a little bit, tweaking it in that direction. But hey, guess what? From one Muslim American to another, you got to fucking eat it. Let's see what he says. You got to eat it. You got to eat it every time.
That you have, quote, a blind spot, one endemic to his movement, an inability to grasp how and why people of good faith might see the world differently, unquote. How do you respond to those criticisms?
No, I understand that we might see the world differently, but we also recognize the responsibility to come together. I was grateful for the conversation I got to share with Senator McMorrow, and also grateful for the conversation I got to share with the New York Times columnist. We have an opportunity right now.
She has a name, Abdul. It's Michelle Goldberg. Is it because she's Jewish that you said the New York Times columnist? Got him. Cancel him now.
To recognize that whatever differences we might have less to do with a moral bankruptcy and a lot more to do with differences in perspective. But what I will tell you is this. When you look at what Donald Trump is doing, when you look at what Mike Rogers wants to do and has done when he was in Congress, there are big moral questions to be asked. Should you be enriching yourself and your...
Boom, flip it immediately back to like, yeah, no, there are irreconcilable differences between me and Mike Rogers. That's who I'm running against. Let's go, baby. Flip it back.
Family to the tune of $2.2 billion via the presidency. Should you be using corporations as pawns in this game to enrich yourself and giving them favors so that they can raise rates and prices on all of us? Should you be in a scenario where you're questioning the outcomes of democratic elections? And I question the moral bankruptcy at the heart of that. Now, look, I've had a lot of different disagreements with some of my Democratic colleagues, and those are disagreements built on good faith differences when it comes to policy. But this is the time for us to come together now to take on the moral rot at the core of the Trump administration and the moral rot at the core of the corporatism that drives a guy like Mike Rogers, and I'm looking forward to locking arms to do that.
Speaking of President Trump, last night he posted on social media a photograph of him and First Lady Melania Trump in formal attire next to a photograph of you.
Wow. Jake throwing a fucking free one at Abdul. Okay, Jake. I see you. Jake. He's throwing a bone.
And your wife, you appear to be in a restaurant booth or something. Your wife is a psychiatrist. She's wearing a hijab. The caption was two very different Americas. What was your response when
the possessive? He's so stupid. I love that, dude. It's awesome. That's such a fucking funny thing because he's like trying to say, oh, look at these two doctors who are not from here. Meanwhile, I'm showcasing my command over the English language is not great. Okay.
You saw that.
Two very different Americas. What?
Yeah, he's right. One in which are two...
Trump is ESL. Well, his wife is.
People who don't like each other but joint in the interest of making billions of dollars off of you, or two people who genuinely love each other, enjoyed some pancakes together, want to come together to build the kind of America where they can raise a family and know that that family is going to have the good things. So yes, you got two different visions of America. Donald Trump's vision is the one you're living in right now. Can you afford your gas? Can you afford your groceries? Do you believe when you look your kids in the eye that they're going to have a better future than you did? And Sarah and I are running because when we look our daughters in the eye, Emily and Sirine, we want them to believe that they're every bit as able to have a better future than the one that they could have had under the Trump administration, that they can live together with their sisters and their brothers in America in a way where they lock arms to build the good things that they deserve together, where they know they'll have the health care that they need and good jobs, and that they don't have to go 15 minutes and know that there are kids who live 15 minutes away whose lives are very, very different than theirs because we've been for far too long okay with a level of inequality in this country. I want them to live in an America where they can breathe clean air and drink clean water. And actually, Sarah and I like each other. I don't know about the First Lady and the President, but from what I've heard, it's a bit of a rocky road.
Breaking this morning is the news that you spoke with President Obama. Is he going to campaign with you? Tell us about the conversation.
I like to keep private conversations private, but it was a really, really warm conversation. I was really grateful for his advice. And, we've got a long road to go here, but we're perfectly unified in the need to win Michigan, take back the Senate, and hold Donald Trump accountable. And I was just really, really appreciative of him, his advice. I mean, this is a guy who I watched come up. I never saw myself in politics until I saw him give that 2004 speech on the DNC floor. And it's the first time I ever saw myself reflected in politics at all. So it was just really an honor to get to share a conversation.
Ooh, this is catnip. Catnip for the liberals. Oh my God. Oh my God. It is. He hit every fucking line, dude. He hit every line he's supposed to. This is like, I'm telling you, liberals are going to unite behind him in numbers that you've never seen before.
To hear his advice on the campaign, and I'm looking forward to moving forward here in this campaign with that advice to think through how we build the kind of political movement that gets money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all.
He won Michigan twice, as I'm sure I don't need to tell you. Do you expect that he will come and campaign for you?
I hope so, but obviously we've got a lot more to do here. But it was a really, really warm conversation, and I was really, really grateful for his advice and his mentorship.
Group chat is back. I want to show this headline from Vox. Don't call this man the next Obama, which I think is very tempting. I think if Democrats want something more than a Rogan of the left, they probably would just like an Obama of the present. What's your sense of what do you see in this phone call? Is it just about, hey, make sure to reconcile, or is it, hey, you have my backing?
I don't know exactly, but what I will say is that Obama is playing a very key role in trying to unite the party in advance of these elections. And I think it's a more active role than he has played in previous cycles. And that is because the stakes are high. And there is, frankly, at this point, no leader of the Democratic Party that has the same kind of stature and weight that Obama has. And so that phone call is really an important one. That said, Abdul al-Sayed has said not very nice things in the past about former President Obama, has tried to distance himself from some of the policies that Obama had in the Middle East, et cetera, et cetera.
No,
so
the nice things,
it's not cozy.
Unnice things are the things we've heard from, I think, Democrat critics for a long time. He said, as with many of the outcomes of Obama's presidency, inspiring intentions unfulfilled or reversed. I think that's a...
Let Fox News do this, please. Y'all don't have to do this, okay? Liberals, y'all don't have to do this. Okay? Y'all don't have to do this, liberals.
Pretty actually kind of common sentiment you hear on the left. Can we talk briefly about Mike Rogers? He is talking about the fact that Abdul Sayed has a lot of work to do with those voters who voted for Stevens, who were in more rural parts of the state. Here's an example of what he had to say.
And to the vast majority of people across Michigan who do not want to throw their support behind a campaign filled with anger, divisiveness, calls for violence, and the views that are out of touch with your values, well, you have a home with us.
So he's not Ken Paxton, but he has his work cut out for him. Can you talk about why? What is it why this is still close despite what he's saying and despite an electorate that maybe right now isn't fully aligned with what Abdul Sayed's proved his electorate is.
It's not just rural voters he's appealing to. He's appealing to the black voters that overwhelmingly went for Haley Stevens. My husband's from Michigan, and he told me beforehand, he said this will be the Dearborn versus the Detroit election, and that is largely...
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, well, like Haley Stevens, by all estimations, by all accounts, underperformed in Detroit. Okay, she didn't run those numbers up. Also, the argument I find really strange because, like, what are you trying to say here? Like, black people are going to sit out the election for the Senate majority? Black people are going to not sit out or vote for Mike Rogers? Like, black people in Detroit, Michigan are going to go out there and be like, well, you know what? I'm voting for Michael Rogers in one of the worst environments for Republicans of all time. Like a historically bad D+7 national stage where black Democrats, lifelong Democrats, are going to turn around and go, well, time to vote for Mike Rogers.
largely what the primary looked like, right? Haley Stevens cleaned up with...
I know, in 20 minutes, in 20 minutes, in 20 minutes, in 20 minutes, 20 minutes, polls close in 20 minutes.
Black voters with non-college educated...
By the way, I'm sorry, but this is like another old relic of quote-unquote woke one, okay? This is what it is. There's a couple, if you want to understand like my enmity, my anger, my resentment for like how I feel about how identity politics has been so weaponized, so aggressively weaponized, this is one of the things. Listen to any white commentator talk about black people, okay? And you will understand exactly what I'm talking about. It's the classic like Joe Biden, if you don't vote for me, you ain't blackjack attitude that is demonstrated so shamelessly by white people in with regular frequency. It's just like black people are just a talking point, okay? It's just a way to say my candidate, the more credible candidate. Black people are only talked about in this goddamn country around elections, man. What the fuck is going on? Does this not frustrate people? And then these people have the audacity to say I'm anti-black. When I talk about black issues with regular frequency, not just around the election cycle, okay? Black people are always forgotten. They're always considered secondary to the main conversation unless there's a fucking election going on. That's the real truth nuke, okay? The real truth is people just remember black people exist when they can talk about black people as a monolithic voting bloc.
Voters, and Michigan, I think, has the fourth lowest population of college graduates. And that's why Republicans see a pickup here, you know? And that's why, you know, it might be a bit of an own goal that it's Ken Paxton that they're going to have to dump a lot of money behind, because that money could go very far in Michigan.
Begging, I think, on Sunday. He was saying, look, we're going to need more money here in Washington, so it's not subtle.
Everyone knew that making Texas... choosing Ken Paxton.
But even in the election cycle, there wasn't sufficient defense for Haitians. Even after the elections, like when the Republicans were literally running around being like, Haitians are eating cats and dogs, there wasn't sufficient defense of black people then, right? Or even after the election cycle, when Trump was putting the crosshairs on the Somali population in Minneapolis, Minnesota, saying they're parasitic, there wasn't sufficient defense then either. Those are black people too. It's fucking ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It is so cynical. My issue is that 90% of discourse from woke people using identity politics in a weaponized way, and most weren't even from the community. People made speaking for other communities their personality. Yes, that is, wow, enfant door take. That is something that I immediately agree with, and isn't presented in an antagonistic manner. That is crazy. It's crazy. Shouts out enfant door. Okay, wow, enfant door 3 for 3 today. Recently, yeah. So. Branko Marcetic says the woke one talk conflates two things: the mass protests and demands for major police reform in the wake of police murders, and two, institutions co-opting and diverting from that movement with vacuous symbolism, and as a result, things devolving into censorship and social policing. Dem establishment harnessed the energy of that movement, but didn't actually want to, and eventually didn't follow through on its goals. So you got Biden and the Dems wearing kente cloth, using activist speak, and hyperfixating on symbolic racial representation. I think the other side of it is that it was a hyper commodified version of identity politics as social justice. Hyper commodified in the sense that, you know, you had brands coming out and being like, Gushers stands with black trans women, right? Shit like that in order to push product. It was shameless. It was pandering. It was completely cynical. It was not real at all. That was number one. Number two, there was also this element of like what it meant to be woke that was also completely just a corporatized version. It was so performative. It was so manicured. It was so manufactured when human beings in the real world are far from that. And I know this because they fucking called me woke bae, bro. That's what they did. And at the time I spoke about this moniker, this identity. I was like, woke bae is an entirely corporatized version of being a social progressive, being someone who's progressive, being someone who is, fighting for social justice, these sorts of causes. Okay. I guess it's like in some respects, another aspect of commodity fetishism where everything turns into a commodity. Everything is like everything is about your consumption, the goods that you consume. And therefore, your understanding of social phenomena also revolve around advertising. And that's happening right now as well. That's why so many of these fucking right-wing reactionaries will regularly post like McDonald's ads from like the 60s, 70s and be like, oh, imagine if the world was like this still. And it's like, that's not how the world was back then, you idiot. That's a fucking ad. That's just an ad. You're not seeing a real reflection of reality. You're seeing a corporation deliver the most like manufactured, most sanitized version of events. That's an advertisement. Okay? So it's very frustrating. And I think, once again, here we go, socialism, but like it is a capitalist co-optation of real social justice that was marketed back to the population. And unfortunately, one of the aspects of that, given our powerlessness in the face of these unyielding systems, unyielding structures of hierarchy and brutality and oppression, was our inability to address these wrongs, these systemic forces. And then we hyper-focused on bullshit, which TV show you're watching and what that says about whether you're woke or not. It was unproductive. It was stupid. There were a lot of idiotic elements of it. And I think a lot of people who are narcissistic also then leaned into the utilization of academic language and social justice terminology in an effort to hear themselves speak. This is something that continues to this day. It happens in this community all the fucking time. There was a chatter who literally just did it when they were like, are we going to talk about how you and everyone else has abandoned intersectionality when you're talking about woke 1 versus woke 2, as though none of us can craft a fucking opinion on this issue, especially those of us who were there as commentators, as people who were critiquing culture at the time. In any case, nobody has abandoned the principles of social justice or the principles that people were fighting for back then. These problems have not gone away, and therefore people's struggles will continue. The struggle against these forms of systemic oppression. With avenues of real political change looking closed, we saw energy diverted on an institutional level and among activists and people themselves to what we call, quote unquote, cancel culture. That meant things like HBO removing Gone with the Wind and Hulu pulling a Golden Girls episode. It also meant things like a data scientist losing his job for posting demolition results stats in riot years and a professor removed from class for using a Chinese word that sounds like a slur in English. All these things happen, and there are countless other documented examples. This is what critics call woke 1. Critics of woke 1 are either criticizing or laughing off, which were a bad combination of ineffective, alienating, and illiberal. Some of the resurfaced controversial tweets predate 2020, of course, because this had its roots in a campus-incubated progressivism that prevailed again during a long period of lefty powerlessness where people compensated by policing each other. This is, I am one of those people who doesn't think that it was as severe as like the anti-woke warriors presented as. Okay, I've never been one of those guys. I will never be one of those guys. But yeah, there were social excesses. Now, the reality of the matter is, were those people on the right side of morality? Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay, they were on the right side of issues. They were on the right side of morality, but they came across as objectively hysterical and ultimately powerless. And in that recognition of powerlessness, people still do this to this day, by the way, that hasn't gone away. They would just put the crosshairs on those closest to them, areas that they can change. If you're a Twitch streamer, it's a very parasocial environment, but it's also in a controllable environment. If you're a chatter in a Twitch stream, you can get a lot. You can get a lot of mileage out of just like yelling at your streamer, especially one that's as like responsive as I am, right? So, oh, my panda pin is upside down. Thank you for calling it out, chatter. Right? So people get their grievances across because they know they can't do anything about these larger systemic forces. Ultimately, one of the reasons for my success, people always ask, like, oh, how did you build such a large community? How did you build such a large community? It's because I first and foremost tackle the situation with an understanding that everyone is a byproduct of their environment, and that social conditioning is the reason why many people have unexamined, bigoted positions. Okay? I don't immediately treat people as irredeemable monsters. Okay? And that amount of charity, that amount of charitability, sorry, is something that I wish my opponents would deliver to me. They don't, but that doesn't stop me from doing it because I understand that my positions have changed on certain things throughout time. And I hope that people in this community will remember that they too had different opinions maybe 5 years ago, 4 years ago, maybe 10 years ago when they first encountered my commentary. And then hopefully they can, be as gracious as I was to them at a certain point. Cloud District Enjoyer is just a scolding we need to abandon. That's what people hated most. Americans are very petulant. There are ways to reach them, but when you try to scold them into changing their behavior or rejecting things they remember fondly, they will reject it. Maybe not the most materialist analysis, but that's the American culture. No, it's also the idea that, if you're on the left, you kind of operate under the assumption that you're morally correct. And therefore, I'm morally correct, so you have to listen to me. And if you don't listen to me, that's your fucking fault. And there's a level of that I engage in as well whenever, people say shit like, oh, well, why don't you center the feelings of people who are pro-Israel in your anti-Israel commentary? And I'm like, well, because I don't do that for, discussions around anti-blackness. I don't go, oh, what are white supremacists feeling about, the discussions around systemic racism as it pertains to black contemporary American existence? We don't do that. That's ridiculous. Okay, so there's a limit to it, right? But ultimately, Hasan conflating liberal co-optation of social movements with desires to address systemic inequality. Stop pushing class reductionism. It's giving lazy. What? Woke has been taken by Liz from a genuine term? Class reductionism? Doing the annoying thing. What the fuck is class? Are you baiting me? Is that are you trying to make a joke? What's happening? Yeah, this kind of stuff's not going to work. It didn't work 5-6 years ago at peak woke when I would yell about this shit all the time. There's a million different clips out there of me yelling at this kind of thing. And then people go, Hasan is a reactionary right-wing piece of shit. Look at how much of a reactionary he is. And I still do it. I abhor when people deploy standpoint epistemology in an effort to justify reactionary perspectives, things of that nature. I don't do any of that. Okay. The idea that I'm engaging in class reductionism here is really silly. You're not a reactionary. This is just theoretically lazy. Oh, thanks. No, I don't think it is. Woke was taken by Liz from a genuine use of the term, a perversion of the term by white liberals. This isn't a lack or class present. It's racism using black theory for profit. Stop doing. First of all, if you ever come back in here and hit me with a fucking ChatGPT filtered take, I will literally fucking put you on a spaceship. One-way ticket to Mars. Okay? That's number one. Number two, either you have become the bot or you're literally using ChatGPT for this talking point, okay? Or you've used ChatGPT so much that you have now become the bot, okay? It's X, not Y. Oh my God. Number two, we're not talking about the etymology of woke, okay? You are not, more socially aware than everybody else for revealing something that we have talked about at great length. This is the second part of this conversation. The first part of this conversation, including the etymology of the term, how it came from the black community, was discussed at great length. You missed that part of the conversation. That doesn't mean that conversation didn't take place, okay? And not only is it annoying for you to do this, you're also doing it at a time when I'm literally not doing class reductionism, whatever the fuck you mean by that, okay? ChatGPT is when I don't like bad takes. Yes, I'm glad that you recognize that your take was bad. Take an hour off. Anyway, ultimately, there were excesses, but there were social excesses. And they're not only on the morally correct side of these issues, but on top of that, they're far more preferable to the social excesses on the right, especially considering that the social excesses on the right are hate speech. Okay? Isn't it odd that you've grown in media attention, but your live viewers are relatively the same? Doesn't that speak to the reality that most of your viewers are in an extreme niche? No. It speaks to the reality that many people come in here with 1,000 different opinions, and over time, they get to understand my perspective, and there's plenty of things that they agree with in that perspective. My ideas, if they were so niche, would not be so popular in the electoral front currently, right? And it's not my ideas, it's our ideas. It's not about, if you want to make that analysis, you got to look at where their starting point was. And if you think that there were always 31,000 live viewers waiting at the prospect of finally someone communicating to them the exact type of socialism that they want to hear from, you'd be a little delusional. And I don't fault you for it. I think you're just coming in as a latecomer and assuming that people's starting positions were the same from the jump. The other side of the coin of woke one, which is really just woke evergreen at this point, a neoliberal white Democrat using race as a cudgel against non-white leftists. Bonus points for doing it on Fox News. Yes. But yeah, ultimately it's pretty wild to act as though there were no issues. I think there will still be issues. But I will say that our goal is to reach as many people as possible. And a part of that means speaking like regular folk. Okay. And unfortunately, I think a lot of people fail that test, especially because they're like, well, I'm right. And they're wrong. Anyway, the polls are closing. It's Hong Dynasty time. Let's take a look. Pokemon, go to the polls, baby.
Only variables. These are rough. So if we start seeing a couple early counties, and one candidate's clear the benchmarks, and the other one's missing it could mean here tonight, you could give us a more decisive result, could give us an earlier answer. That's like a circular thing to say. But if it's like,
one flag on turnout right now.
Yeah.
We did raise the total expected vote in Wisconsin statewide, including 40,000 more votes in Dane County based on high turnout.
Wow. And what's the total statewide expected now?
The total statewide for the governor's race is 703.
Can you tell me what Milwaukee is? Milwaukee County?
122,000.
So that went up slightly. That's, and that's the other thing to again, anything that, we'll switch over to anything that comes in. Why do I always do this? This is the biggie. 20% or so of the vote is probably coming out of Madison. Probably about that is coming out of Milwaukee, too. What Adam just said is very significant, though. These are typically, recently, Madison, Dane County, this is like, it just gets bluer and bluer. You see it in presidential elections. We're always talking about this. This has become more, this used to be the sort of the heart of the Democratic, of Democratic Milwaukee. Now Dane County is. What Adam just said is like, they're updating significantly the estimated vote in Dane County particularly. The estimate in Dane that Adam just gave me is significantly up from where it was at the start of Election Day. The estimate in Milwaukee County, David Crowley is the Milwaukee County executive, is only up a little bit, suggesting high turnout today, particularly in Dane. Dane is the place. Dane has got to be like the epicenter for Hong, for her campaign. So that is an encouraging tidbit for them before anything, for her campaign, before anything actually comes in terms of results. But keep in mind, I think one theme we'll be stressing as these results come in tonight is keeping in mind what we saw in Michigan last week with Al Sayed, with his victory. Where did it come from, right? Remember, we spent so much time talking about like East Lansing doing well in places where there were younger populations, younger median ages, colleges, college areas, okay? Remember we were talking about Western Michigan with El Sayed? We were saying, why was he doing so well there? They were the counties that had the youngest median ages in the state. So we're going to be looking sort of for the same thing here tonight for Francesca Hong. And Dane County, Madison, University of Wisconsin, that looms as just massive for her. But there's going to be other places, here too, will look like La Crosse, young median age, in La Crosse, right there on the Mississippi River. We'll look at Stevens, the University of Wisconsin, Stevens Point, Portage, young median age. There's going to be places that have like branches of the state university, smaller cities with younger median ages, young professionals. Those are places where she needs to be doing really well too. Meanwhile, for Crowley, it's not just Milwaukee County, those WOW counties they call them, right? Like, Waukesha, right? Washington, Ozaki, Ozaki, very wealthy, super educated, high income suburbs outside Milwaukee. These are the places where the Stop Hong side wants there to be like flood election day turnout. They're hoping these are the places that in the last week, that alarm that was sounded by the establishment about Hong's electability would resonate in these places. And that's why I said, if Waukesha does give us that first initial update, why I think it's so key. Waukesha is a big puzzle piece. It's not as big in a Democratic primary as it is in a Republican, but I think this is a county where when you get the number here, this is where Crowley needs to be winning, and I think he needs to be winning by a pretty healthy margin. So that's why I said if we do get a Waukesha update off the bat, and we talked to the clerk in Waukesha County today in anticipation of that possibility to clarify, to make sure that the votes that we see reported, that there's no sequence to these where there's like a batch of vote by mail, a batch of election day, because it's so about what happened in July, understanding, what the sequence of the vote returns is. The clerk there told us, she told us today, everything that comes in their office is coming in precinct at a time, voting unit at a time. It's all bundled together. Vote by mail, election day, early vote. So returns coming that are reported.
God, I loved watching this man work himself down to the bone on Tuesday night and Wednesday morning last week. It was crazy. It was crazy watching him try to get the union camera crew to stay in the studio for like 15 more minutes as he was desperately trying to crunch the numbers to see if he had any, if Haley Stevens had any shot at winning the election. Spilling water everywhere. It was awesome. What a machine he is. I know. Do you know what? It's not Patrick Bet David. This is the real numbers guy, okay? He truly is the real numbers guy. He loves the number.
Right there. So I think if one has an advantage there, if that happens to come in early, Ozaki, I think needs to be a really big Crowley win. Washington, it's a little smaller, would need to be a big Crowley win. I think he would need to. Another good bellwether could be right here, where Appleton is out of Gamey County. I think this would need to be a Crowley County Brown. This is where Green Bay is. The Bow counties. We got the WOW counties, and we got the Bow County. I always say Wisconsin's where we bark like a dog. Bow wow. Okay. The sort of the Fox River Valley.
Yeah, he loves numbers so much. There aren't even any numbers on screen, and he's just fantasizing about numbers before the numbers show up. Oh,
here we go. What do we got? Very, very small here. 3% of the votes, like probably a precinct or something. Watertown, Jefferson County, Watertown, Wisconsin's here.
Stop the steal.
I think the thing that jumps out is just look how much vote didn't go to either one of these candidates. A quarter of the vote, right? Look at this. I mean, this is like a precinct or something.
God,
but I think that's just the
why
first
would
thing that
you
just jumps
start
out.
with this?
Not going to.
Kornacki, this is literally, you're going to give me a heart attack. Oh my God. I'm not looking at the screen. I'm not going to look at the screen. That is crazy that he started off with this. Oh my God. This is journalistic malpractice. Oh my God. Get the numbers off the screen. Get the numbers off the screen, Steve. God damn it. Get them off. We're talking about 85 to 99 votes, man. I know. It's like a total of 200. I know it's a total of 200 votes. It's just, I don't want to see it. I don't like the number. I don't like the number.
Holy cow. Look at how many. This is 2/3 of the vote for these two, and 11 for Kelder-Royce. 9, Sarah Rodriguez dropped out of the race. Missy Hughes out of the race. And yet you are seeing 1/3 of the vote here go to the other candidates. Okay? So for what it's worth, we put benchmarks together to hit 45%. If for these two candidates. What did we think you needed to see in Jefferson County? Overall, we said Crowley at 45% needed to win it by like 2 points over Hong. He is beating her by 1 vote, but with a much lower.
I'm so mad.
Just much lower vote for the two of them.
So
Again,
mad.
this is just we're looking at,
what,
a town or something in Jefferson County,
I was at work in Milwaukee.
Wisconsin.
My work friend who's an immigrant said our family group chat was
nothing
all
much
about you.
more.
She knows I follow
So
you.
we're
They
gonna
said they
need a
were
lot
voting
more
for
than
Hong
this.
because that's who you supported. She said this was your
to go on.
underwear
and not
progress
every
ick
county. I said what
on her phone.
What we see in
pick on her
Waukesha.
phone.
Also, I should note, not every county does what Waukesha does with a pure mix of all types of votes at all times. There are going to be some counties where you are getting discrete updates of just the early vote, as opposed to, and so that's one other thing to.
Why is there? Oh my God, the American election system is so busted. I mean, look, it's safe, it's secure. I love it, but I also hate it at the same time. Why do they do mixed results? And it varies by county by county. How is that possible? Who designed this?
Precincts around the county.
Right. Okay.
And another update from
Don't do mix. Just do mail-in first and then move up to same day. Move up to election day. Slowly but surely. Why? Why does it have to be like this? Why are they doing half C's? We're doing half mail-in, half absentee ballot, half same day. Ooh, it's kooky. It's going to be hard to make projections. We just like it that way. What the? It's so stupid.
This is the kind of county that between these two candidates, I felt like our benchmarks here were saying when old Crowley needs to have a slight advantage over Hong. Crowley does have a slight advantage over Hong with about half the vote in. Okay, Waukesha, here we go. Okay, it's a precinct. It's a precinct, but should we leave it here and see if they quickly add more?
Yeah.
What is going on?
Let's just, unless anything else lights up, folks, because this hints at the possibility.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking joking? Are you joking? I'm going to have a fucking aneurysm. Why? Why is this the design of how they are collecting and counting the votes? How is this the design? What is going on? Oh my God, this is worse than Michigan. Oh my God. 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 My asshole is puckering so much. Why do they do it like this? I know it's 28 votes. It's literally journalistic malpractice to show percentages when it's 28 votes to 12. Oh my God. Okay, more votes. The difference is 200 votes. Fuck me. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, now, okay, it's not a ton, but that's, again, what we're seeing, we're seeing communities in Waukesha County transmitting vote, and we said this needs to be, if he's going to make it a game, this needs to be a Crowley win, and it needs to be a pretty decisive one. I don't want to say too much at 2%, but I just say if you are looking at something like this at 20%, that is certainly in the realm of what I'm describing. But this is 2%. And one thing we saw when we broke down the Waukesha returns from November was it was sort of these small outlying towns and villages that were kind of reporting early. And what was the report there? I don't want to get off Waukesha.
It was another Jefferson report.
No, we just got a little bit in Wood just to show, Wood here needs to be a Crowley win. We think I had about a 10-point Crowley win for 45-45. I think the city of Waukesha came a little bit later in 24. We have more in Jefferson. I'll just toggle back there to see. We're landing at something close to, we're at 2/3 here. And I would say, for Crowley, those are pretty encouraging numbers there, at least in Jefferson. Columbia County, okay, again, this is just a small amount. I don't want to lose the plot at all in Waukesha. But
I'm going to lose it.
Adam,
I'm
keep me honest here.
I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind. It's just like every Every election, it's just, here's how it goes. Every election, rural areas, okay, smaller populated rural areas immediately are first to market with their numbers, okay? And so it's just, you look at it and you're like, what the fuck's going on? You're like, every single time, every single fucking election. Look, I love Wisconsin. I'm a Wisconsin nationalist, but goddamn, dude. Goddamn. It's like, it's crazy that the first county that delivers results has like 18 people and a cow in it. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, it's just mostly coming from like fucking farmland and shit.
I think from the standpoint early on here of can Crowley make this a game or was this going to be a Hong runaway? These are, if you're on the I want Crowley to make this a game bandwagon, these are provisionally encouraging numbers for you, but again, it's limited here. But I'm just, again, these are small. I don't want to read too much without Jefferson's.
Then stop pressing buttons. Just put the camera on your face. Just don't show us the numbers. You don't do it. Show us the khaki. Show us the khaki Karnacki. That's it. Just, Dr. Jihad, I don't like the number for real. I don't like the number either. It's going to take less than 45% to win this thing statewide. But, you could see that's right in line. It's for each candidate, it's right in line, because that works the other way too. That's a 45-45 tie. That's each of them. Okay, Waukesha. I just want to, Adam, shout if anything is. I said I have this little computer thing I worked up. I want to just try something here. He's a numbers pervert. I'm the numbers pervert.
We may get another Waukesha update in a minute.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to, I have this new thing I'm trying to complete. In 2 keystrokes, I've completely ruined it. This is supposed to give me a projection.
Camera constantly moving.
Oh, I just ruined it.
All right, we got another Waukesha.
Yeah,
Unbelievably,
the
just ruined
jib.
it.
Now you know how I feel.
The union crew operating that jib is getting their fucking money's worth, okay, after last week's shenanigans.
Look, Crowley, we thought to get to 45% statewide, okay? The rough thing we were saying Crowley wanted to get out of here was 49% of the vote. He's running 46.6, okay, with about a fifth of the vote in. Hong, to be getting, to 45% statewide, we said wanted to be at 41 here. She's running well south of that. I want to say, though, that if Hong misses her numbers in the WOW counties, she can make up for it with bigger than expected turnout and bigger than expected numbers in Dane County. And we've already seen our estimated vote for Dane County rise pretty dramatically, okay, in the advance of tonight. And so that's already one piece of it for her. And if she gets a bigger share than the benchmark we have for her there, that combination undoes a lot, if not all, the damage of missing numbers, in the WOW counties. So I would just say that the early thing we can say, looking at this number in Waukesha County and next door in Jefferson. Okay, now Jefferson County, it looks like that means there is a little bit more vote there than we thought there was. So you can say that was at 95%. We thought that was complete. I should always say when it hits 95, it's potentially complete. That's when our decision desk goes and looks.
How
and
fucked are we?
makes sure-
There's nothing. There's nothing here yet. Yeah, it's everything that's come in so far is mostly coming for Crowley. Yeah, there is literally zero information. That's why I'm yelling. It's not because it's 2.5% so far. It's because the counties and the way that they're weighing the counties and the way that they're weighing the way that they're looking at early votes versus election day votes. I don't have any understanding of how they're calculating it, but the counties that they're coming from, the counties that they're releasing their numbers are smaller counties and largely rural areas, more conservative voter base in general. There's nothing from like any of the Hong Dynasty, nothing from the Hong Dynasty strongholds so
across
far.
narrowly by about 2 points and be on pace for that 45%. And she's winning it, by leading it by about 3 points. So again, we zoom out statewide right here.
Debate me, Hasan. I hate Yu-Gi-Oh. I hate it too,
Waukesha's
man.
up to 33%. We got a third of the vote now in Waukesha County, and there is Crowley sitting at 46%, and Hong sitting only at 30. So Crowley is getting and I want to put this in the context of the total statewide between Crowley and Hong is sitting at 75%, meaning a quarter of the vote currently is going to other candidates. If that lasts, if the other candidates end up with a quarter of the vote, then it only takes 37.5% to win statewide. 33. Where else is there? Let's Washara only 7. We're going way up north here. Okay, again, this Eau Claire County. Now this is interesting because I would put this in this is a county Hong should be winning, and she should be winning this thing by a pretty convincing margin over Crowley. And again, this is just 12% of the vote. We don't know where it's from. The University of Wisconsin Eau Claire is here. Again, this could be a geographic thing, but this is a county where when this number gets up, when this 12% gets up, Hong probably needs to be winning here. So you continue to see early on here, in La Crosse, she's sort of just about where she'd want to be, I think. She'd want to step it up.
It's not that it's only 12%, chat. Is 12% of what? We don't know. It's 12%, but it's 12% of what? We don't know. That's the problem. Okay? Is it early votes? Is it election day votes? We don't know. You can't actually conduct any analysis off of it because if it's same day voting, then there's a higher likelihood that these are younger voters. It's more so in the pocket for Francesca Hong. If they're earlier voters, they're more likely to be older.
And everything that we've seen and what's come in so far.
But to be fair, given the barrage of anti-Hong media, I would go so far as to say the early voters might even favor Hong as well. So I don't even know. I don't know how much impact the last week of barrage of anti-Hong media from the entire national media apparatus, what kind of damage that did, because they really fucking tweaked they absolutely put her in the crosshairs, and they really base boosted the anti-Hong narratives, and Crowley was rarely ever mentioned or only mentioned as the only reliable alternative. So obviously there could be an impact there as well. We're going to find out, because as we always say, the only poll that matters is on election day. Okay?
That we have in our system here. If you give me 2 minutes, maybe even less, and Adam, shout if anything else comes in. I'll drop what I'm doing. I want to try to get this right. This thing that I screwed up. So I'm just gonna bear with me. This is all directly Wisconsin related. What I'm doing right now.
Give me something. Vote Hub. Zachary Danini. Hong has the hope. This is outside the city of La Crosse. Yeah. Hong has the hope that this is outside the city of La Crosse, and this +3 margin goes up well below her benchmark here. The question is now exactly what her margin is in Dane and if it's enough. I view this race as a toss-up right now. Dude is clodding live. Yeah. Zachary Danini, I would still rather be Hong, but she's going to need to squeeze every vote possible out of Dane. She's losing Waukesha handily, and Jefferson County Bernie won handily is very tight. Holy fuck, Michael Lindell. I mean, it's 0.3% of the vote. Yeah, this is another classic case, by the way, of the media totally base boosting certain candidates and trying to boost their unfavorabilities as aggressively as possible. Fucking Mike Pillow was on the governor's race and was endorsed by the president, and you never even heard about it in Minnesota.
The back arrow thing,
which again is ridiculous. You heard a million times over about Francesca Hong wants to fucking kill you if you enjoy a Thanksgiving turkey. Meanwhile, that's good numbers for Peggy, by the way. That's great.
Yeah, I know. Okay, out of gaming. Let's go right up there. We got this is. Remember, I said this is I think out of gaming is like a swing county between these two. We got a fifth of the vote now in out of gaming. Appleton, Wisconsin here. Fox River Valley, and there's Crowley in that first fifth. Again, just it's consistent with what there's Dane. There's Dane. Okay. Holy cow. Okay, now this is a small chunk of Dane, and we don't know where from, but this is supposed to be. Okay, Not everything in Dane is Madison, but I want to say this is supposed to be based on the benchmarks we're talking about.
Lose my mind.
This is supposed to be Hong's best county in the state, biggest vote producer, biggest share of the had a huge turnout today. Hong's benchmark here that we established for a higher vote share was 53. Let me put it this way. To get 45% of the vote statewide, we said Crowley probably wants to be hitting 37% in Dane. In this first update, he's just over 37%. And the way this is running statewide, probably going to take well less than 45% to win it. This is a very, I don't know exactly where this is coming from in Dane. I want to see as more vote comes in Dane if it looks anything like this. If it looks, yeah.
Taking a look at their county website and the precincts reporting, it doesn't look like there are precincts in Madison yet. Yeah. But a few precincts from Fitchburg and Sun Prairie and some around the county.
Okay, I mean, right. There's a lot of, it's a super, super liberal county. There are, well-to-do, affluent, more professional class, even older, very liberal, politically engaged voters, it's not just college kids and young kids, and that demographic I'm describing might be a more in line with warnings from the establishment about Hong. If anything like this,
we have no idea where these numbers are coming from.
Hong has to win Dane. She has to win it by
Dane is not even a question. Like, look, Madison is Francesca Hong territory.
It could be a good bellwether tonight. Quarter the vote there. There's Hong with a slight advantage. Up in Racine County, though, again, Crowley, these are, I would just say these are numbers for Crowley these are very encouraging numbers for him. Honestly, I don't think we've clicked on one yet.
Hong is still favored to win Dane, but her path is narrowing quickly.
And say we need to see more, and it may not be from this part of the county and everything. These are all, if you're Crowley, I think encouraging numbers. Dane, we're still at 5. Columbia 7, Sook, we're at 60. He's at 41 here. They're not in La Crosse. We got a third of the vote here. In La Crosse.
Another Dane update just
we got Dane. Okay, that just flipped to Hong. Okay, well, it flipped to Hong.
That's
now we're at a fifth of the vote
enough
in Dane County, and it flipped to Hong, but
it's not enough.
It barely flipped to Hong. You're looking at the precincts. Can you see if anything
Give me a better job.
If we're in Madison, some idea where we are right here. This is.
Yeah, we are digging into Madison now.
Yeah, I mean, she needs.
That's terrible.
She needs, I think, a double-digit, margin over Crowley here. This is.
Yeah,
she
these
needs
to
are,
run up the
I think these
motherfucking
are
numbers.
Underwhelming numbers. If
Madison
you're Hong.
is supposed to be.
These are very underwhelming numbers so far. We haven't heard anything from Milwaukee. Now, Milwaukee County is not just the city; it's the county. David Crowley is the county executive. It's the same number of votes as Dane, but I tell you what, Okay, Eau Claire just flipped. So now this is more in line. Okay, we said this was initially we had about 20% here. In Eau Claire, we said this is a county Hong needs to be winning. Now more vote has come in here. She has taken the lead here. Again, I think she'd want to be winning by a bigger share than this, perhaps. But it has now moved in her direction. Again, these votes come in from different places in the county. It's not all just the city of Eau Claire. We're still at 34 in La Crosse. We're at 20 in Dane. We're at 50 in Waukesha. Again, for Crowley, that's I think that's a number that would land him, if that was extrapolated statewide, that would land him, that could land him in the mid 40s. For Hong, that's just, there's a lot of that you just see a lot of the vote that's not going to Crowley isn't just going to Hong. A lot of it's going to other candidates, right? There's 54% in Waukesha County right now. 54% of the voters, now we're up to 2/3 in Waukesha. And Hong's number ticks up a bit. Crowley's remains flat, okay? 54% didn't vote for Crowley. Hong is not getting 54%. She's only getting 32 of that. Look, 8, 6, 5. So it's
some more Outagamie just came in.
And more Outagamie. Now that has flipped over to Hong, okay? We say this is a swing county. So now some numbers are starting to move a little bit more for her.
Outbound governor.
We say this is a swing county. Half the vote in. She does take the lead right here in that count. Okay,
I just don't understand
She
how
did
the
flip
fucking
over Eau Claire.
pollsters could be so off, bro. Holy
Vernon
fuck,
County
the polls are
small.
so
We're in
good.
the driftless area, right? La Crosse, we're at a third. Dane, we're at still 20%. We say this could be a swing county. Kenosha, we're about half in Kenosha. Hong with the lead there. Okay, so
No,
she's,
it's not David Crowley. This is
early,
Tony Evers' endorsement, but it doesn't
encouraging
matter.
for
Like
Crowley.
even
They're
then, the polls
definitely,
cannot be that
if you're
bad.
Crowley, encouraging from the standpoint of being competitive. And I think that was a baseline question coming into this. Could he even be competitive? I think he's certainly answering that as
overall,
emphatic
calm
yes,
down,
but they're
dumbass.
not.
No,
they're
no,
low,
I'm not.
They're very.
I mean, look, the numbers currently, depending on which precincts are being counted early, it could be somewhat of a red Mirage style situation here. Even when you look at the exurb suburbs around Madison, in Dane County, but ultimately these are areas where there are areas where Francesca Hong should have been overperforming on, judging by the polls. These are areas that Francesca Hong should have been overperforming by pretty fucking wide margins, regardless of whether it was the early vote or the later vote. Okay. Now, Milwaukee hasn't dropped, but Milwaukee is probably going to be very favorable for David Crowley too. He's going to probably be very competitive in Milwaukee.
Richland County, it's just like a precinct. Sook County now up to 62. Crowley continues to lead there. Reset it. What does it all add up to? It adds up to a 5,300 vote advantage for Crowley. Nothing yet from Milwaukee County. What you see here in Waukesha, I think you can reasonably expect to see
Wisconsin?
A version of
Yes,
here.
but
I think you could probably expect to see here. Probably will be even worse for Hong in Ozaki.
The areas that I went to were very woke.
A sixth the vote in statewide. Wow. Nothing yet in Brown County. No, this is really interesting. This is the numbers, the best numbers, if you're looking at it from Hong's standpoint right now, the best numbers that you're seeing on this map, I think are numbers that put you just
an affluent older precinct in the middle of Madison,
wouldn't
in a
give you much
neighborhood
margin for error.
Wingrove Park by 27.
So they're numbers that say has a chance, but not numbers that say, certainly the idea that she was going to win this thing big or run away with it early. I think that's been settled. Won't.
What's your take on polls being so wrong? I have no idea.
If she's at that,
I genuinely don't know why the fucking polls are so wrong. It's so goddamn annoying. I will admit it is so fucking annoying.
The score in parts of Dane County, the sky could be the limit on what she gets out of there, and that can undo a lot. Milwaukee, I think Milwaukee County looms as a real X factor here. I think demographically, there's some reasons to think Hong is going to do quite well there. Our benchmarks say it's the kind of place she should win. These are rough benchmarks, as I say, but this is Crowley's home. This is Crowley's county. He's the county executive. So that's
Dane update.
We got a big Dane update. Adam says, what do we got out of Dane? So we went from 20% in to 31% in. That Crowley, that Hong margin over Crowley inches up, but it's not exploding yet. We still have a lot of precincts to come. I saw a little bit more, I think, coming in.
Yeah. No, it's not a blowout for sure. It's over. It's not a blowout for sure. But it's also not indicative of a Crowley victory nor a Francesca Hong victory right now. So it's a fucking unfortunate nail biter so far.
Dane, again, what does that add up to statewide? Inside of 5,000 votes right now, statewide. Crowley with an opportunity. I think, look, he's beating her by 5,000 votes in Waukesha with, still a quarter of the vote to come. Okay. I think if you look at Washington and Ozaki combined, they're going to be smaller than Waukesha, but he can do something similar. So you're just looking at this, trying to look where each candidate can kind of get margin from here. Crowley, the places Crowley's got to
look. My hope is this is just early vote. Okay. My hope is it's Red Mirage. It's just early vote. Election day vote comes in and it's like topsy-turvy, completely flipped. But then again, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea how it's weighed. I don't know if it's mixed. I don't know if it's mixed in every county. They literally said that in certain precincts they are mixed, in certain precincts they're not. So even if you look at it by precinct, it's still not It's still not good enough information to make a projection because we don't know. Stop saying it's an open primary. It's a semi-open primary. That's not like that. That's not, boosting the results. Plus, the Republicans legitimately thought that Francesca Hong would be the chosen easier candidate to defeat. So it being an open primary wouldn't mean people are voting for fucking David Crowley. Republicans would not vote for David Crowley in this situation because they think David Crowley is a far stronger candidate against the Republican opponent as opposed to Francesca Hong. So you guys are wrong. Stop saying it's a fucking open primary. Not only is it very unlikely for there to be like a bunch of Republicans that got the Democratic ballot just so they could fucking vote for, the Democrat. Even if they were to vote for the Democrat, the likelihood that they would vote for David Crowley, I'd rather be Crowley, but this drop keeps Hong in it for now. However, this is just election day vote. Usually absentee vote would be much better for a candidate like Crowley, but he was dropped out of the race when a lot of these absentees were cast. We will see later. Oh my God. I guess to give pollsters a little bit of credit here, even though I don't want to. Maybe it's because there was so much candidate chaos that it made it virtually impossible. Made it virtually impossible to poll
Third in
appropriately.
statewide, that Crowley margin. Holy cow! This is. If I sound a little more subdued, it's because there's a lot more to process with this one. This is like I said we had no expectations. And the range was like Hong wins this in a blowout right away to like this is Crowley is it's quite something. I don't know if where this is going to land, but a lot of places here he's done a lot better than I think maybe it looked on paper for him. Adam, any idea on that Milwaukee?
Yeah, there's definitely results from inside Milwaukee, not all results. I'm just trying to do a rough tally for what's been reported.
Well, you did that. I think we just got some Washington. Yeah, now this is a little closer. I thought this is much smaller. This is one of the wild counties. It is the smallest of them. Ozaki just came in. We got a fifth of the vote in Ozaki. As I said, I think Ozaki would look like Waukesha and maybe a little bit more friendly for Crowley. Let's see what the remainder is. It's about a fifth of the vote there. But I mean, the opportunity here for Crowley, I think, is that the name of the game is to try to run up the score in these counties. A little low for him there in Washington.
Milwaukee County is expected to be a Crowley stronghold, but Hong is outperforming expectations here, while Crowley is far exceeding his benchmarks elsewhere. It's always fucking topsy-turvy. It's so strange, man. I don't know why it works out like that. Yeah, Milwaukee is supposed to be far stronger for Crowley, and yet so far with 44% in, this is competitive. Hasan, people vote last minute for Crowley. That's why polls are so off. Well, once again, there's also the likelihood that in certain rural areas, they might have voted early when Crowley wasn't even on the fucking ballot. Or not on the ballot, sorry. That Crowley had dropped out already.
I do keep in mind that Milwaukee is we should mention this. I want to zoom out to the statewide. Keep in mind that the city of Milwaukee is one of the places that holds its early vote until the very end of the night. And that's probably 25,000 votes, the city of Milwaukee. That's a vote that's probably not that great for Crowley because, again, so much of that was done, that early vote was done when he wasn't a candidate.
Yeah.
How much? It's
like this is a layup from the establishment Democrats for
25,000 votes loom
sure.
big late in the night. Margin now 43-69. Did more just come in from Dane?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, it did. And again, Hong is not opening up here. I think this is the big story.
Shocking.
We're closing in on half the vote in Dane County, and Crowley is not even, but darn close to it with Hong here. And this is the kind of place where, when I was looking at what it would take here to just get there for each candidate statewide, Crowley's at that number. This number this is a number that I think with everything else that we're seeing.
Francesca Hong outperforming in Milwaukee, and why is Crowley outperforming in Dane? What is happening?
I think
why is he outperforming in
This
Madison?
is much lower than the number Hong wants to get out of Dane County. I'll put it that way. I'm still
Madison
waiting.
Yet? Is that why?
Holding the possibility in my head that there's deeply, Hong-friendly demographics in some precincts that haven't reported yet that could change that.
This
but
does
we're
not
getting
make
more
sense.
and more from Dane, and it's just starting to, she's not opening it up there. Let's look at
If you stick with Dane, in the city of Madison, it looks
Bro,
like we
which
have
idiot is voting for people who dropped out? It's
28,000
thousands
votes,
is crazy.
And Hong's
to be
winning
fair, this was
47% in Madison.
I would say that
over
about
30.
other campaigns, but this was unique. There was Crowley wasn't even fucking in the race for like half of the early vote. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so there is a bit of a Madison, non-Madison divide there. It's not all Madison. 5,300 is his margin. Crowley's over Hong statewide. 37% of it. Wow, we got a fascinating race here. We're still at 34. Out of gaming, we're still at 45. I'm just looking here for places where we've got new vote that are of substantial size. Washington, 68 in Waukesha. We've seen 43 in Ozaki. We're up here from, I think 18 was the first report. So yeah, and it stayed about level. I think Hong might be up a tick, but it's basically stayed level there. We did say
TV ads went
Kenosha
hard there. My
could be a
family there told me
bellwether.
TV was
Now,
flooded with
60%
Crowley
Hong
ads last
continues to
week.
lead there.
Stop.
Less than 200.
Stop. You got to buy
votes
TV ads.
separating them.
Joseph,
Racine,
it's to block
which I
the
think,
Crowley ads.
I think again, this is only 3%, but I expect Crowley to, Crowley, in these counties right here can bank some margin, and Milwaukee's just fascinating again because
that's crazy.
Just that clash between the demographics and between Crowley's political base. So statewide, 38% of the vote. Crowley continues to lead us now, about 2 points over Hong. Did more from La Crosse come in? Yeah, we're close to. Okay, now it opened up here. So we said this is one of those places where a young median age. This is a younger median age than the rest of the state. University campus is friendly to Hong, and Hong here. This is a good number for Milwaukee and a low number for Crowley. But we got a big Milwaukee update. Now we're up to 3/4 of the vote in Milwaukee, and Crowley's gonna So Crowley up. Adam, what's the expected remaining vote in Milwaukee County?
Milwaukee, we're looking at 32,000 is our current estimate.
I think most of what's left in Milwaukee now is central count, right?
Yeah, that sounds
How are
right.
they
The
counting
number
these
that we
votes?
had, the decision just to track down earlier was right about that. Yes.
Okay, so just to let you know, I mean, we just got a ton of Milwaukee, and we think there's about. They call it central count. They take the vote by mail, they take the early vote. It all goes to a central facility just in the city of Milwaukee. It typically is what they report out at the end of the night. Sometimes it can be very, very late at night. Maybe it's going faster tonight, and we're going to get it sooner. Huge wild card because
She is
you can see
doing very
Crowley
well
is
in
holding
Milwaukee.
his own
She is
here.
actually outperforming expectations in Milwaukee. But again, we don't fucking know. We don't know. This is a really, really, really positive result for Milwaukee. But then you look at fucking Madison and there's nothing. So we don't know. It doesn't make any sense. It's literally
What's by mail
flipped.
going to look like? Is he going to fall behind in it? Is that an opportunity for Hong?
But then
in
again,
Milwaukee County?
we don't know. What if the last remaining votes are all old people or something? I don't know. What if they just didn't count the black precincts yet or something? I genuinely don't understand how they're counting these votes.
The decision desk on that absentee vote, I think it was about 28,000 was the estimate that we
if you think about that,
it should be right there.
We think in Milwaukee County is that central count. In Dane County at 44%.
No, she's not. She's supposed to be competitive in Milwaukee. No, Milwaukee was where Crowley was supposed to run up his numbers, and Francesca Hong was supposed to run up her numbers in Madison.
Just came in. Okay. Dodge came in. We're at. Does this go from zero? Or
I think so. Yeah, I don't think.
You're not listening. They already said she's winning in
again,
Madison.
these are
No,
Crowley
dude.
numbers. I mean, these
no,
are like
big margins.
This is what he needs to be doing here. He's doing it, and that Hong number is low. So yeah, now he's up to 8,000 statewide. And what are the? okay, places where Hong would be looking here, as we said, would be like, Portage County, Stevens Point. I think that's going to look like this. I think that's going to look
we got another Dane
like
update.
this. We got more Dane. 58. Okay, now that was more friendly to Hong, but only, what was her margin before? It was about 2,000. She probably added about 1,700. They're up to 60% in Dane County.
That's not good.
Okay, and Hong is losing statewide by 6,400 votes with, nearly 60% of Dane in. Her margin here is only 3,732. I mean, this is supposed to be the idea of this was going to be a sort of DSA earthquake in Wisconsin. This was going to be its epicenter, Dane County. This is what Dane County looks like with almost 60% of the vote in. So again, zoom out. I've been processing this and reserving judgment and the possibilities here of the very friendly Hong precincts in Dane and everything. But that's a lot of vote in Dane County, and
do you see
that
that's
margin
her?
there,
That's her stronghold. Dane County is where she's
has
supposed
not
to
opened
fucking
up the way I
put
think
up the numbers.
A lot of people expected it was going to. Meanwhile, waiting on.
That's why I've been
Central
panicking
count in Milwaukee.
Or that's why I haven't been as confident about these results so far.
Last check, nothing there in Ozaki. I think nothing more came in there. We were on Dodge County. We said, he's hitting his numbers here. Crowley is certainly hitting numbers there. Where else? We have more in Rock County. We're up to 60% here. Walworth County. Yeah, these are, I don't know where Crowley is. Crowley headquarters in Milwaukee. We said Rock Hill was getting excited for Norman.
Patrick Ruffini, it does appear
like what they're,
Hong is a base in the city, so it could be a long night. The tug of war is now Madison and downtown Milwaukee for Hong, and Black Milwaukee and WOW for Crowley versus small cities for Hong versus rurals for Crowley.
Clearly, that late consolidation.
Patrick Ruffini says very quick read here is that Hong is not favored at this point.
Wing to consolidate the establishment behind Crowley.
How much of this do you think is the black vote flipping from their traditionally progressive position?
He has a real chance of winning this thing here.
There's a black candidate.
I think,
two, oftentimes favoring the establishment. The establishment threw all of its fucking weight with the Tony Evers endorsement.
These Hong numbers, they're quite low. So far, they're strikingly low in some places compared to where I think demographically.
No, it's not. It's not as significant of an open primary issue, guys. I'm telling you, if it was an open primary, they would literally, Republicans would vote for Francesca Hong. Why? I don't know why you guys won't listen to me. First of all, even if the open primary meta was happening here, because a lot of you got hung up on that in Michigan, they would not vote for David Crowley. Republicans would vote for Francesca Hong. They think Francesca Hong is the easier candidate to beat. Okay.
Each candidate has a shot here. Because at best, this is pointing to if you're.
Why are you discounting the fact that Hong has been terrible over the last 2 weeks with their responses? I don't think it's as consequential. I think you have to weight if you were to weigh the power of the endorsement of the outbound governor, that obviously is far more consequential in this circumstance than her saying, "Yeah, Thanksgiving sucks." I think if you were to weigh bad decisions from the campaign, as I said earlier today, one of the bad decisions, in my opinion, was to not run TV ads at all, because the reality of the matter is the primary electorate still skews fairly old. I mean, olds vote and olds watch TV and they love TV. And even if you're not going to present your best face forward on TV, the olds that are watching national television that are seeing your bad results and whatnot, or bad responses or whatnot, are very likely going to see the ads, the Crowley ads. So the best thing you can do in that situation is at least defensively purchase TV slots, so that you at least are purchasing, you're purchasing some TV slots to make sure that the olds actually hear from you in a more favorable manner. Of course, last but not least, Francesca Hong was out on her own the entire time. With the exception of myself, Michael from Pennsylvania, and Ilhan Omar, there were no big national endorsements. It was DSA and the magic spot that we found in all of the data that we look at. The magic spot is always national prog endorsement, local DSA, which definitely showed up big time in this fucking race. Absolutely. Do not discount that. And then, you know, me pushing a little bit. That is like usually the trinity. There was no Bernie endorsement. There was no AOC endorsement. That plays somewhat of a role here. I think those, then why aren't they endorsing? Because they didn't want to put themselves out there. They didn't want to lay their stake on potentially failing to achieve the trifecta in Wisconsin when the establishment were going nightmare mode to try to throw as many hurdles in front of Francesca Hong as possible. Because the polls in the general show Francesca Hong as a toss-up as opposed to all of the other Democratic candidates as potentially defeating the Republican. Okay? That's why. Polls showed Francesca Hong as a toss-up as opposed to the other candidates as leaning Democrat or defeating Tom Tiffany handily. And that's the reason why the establishment really, really wanted to make sure. Now, of course, we don't know what the fucking polls are. We shouldn't trust the polls at all because the polls have been wrong so consistently. But anyway, a concern for Hong, La Crosse and Eau Claire, her two best counties so far, are already heavily reported. She now needs to outperform expectations in Milwaukee Mail. AB usually hurts progressives, but some ballots were cast while Crowley was dropped out of the race. Exactly. So hopefully absentee ballots favor Francesca Hong in this circumstance. One, it will predate the Thanksgiving chaos. It also predates the Tony Evers endorsement, which is the most consequential element in the race so far. And it also predates David Crowley coming back into the race. So the likelihood is that they went to all these other candidates, even if they went to other candidates. Therefore, it opens up a lane for Francesca Hong to overperform in the absentee ballot votes. But the issue there is Mandela Barnes might have actually, cleaned up.
More of the non-Hong vote went to other candidates here as opposed to attaching itself to Crowley. So he wanted his own number to be higher here. And so that's a place where I think that factor we're talking about of votes being cast early,
I'm confused how can you drop out and come back in? You're still on the ballot.
County, Oshkosh is here.
He dropped out after we're sent out.
This could be a swing county. Okay, we said
There's
this
a
could
date
be a swing county.
if you drop out before a certain date, you don't get on the ballot.
Posted on,
but all these candidates stayed in until the final moment, pretty much. And then Crowley actually dropped out.
Getting about 12% of the vote
Crowley actually dropped out
overall,
just so he could, just so they could consolidate support behind Sarah Rodriguez, who had no motion in her campaign fucking tanked and cratered and collapsed because of the campaign mismanagement from the campaign manager. And then Tony Evers and the Wisconsin Democratic Party basically brought back Crowley and then tried to boost him as to the best of their ability with a Tony Evers endorsement, full tilt, maximum media coverage on Francesca Hong's negatives, boosting her negatives to the best of their ability. That's where the national media played a major role. I think a campaign mistake in this circumstance was to even entertain the national media coverage, or at least if you were going to entertain the national media coverage, it was important to be like clear and concise with your commentary. So it was a rat fucking operation that literally would have been infinitely more effective if they had actually gotten their ducks in a row early on. David Crowley is not like a uniquely charismatic candidate as we've seen so far. That's why he was at 6%, and that's the reason why they were trying to push for Rodriguez instead. I think the late momentum was really against Hong, not just because the establishment endorsement a ton of money in the bad TV answers, but also the debate seemed to significantly help the minor candidates and actually hurt Hong significantly among the undecideds, according to the polls from last week. Yeah.
What's happening?
I see it. I mean, her debate performance was a little bit underwhelming, although Michael from Pennsylvania said he was supposed to just defend herself.
This happened in South Carolina too. Sometimes there's these glitches, data entry glitches, and I think that's what just happened there. Brown still 34. Again, I'm just looking to see if we got any more vote from these places. Adegami, Ozaki, we're talking about has the statewide expected vote been adjusted again?
What?
Yeah,
I
current
wish you would
estimate
stop
is
it green with him. They're doing this for entertainment. Please keep it that way. I understand where you're coming from, but stop believing in people just because you see a
What's our
goddamn post
Dane?
on Twitter and you've seen them or relied on them
Dane
in the past.
County,
What?
157 total.
What are you saying?
Okay, so that's only going up 1,000. What's Milwaukee?
121.
That's the same. Interesting.
And it's also possible it's one of those ones where they updated the statewide number
Without updating it. Yeah,
updating
right,
counties.
right. So I mean that's the other possibility we have to keep in mind. 70, we got more in Dane. Okay. So now again, Hong continues his 4.5-point margin here. Her margin she's getting a net of 5,100 votes out of here. This is one of those places where we got to be careful.
Pull through, People's Republic of Wisconsin.
What Adam just said,
pull through.
If the election day is through the roof in Dane, this could be the kind of place where this is the expected vote. This is based on what we were expecting the total vote to be in Dane. If the election day vote is through the roof, this can be adjusted. These numbers are often adjusted by our decision desk throughout the night as they get a clearer picture of how many votes were actually cast.
Yeah, the top
as they
number
go
is
from
not
the expected
the
vote
end-all
to seeing
be-all,
what
chatters.
it actually was. So we think there's about a quarter of the vote left in Dane County. There's a possibility, it could be less. I think tonight, though, the possibility we're dealing with is it more? Is it more because of surge turnout? And again, I think Hong needs something. I think that's something she needs. The more votes she can get out of Dane, and again, I've been saying, are there these precincts where she's just through the roof?
No, Hong is up by 4 in Dane County, 58 reporting. Crowley's up 3 in Milwaukee,
so far,
74 reporting. Nothing makes sense,
much.
but sure.
She's
but
got
it sure
it up to
is
4.5.
fascinating.
I
He's
think
right.
it was 2 earlier.
It's literally
Again,
flipped. So Crowley is not winning by the margins that he needs in Milwaukee, and Francesca Hong is not winning by the margins that she needs in Madison. That's why it's weirdly a barn burner. Both of these counties are now competitive when they're not supposed to be. When was the last time we awaited a pivotal vote drop where one candidate had dropped out while a substantial share of those ballots were cast? A Sarah Rodriguez surge could still save Hong, and it may be her last real chance. A concern for Hong, La Crosse and Eau Claire. Yeah, we already covered that. Okay. I feel like typical election EV and in-person votes are probably flipped too. Yeah, it's also, again, it's also totally fucked. It's totally fucked because of all the dropouts. It's totally fucked because the last second endorsement from Tony Evers, the outbound governor, it is like, it's very difficult to discern what you have certain patterns that play itself out in every single election. Okay. Early voting, absentee ballot voting favors older people. Older people are more conservative voters. Older people are more likely to watch television. Older people are more likely to go for the establishment pick. They are defensive voters in general. I would say the same for the black voter demographic that participates in the primary elections, which are also older usually. There's also the element of representational politics in this circumstance with David Crowley and before David Crowley with Mandela Barnes. So that obviously plays a role here too. So, but in this circumstance, it's difficult to discern exactly which way the votes are going to cut because the absentee ballot votes and the early vote for half the time could not have gone to David Crowley unless people were just like randomly a fan of his, despite the fact that he dropped out at 6%, right? Because they didn't know to vote for him because he wasn't in the race. So that is the issue.
And we said she did have Douglas County. But if she's playing catch up outside of her home base, that could be a very tough place for her. 1.2 is the margin now, Crowley over Hong. What just ticked in, Adam? I know it was something favorable to Hong.
The Milwaukee, we just got a Milwaukee update that was favorable to Hong.
Okay, so now so what's our expected remaining vote in Milwaukee?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, so
what
that
is
was
going on?
17,000 votes.
What is going on?
And,
I mean, it's good. Mules, do your work in Milwaukee.
Mules.
I see what happened. We may have to be upping our expected vote in Milwaukee. So that's it. That's it in real time. When we said before, based on the expected vote, it looked like it was just the central count absentee. Nope, Milwaukee County than we thought. And so, in that last update, was a little bit more, not much I'm thinking, but it was a little bit more favorable to Hong. She won it, but not by a ton over Crowley. It did cut that margin statewide, but it is still 5,600 votes. That central count number from Milwaukee, the risk for Crowley, again, what we're talking about, now it may be, we may now be in a place where it's that central count, that absentee is what's left in Milwaukee. The risk for Crowley is this: if it's 25,000 votes, right? Now this is absentee by mail, this is in-person absentee. Not all of it was cast, before this became a Crowley-Hong race. He also has the added benefit of this being, Milwaukee City is in Milwaukee, his home county. But a chunk of these votes, a chunk of this 25,000 was cast when Crowley was not a candidate in July. And a chunk of it was cast in July when he was a candidate, but he was like an afterthought in the polls, okay? And a chunk of it was cast when other candidates, Sarah Rodriguez, Mandela Barnes, were still active candidates and presumably attracting a significant portion of this. The problem for Crowley would be if his share of that vote by mail is low for all the reasons I just said, and Hong just gets if Crowley got 20% of it and Hong got 40% of it, right? That's significant. There's a real risk for him in that absentee ballot that's yet to be counted in his home county, in Milwaukee, the city of Milwaukee. There's a real risk for him there because a lot of that vote is coming from a time in this campaign that he was not a candidate for, or he was an afterthought of a candidate for. So that's a significant,
it's crazy, dude. If the establishment actually consolidated support behind Crowley instead of Sarah Rodriguez, this race would be fucking over right now. That's what this is telling me. I'll be honest with you. If the Democratic Party in Wisconsin consolidated support behind Crowley as opposed to Sarah Rodriguez, even though it would have made no sense at the time because he was on the verge of dropping out because he was at 6% or something, this race would have been over. There's no other way to look at it. Okay? All of this is the reason why it's a close race that is slightly favoring Crowley currently is entirely because of the failures of the Democratic Party, which, I'll take it. Never look a gift horse in the mouth, but it's actually unbelievable. I mean, here's my take. Okay, here's my take. I totally understand why establishment Democrats have no vision. They don't need to. They don't need to have a vision. Okay, we saw this with Michigan, and we're seeing it once again in Wisconsin. They don't need vision. What they need is to spam TV ads and just hit electability over and over again. It doesn't even need to mean anything. You could just say, this is electable. We are the establishment. This is electable. This is the outbound governor. This is the electable pick. And every boomer, it's catnip for them. Harm reduction narratives have worked so reliably, both in the primaries and certainly in the general at times, for the Democratic Party that of course they don't need to fucking win elections. Of course, they've never had a competitive election in their fucking lives. That's it. That's literally it. So I understand why they're so fucking lazy. And I understand their laziness is what has allowed us to, secure some crazy fucking victories.
That vote by mail.
But once again, this doesn't mean that Francesca Hong lost. I'm just letting you understand. I'm letting you know that the reason why David Crowley broadly is performing this way after having to drop out a month before, you guys are looking at the top line number. Oh my God. That's why everyone is like, dude, shut the fuck up. It's only 1%. That's irrelevant right now.
Milwaukee, we're sitting at now. By the way, again, expected vote was just dialed. The expected vote just went up in Milwaukee because remember, we were at 88% in, now 80% in. So more votes. Adam, what's the statewide expected vote now?
7,000.
Okay, good. And I can now see it. I have this thing. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Josh Braun, master of all things technology. He just got me in here. Okay, so now I can finally see this, and I can spare you some of these questions.
Ditter.
So
talk
we
about
still,
performance. Where does your big energy go? Now you're actually trying to do shit by wearing a suit. We all see through it.
7 counties where there's more than 10,000.
Big D energy go?
There are 7 counties right now.
You're actually trying to do
where
shit?
there's more than
I don't
10,000 outstanding votes.
Milwaukee. Is your criticism that I'm no longer all talk and I'm actually trying to do stuff? That's what you're criticizing me for? That's what you're upset
Racine
about?
and Kenosha? Just Racine.
Madison is a lot more blue no matter who, corporate college liberal, so I'm not surprised.
Here.
Did AOC and Bernie see this coming? No, it wasn't about the primary. For AOC and Bernie Sanders, it was literally about the general.
Wait a minute.
That's
1,
it.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, what am I missing?
I just don't think that they wanted to. They wanted to look like they spoiled a potential loss to the Republicans instead of the Wisconsin trifecta. They would much rather hang that defeat, if ever a defeat happened in that situation, in the hands of the establishment Democrats. But I am not even remotely shook on.
Remember, these things are subject to being updated. This expected vote has really kept going up as we've gotten a clearer picture of what the electorate looks like right here. We think about 27,000 in Milwaukee. Again, that would be that central count absentee vote that we've been talking about. Again, possibility there's more election day vote out there as well, too. That's true in all these places. 19,000 or so votes here in.
If the current rate of votes keeps coming towards Hong in the same way since the 40% vote is coming, Hong is only going to win by 1.8%. This has come down closer and closer over the night.
And now that was if you're Hong, that was a positive one.
If the decrease in votes for Hong is at the same rate from 9 to 60% continues, it'll be Crowley plus 2.5. Is she going to lose? What the hell's going on? It's slightly favoring Crowley at this point, but it's also eating away at Crowley's early lead. Hong is hitting her polling average. It's just that the rest have consolidated around. Honestly, Hong's numbers are holding up. It's Crowley that's absolutely consolidated the field. Yeah, undecideds and undecided Dems and Indies want to win the general and believe Hong can't win, and they got spammed with the barrage of anti Francesca Hong. Francesca Hong is unserious media, which is the reason why because the people start paying attention closer to the race, right? So the early performances that you have in polling and the early performances in ground game is actually really good if you are capable of establishing your brand, capable of establishing your identity, okay? So it's good to fundraise a lot early on. It's good to fundraise often, and then it's good to make a major push early on. That way you become an impenetrable fortress. But of course, if the entire national media consolidates around attacking you from an electability framework, as they did for Francesca Hong for the last month or so, and especially in the last week when the real voters start paying close attention to it with all the undecideds and indie voters swinging in the direction of who they perceive as the most electable candidate, the one that will definitely defeat Tom Tiffany, yeah, you get results such as this one. But none of this still explains how fucking badly the pollsters have messed this up one more time. I don't know what the fuck's going on here in Wisconsin. I don't know what's going on in the Midwest with pollsters in general.
Be a little bit better than it is for Crowley, but that looks kind of like a toss-up between the two of them. We think there's about 17,000 votes there in Winnebago County. We still have, we think, about 11K to come right here in Waukesha County. Those have clearly been good for Crowley. And we think we have, and in Brown County, Green Bay, we think about 17,000.
I cannot believe how all of these races are literally down to an ass hair every time. I feel like this is specifically designed to make me have an aneurysm. I'm going to turn into John Fetterman. I'm going to have an aneurysm and become John Fetterman. I'm going to become a conservative who loves Israel more than anything else.
For Crowley. Boy, that's a question That's a question right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where else am I missing here? Brown, Winnebago. We said 17,000 in Winnebago. I feel like I'm missing a county here, Adam. What else has more than 10,000? Portage has more than is it 10,000 exactly in Portage? 11,000. It's 11,000 left in Portage, and that's a Crowley County right now. By a pretty solid. Well, of course, that's a Crowley.
Can't wait to
County.
see you on Fox to shit on Kyle Kulinski.
It's a Crowley precinct right now.
Why would I shit on Kyle
I was going to say
Kulinski?
we expect that to be so. Look,
when I become
11,000
John
here,
Fetterman?
I think this is probably on paper is a Hong County. Okay, like Stevens Point, university town right there, right? Okay, Winnebago. I don't know what to expect. Brown County. The 17,000 should be, you would think, more favorable to Crowley, but a lot of it's that vote by mail, and I don't know about that. Same question in Milwaukee. Huge question in Milwaukee with those 27,000. Racine County, close to 20,000 left there. I think that, if you're Crowley, is a very
always knew
hopeful
statewide
number.
primary elections were going to be hard,
he's
right?
expected
Yes,
to do
of course.
he should do quite well there. The precincts that we have, he's
Of
doing
course.
well there. 11,000 left in Waukesha. So if you're Crowley, those two places right now, a combined 30,000 votes between Racine and Waukesha County, where I think there's some.
Guys, the New York elections were not statewide. They were districts inside of New York City. Okay? Very different dynamic. Much easier to poll, much easier to understand, and areas where, New York City DSA can do Assad numbers. Like, that's not even a question. This is a statewide race in what they declare a swing state, but ultimately a statewide race nonetheless, where there was a lot of national media attention that came in the last second. Who's your number two? I don't have a number two in the Wisconsin governor.
She could net, still.
This was the cherry on top.
4,000 or 5,000 more votes. Over Crowley.
This is the cherry on top of everything else. It's a governor's race. The governor's race is very different than Senate races. Red states vote for blue governors. Blue states vote for red governors. Governors' races are entirely it's the most split ticket voted race. Usually, it has nothing to do with even party affiliation or party loyalty. But the reason why this one obviously was very important is because of the trifecta, because Wisconsin wants to do redistricting and pull up numbers. And Wisconsin, for the first time, would have Wisconsin would have a trifecta here within the state house and state senate, and with the governor would be able to do redistricting. Okay, it would be huge for Wisconsin.
Green Bay, but she wants that Crowley number to go real low there for the reasons we've been talking about when it was
got another
cast.
5,000 out of Milwaukee.
Okay, let's take a look. So that's probably, there's still same day coming in.
Yes, there's still a path.
How'd that break?
Yes, there's still a path. It's an ass hair, though. Hong has more than enough vote outstanding in Dane to take the lead, and she should improve as the remaining precincts skew left in Madison. The bigger question is what comes next. Racine, Sheboygan, Manitowoc, and the Milwaukee-Kenosha-Brown absentee votes still loom. The problem is absentee is not going to be great for Crowley, because Crowley was literally not in the fucking race. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be good for Hong either, because a lot of the absentees are older voters, and older voters were most likely not going to older voters were most likely not going to vote for Hong. So basically, the hope and a dream there is that they all basically don't go to Crowley, because they were all paying close attention, and Crowley at the time wasn't in the race, wasn't in the running, so they all voted for fucking Sarah Rodriguez or some shit.
Vote by mail that got. I'm just looking at Iowa County, where we just got a little bit of an update, and I saw Sarah Rodriguez's shade come up here. I would guess this is vote by mail, and folks, that's what I say. That this is what happens when vote is cast in July for a race that gets utterly reshaped in August.
Yeah,
all those votes.
This doesn't mean anything because it's too low numbers, but this is exactly what I was talking about.
That is a dynamic that is at work here. So as we calculate the relative strengths of each candidate with what's left here, it's also kind of a moving
Assad numbers means the percentage of vote a dictator would get,
keeps going up in a lot of places. We're just finding out that this electorate is a lot bigger we keep finding out that it's a lot bigger than we had been expected going in. There it is. Clearly something just came in Portage County. Okay, basically all of Portage County, or maybe all of Portage County just came in. Again, this number can't be adjusted, but it means we may be getting close. And we said this should be a home county.
We don't know.
Stephen's point, it is. She ends up netting just under 1,000 votes over Crowley. What that does statewide is it knocks that number, that Crowley margin over Hong statewide, now falls below 2,500. It takes, we said those counties have more than 10,000 left. Cross Portage off the list. Hong got a good number out of there. It moves her within a half a point statewide of Crowley. Okay, again, boy, this one, I'd love to see Winnebago. Out of Gamey sitting at 81,000. She's doing well there. So again, this is when I say like Racine, we think there's close to 20,000 votes left here. Could be more.
This was basically the day before the election.
Early precincts, look what it looks
Hong,
like.
46, Crowley, 23%.
Demographic benchmarks that we set.
I assume the reason why they were doing this is because they are they're overestimating youth turnout, maybe, like, because that's fucking insane, dude. That should be illegal.
Closer. I think the city of Waukesha, Hong might be doing better in that one. Is typically reported later here. Washington County, the smaller of them, but still vote to come here. It may benefit Crowley more, though Hong is doing a little better there than expected. Getting close to done in Ozaukee County. Still a little bit left there. There are places where Crowley can still move this number up. The biggest place in Racine comes to mind at maybe the top of that list at this point.
Are relatively easy,
and there's places
very high
where
partisanship.
Hong can make big jumps. This is top of the list.
Come on, Dane.
Dane County. What's the next update we're going to get, and what does it look like? The last update we got from here, was like 15,000 votes, and Hong won the update by 15 points. I think 16 points. So are we going to get another one of those updates? If it does, if another one of those updates were to come in right now, we'd be essentially tied statewide.
2,000 only.
But is that how it's going to break? Because Adam is saying there's this big divide from the city of Madison versus the outlying parts of Dane County, and they're running very differently in those places. Do we have a sense here between the two what the breakdown is of what's left?
Yeah, I mean, I was looking before that last update, and it was about even from the break, and we saw, that last update be very favorable for the Hong, so I think it was probably from Madison. Yeah. But I can take a look.
Yeah, if we just have a general sense, because that split looms large, like if it's disproportionately Madison versus if it's disproportionately outside of Madison. I do know some of these cities have tended to report a little bit later.
She'll clean up the rest of Dane. I mean, she's done pretty poorly in Dane.
Obviously, Hong wants it to be from the Madison.
Like literally every undecided voter leading into the election was like, oh my God, I had no idea how bad things were. I love David Crowley. I want a data center in my backyard. Virtually every undecided voter in the entire state was like, oh, I would love data centers, please. More data centers. I actually want the data center in my house. I want it in my living room.
She could get that margin up closer to where
I want a reasonable moderate who is going to work with the Republicans, who's going to say the Republicans have good ideas. Every undecided voter turned into the most moderate voter from the perspective of the establishment Democrats in the United States of America. Or they were just the biggest Thanksgiving heads. The biggest Thanksgiving heads of all time. For what it's worth, by my math, the rest of Dane drop right now. Hong would take the lead by a couple thousand votes. It's going to be very pro-Hong with how concentrated it is in younger areas of Madison. I'm a broken record at this point, but this really may come down to Milwaukee's absentee vote, much of which was cast while Carly was out of the race. It is an unusually difficult bash the model, and I genuinely don't know what to expect. Is this going to be the first no projection race? Like, what the fuck?
Total vote in Milwaukee up. It's going up, and so it may not be just from the city of Milwaukee there. Racine,
you definitely clocked it when you told Oliver Maude about traditional TV ads still being important. Yeah, I know. That was like some fucking crack cocaine shit. I don't understand why campaigns do stuff like that. Why reinvent the wheel? Okay? There is a reason why it is the wheel. Okay? I'm sorry, it still works. As long as boomers are still watching television, we're 20 years out from TV ads no longer working, okay? Like, as long as boomers are like 45% of the electorate and they all are slammed to their television, you have to dump expensive-ass, statewide race-ass TV markets. You have to dump boatloads of money into it. It sucks, but it's the case.
It's a small share. 13. 4%. This was. We thought we earlier we thought they were basically done in Douglas, and I was saying, boy, what a good number that is for Hong. There's still a lot to come here now. It turns out as that expected vote's been revised, and so it creates the possibility in a place like this, if that remaining vote is good for Crowley, there's room for him there to end up getting making this county look a lot different than it did. When we checked in 20 minutes ago.
What
I'm kind of getting at here is, the small northern Wisconsin counties
I don't know what the fuck
that add
there.
up, if they become kind of a uniform Crowley block. I know you're seeing the Hong shade here in some of these counties, but in a lot of them, it's 13% in Ashland. It's 6 votes. It's 100 votes in Polk. So, it does add up if these all fill.
I don't know why. I do not know why the polls were so wrong. I have no idea. I genuinely don't know. I mean, I think Nate Silver is probably not wrong when he says it's like hard to model primaries because it's unpredictable. This one was particularly unpredictable because of all of the fucking dropouts and last second consolidations that took place. This is even worse. This is worse than Michigan. And I think like maybe they were oversampling youth turnout, judging by all the other DSA affiliated, DSA aligned races. But again, maybe they just didn't know the secret sauce there is not just DSA plus me, but it's DSA plus me plus national progressives throwing their weight around as well, doing like maybe one campaign or two, maybe a rally in there for good measure. This is probably the best defense of the polls. Multi-way races are hard because voters are actually quite rational and tactical. So when a multi-race becomes a de facto two-way race, things can shift extremely quickly. Before we talk polling error, Hong will very likely hit what the polls said she'd get. The election was polarized for and against her, and polls are still a crude measure for consolidation, which only happens at the very end. Yeah, except the last day poll literally still showed plus 23 for Francesca Hong, so I don't know what we're talking about. Yeah. Chaz is another one of my poll guys. He says, I'm glad we repolled Wisconsin governor after Michigan. We made our weights much, much more favorable to Crowley and still couldn't find him in the lead. Neither could his internal pollster. This is non-response bias that was, it seems, unavoidable. One candidate's voters wanted to answer polls. We had said here, and I had said on here, that there was no way out of this scenario by adjusting your weights. There's no real data on the ideological breakdowns of the previous Dem primary electorates here, which you really need, it seems, just as you need party weights in general election. By the way, one key factor here is that all the areas that Abdul actually fucking performed above expectations or performed, now please.
Before.
Oh my God, it's 500 votes. Oh my God, the difference is 500 votes.
You get to the end of the night and you think there's X number of votes left, and it turns out turnout was even higher. And so I keep that in mind here.
Oh my God.
We are up to 768,000 statewide as well as our expected
Oh my
vote.
God.
Yep, that ticked up from our last update.
Yep. So, we're saying our system here is now saying 17,000 expected left out of Dane, but I say take that under advisement. There could be more. But if there is 17,000 left in Dane, and if Hong won it by the margin she just won that last update by, it would amount to she would net over Crowley close to 3,000 votes. Now, I don't know that it's all going to look like that because, again, some of this is outside of Madison, but there certainly looks like there's enough there. What I'm kind of getting at here is, I think what's left in Madison, can Hong give herself some kind of a pad coming out of Dane? Because there's clear places on this map you can point to where I think it's this is the top of the list. One of the, Racine County. I think this is a place where Crowley is going to, if Racine came in right now, I think that goes up, not insubstantially. Still some to come in Waukesha, right? If that came in right now, okay, Washington, I think Ozaki, there's even some there in Ozaki. As we say, I think there's much more. Okay, again, here's another place that's been updated. If you've been watching in Brown County, the percent of the vote that's in looked much higher earlier. That means our decision desk has looked at it and said, no, turnout was higher in Brown County. So, and again, it's not a huge margin here, but Crowley's leading here.
Count the votes.
He could get more of a pad out of Brown County. As I say, if in these small kind of rural counties in northern Wisconsin, even I'm just going to look kind of through the driftless. I should go to a county that actually has votes in. Through kind of the driftless area, he's putting up some margins there. St. Croix. Now, this is the suburbs of Minneapolis, St. Paul.
It's such a busted ass race that under normal circumstances, the same day, like the election day voting will absolutely favor Francesca Hong. However, given the barrage of negative ad spend and negative earned media against Francesca Hong in this last week, you unfortunately can't make that prediction. Or rather, it's definitely going to be the case that younger voters that are pro-Hong by Assad margins are excited. They're voting on the election day voting. But how many of those votes, will it be a wide enough margin that she actually overtakes David Crowley here as the difference continues to grow? From 400 to 500 to now 700, because those are mostly rural counties that they're looking at the votes from. Should the takeaway be no attention to primary polls and DSA races? You can't. There's no way to operate without looking at fucking polling. Didn't know Milwaukee was washed like that? What are you talking about? Milwaukee's actually really good for Francesca Hong. The difference being 1,000 votes is crazy. This is literally David Crowley territory.
How well will Crowley do here? Does he win Racine County by double digits? We think 20,000 votes, something like that in Racine. Yep. If Crowley wins it by 10 points,
this being a crowded primary
votes.
favored Francesca Hong, Chad, is people are like, oh, is this good for Hong? Yes. Yes, it wasn't. The establishment never got fucked up. The establishment fucked up in Wisconsin. This was a sneak attack.
It does look like some more in Brown County. Can he do better?
Yeah, all the black people in Wisconsin live in Milwaukee. He's literally the county executive. Them basically tying is crazy. Yeah. It's supposed to be where Crowley really runs up the numbers. The fact that it's so close, the fact that it's competitive would have been good for Francesca. The problem here is Madison.
Could add up to a couple thousand.
She was supposed to draw up the numbers in Dane, and
Washington County, we got 2,500 votes, and he nets about 200 votes or so.
Okay, yep. This is one of the smallest of the wows. That puts Crowley back ahead by 1,000 statewide. Yeah, I mean, there are...
Stop the count.
There are a fairly spread out...
Sorry, dude, I don't see a way out for Hong.
Geographically,
all the Chud counties are definitely going to Crowley. Dog, what are you talking about? Oh my God, some of you motherfuckers do not understand how to look at these electoral maps. Every single one of those Chud counties is like the totality of 10,000 votes, whereas one dump from Madison could literally wipe out the fucking gains that Crowley makes. You literally think land votes. There's 2 places to look at here, or a couple, maybe 3 or 4 places to look at. Stop thinking land votes. Land does not vote. We are not Republican. We do not believe that land votes.
In sort of the small rural counties of northern Wisconsin and the driftless area, I could see Crowley getting votes that bring this up, not in a huge way, but that do pad this. I can definitely see him doing that here in Racine County. And certainly in whatever is left in Waukesha, Washington, as you just saw.
Chatters are like, I don't get it. There's a lot of these gray areas that are in the outskirts. Like, clearly, there's still so many dumps in favor of the more right-wing candidate. It's like, that doesn't mean anything.
He could pad this margin.
Like,
whoa, he just got something big. What was it?
Racine.
That was Racine.
Yes.
Okay. Whoa. Okay. What did I say? We said he could maybe get 2,000, right? And he gets
not good.
1763. So not necessarily all of it. This is where we check. We find out is it higher, but this is a lot of it. This is probably most of it. And so there it is. He doesn't even know. That's exactly. It's pretty much what Crowley wanted to get out of there, I would say. But if you're Hong, you're saying, okay, you just took your shot. Was that your best remaining shot, Crowley? 2930. He just got something else. What else just came in?
We got an Iowa update. We got Jackson update.
Oh, this is where Rodriguez was leading the early count. Right. Okay, again, just small. But this is what I'm saying. From Crowley's standpoint, if he's doing this is the kind of thing that adds up. What was the other one you said?
Jackson.
Okay, yeah, small and...
what is this?
Right.
Your assessment that Republicans wouldn't vote for Hong isn't holding up in this map. The deepest red counties are voting Crowley.
He gained some votes down here.
That doesn't mean the Republicans are voting for Crowley. That just means
much more concentrated.
That just means that there are more conservative voters in those rural counties that are, doing defensive voting and most likely voting for David Crowley instead of Francesca Hong, the socialist. It's not it's not a closed primary. It's not. Technically, you could have that. You could have Republicans vote because they know Tom Tiffany is going to make it regardless, so they'll burn their ballot and vote on the Democratic one. But it doesn't matter.
The central count of absentee.
Because if they were to do that, they would vote for Francesca Hong. They wouldn't vote for David Crowley.
Where she has continued to lead. What did she win that update by?
No, it's not over, Chatters. What are we talking about?
How many votes, roughly?
1,500.
Yeah, it's a semi-closed or semi-open primary. You have to vote on the Democratic ballot or the Republican ballot, which means you can pick up a Democratic ballot and vote on the Democratic ballot on the Democratic Party line. Some Republicans could do that, but even if they were to do that, they wouldn't do it for David Crowley. They would do it for Francesca Hong. They think Francesca Hong is a weaker candidate. Why don't you guys listen to me?
Yeah. And Sean O, he net 6 votes.
Yeah, so I mean, this is what I mean about these small counties, right? This is going to come down to Madison, election day. How many of the fucking votes have not been counted?
A little while ago, I think.
Because again, I think there's going to be additional votes. Like when you see that number up top, as Kornacki has mentioned, like that doesn't actually mean 74% in. That's an estimate. Okay. So like if there is an overwhelming number of election day voters, that estimate might be wrong. So sometimes you'll see it at like 92%. They'll be like, oops, we just got new ballots that got delivered, which means it's no longer at 92%. It's at 90%.
Crowley,
right?
1,278.
So I'm guessing we might have been in suburban Dane at that point because that's not 1830, 915. It's 60-40. No, okay, that's, yep.
My buddy was voting in Kudahi today, and he says a Republican dipshit voted for Crowley and the rest of Republican candidates, and his ballot got rejected.
Votes.
Yeah.
Crowley gets 1,500 of them. Hong gets 1,300.
Okay. Yeah, I got to say, it's starting to become. I don't mean to do this, but it's just. I think we're seeing what just came in.
We got Crawford and we got Barron.
Yeah. So I mean, again, this is like what just came in a chunk from a small driftless area county. It's a 25 vote margin for Crowley, but what you're seeing is the Crowley blue, right? Even if these margins are small, the places where you're actually seeing Hong's shade of blue here, right? We know it's the big college one, La Crosse. It's the
I feel like you're misremembering the reporting.
College.
No,
Stevens
dude. The
Point,
internal
right?
memos for Tom Tiffany don't mean anything.
I think a bit of a surprise.
The Republican voters, by and large, that would make a tactical voter decision like that saw David Crowley as a stronger opponent because they're looking at polls, and the number that we're talking about is so marginal. You have to be ultra instinct autistic as a Republican to be like that closely following the fucking polls and being like, yeah, I'm going to vote for Francesca Hong or David Crowley to make sure that Tom Tiffany wins. Like, how many people do you think are like that? I hate that like the Michigan poll irregularities basically broke so many people's brains. So now they're thinking like every race there's crossover voters or something. Like close your eyes and think about how many Republican voters are like closely
County,
following.
I think Crowley was supposed to win. Not that Wood County is the be all and end all, but again, by and large, we've been seeing more of the small updates from small and mid-sized counties, just slowly.
Also,
dozens
support
of
independent media, chat. Piker Broadcasting Service,
Crowley
People's
number
Broadcasting
north.
Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people, for tomorrow's news today. The People's Broadcasting Service. If you want to support independent media, please subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. The number one op of all mainstream news, the number one op of Republicans, and even sometimes the number one op of establishment Democrats. You seem weirdly calm right now. Am I missing something? I mean,
But this is a big piece of real estate.
I'm just taking it all in. What do you mean?
Because again, I think this is one of those that's sort of on paper, bit of a
Good results in racing for Crowley, although still at least have Racing City AB outstanding. Winnebago looms large. Green Bay City could allow Hong to take the lead in Brown, and then we finish with Milwaukee City absentee ballot. Very close race. Yeah, it's an unbelievable barn burner. Holy fuck. I don't know why it's like this. Maybe there are significant right-wing independents that are breaking to Crowley to semi-open. Guys, stop. Oh my God. I hate these fucking conspiracy theories. Stop. Just interpret the numbers as they stand, okay? You're doing like Hillary Rodham Clinton. Russiagate is the reason why Hillary lost. Bernie Sanders is the reason why Hillary lost. Narratives before the fucking race is done, okay?
We've certainly seen the experience has been in other states that the sort of the DSA vote, the very sort of left progressive vote is more election day than vote by mail. But we got vote in Milwaukee. We're at 3/4 of the vote statewide. Crowley 27-10 is his margin. Let me look at it this way. Sorry. Let me go back into this. I see our expected vote. Looks like it ticked up yet again statewide. We're at basically 772,000 statewide. Our current estimate is that there are 4 counties with more than 10,000 votes outstanding. Okay, I'll show them to you. It's 22,000 in Milwaukee County. It's 17,000 right there. That's 17,000 in Winnebago County. It's 14,000 here in Brown County,
the
Green
turnout
Bay.
is unbelievable.
And currently, it's 13,000 in Dane. As I say, the numbers may be higher than this in these places. That has been a trend we've been seeing tonight, but that's our current thinking in those places. We also think a little bit less, but we think there's 8,000 left right there in Waukesha County. And
the truth is, David Crowley's unlikable outside of Milwaukee, unlikable to rural voters.
Columbia's got.
I mean, it doesn't.
We think there's like 6,500
First of all,
votes that are
the
left.
truth is, David Crowley is unlikable in Milwaukee. What do you mean? It turns out the older the voters are, the more worried they are, the more likable David Crowley gets, including in areas where he's not supposed to be as likable and outperforming. The craziest scenario so far this night is that the Madison stronghold has not actually delivered results for Francesca Hong as predicted, and the Milwaukee stronghold for Crowley has not delivered results for Crowley as predicted. That's why it's like topsy-turvy. He is supposed to clean in Milwaukee. That's where he operates. That's his area of operation. That's where a big chunk of the black voters are as well. And I guess like it's the establishment failing to consolidate around the right candidate. Yeah, no idea what'll happen, but I'd remind that the initial talk was El Sayed won wealthy counties of white people, and what we actually saw was he won middle-income counties, and the racial divide was more of a generational divide, so let's be careful. Yeah, no, that's precisely what's going to happen here as well, I think.
Boy, that vote by mail in Green Bay, that vote by mail in Milwaukee, because on paper, these are, if you told me there were just, we didn't have that wrinkle, we would say, with that vote by mail being from the time when Crowley was just,
Guys, Thanksgiving Gate is not as consequential as you think it is, please. Okay? No. I'm giving you the weighted adjusted, take of all takes, okay? I'm going to weight adjust it in terms of relevance. Tony Evers' endorsement of David Crowley at the highest ranking, okay? Electability arguments as a close second. Television ads pumping electability arguments all around the state, also a close third. Okay? Thanksgiving Gate does not factor into the equation. Her, less than fantastic debate performance where there was not a lot of antagonism. No one was attacking her. She didn't shine in the election at a time when more and more people are starting to pay close attention to the races. All that stuff is not great, but that didn't actually move the needle. See? Yeah. Chaz Nuttycomb is right. Gee, I wonder why Florence County, Wisconsin isn't as strong for Crowley as the surrounding counties. Oh, right. Media markets. It's almost like spending TV is king in primaries. Yeah. TV ads, that is the real truth nuke of all nukes. That is the real take of all takes. TV ads is huge, is very, very, very important. I see people arguing that Hong's spending disadvantage isn't as stark. Well, for one, yes, Crowley has a lot of PAC spending, money spending outside ads. And then you have to think of this relatively. Hong has spent less than 100K. Her opponent are in the millions, so it's a worse ratio than Abdul El Sayed. The marginal value of ads eventually hits a limit, but the effect of ad spending is likely logarithmic in some form. E.g., if you have functionally zero ad spending, that's really, really bad. Most political candidates with zero ad spending get less than 5% of the vote. Hong has been trying to offset this by doing earned media, as we've seen. The biggest ad campaign from Hong is a Republican-backed group, at least 1/3 of which was an attack ad. Now, I don't count that, but that's basically all she's had on the airwaves. Look, it even fooled some Redditors. Yeah. The early Republican boost was what allowed her to gain momentum.
What the heck just came in Brown? Which was that that was huge for her.
What?
Yeah, so that was about 18,000 votes.
Big dump. I'm dumping. Let's fucking shit. Let's fucking shit. Let's fucking shit. Chat, where are the let's fucking shits?
Question.
Spam the let's fucking
Was that the
big dumps?
That wasn't central count, was it?
It's possible. There's no remaining vote in Brown according to our counter. I'll check the check the website.
I said I want percent more, but now I do, because if that was central count, what was his percentage of that vote?
Let's take a look.
If this was central count, this is the question we're getting at from Milwaukee. If he just got buried in central count Green Bay,
it was 44-34. Hong over Crowley.
Okay, yeah. Can we ask our decision desk what we think that was that just?
Yep.
And do we think there's central count left for Green Bay? Wow, that's.
The decision desk also flags that the expected vote in Milwaukee County has been raised by 16,000 votes.
Oh, wow. So
God damn. Is this good because it's younger voters?
Remember, this thing was up
or
to
is
88
it bad
once,
because
came
it's
down to 80.
Crowley late pushers? I don't know, and I hate not knowing.
This thing makes me. Pardon me for a second. I just gotta...
No, this sucks. I mean, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good that there's more votes, but it also sucks because I don't know, because it could go in either direction. You could have late undecideds panicking and voting for Crowley, or you can have the classic youth turnout, the youth quake, put up insane numbers on election day voting. Fuck!
Well, you said it was 44-33.
Kornacki vomiting off screen.
75. It's not...
I'm a
the number of
Hornacki for Steve
non-Paul Crowley
Kornacki.
votes is not higher there than it is overall. But yeah, was that like the city of Green Bay, or was that like
yes
central count? I think that would be if we could.
Brown just
find that out,
flipped a Hong. Great result for Hong in Green Bay City.
So Crowley's lead with that is slashed down to 1,300.
I'm a fucking cheesehead. Go Packers. Oh my God. Socialism, public ownership of NFL teams for all. Go Pack, go.
Election day, which is going to be more total vote here
Big dumps.
than than we thought. So it just keeps going up. Milwaukee's been raised now to 150,000. Milwaukee County has been raised to 100 expected vote. Let me tell you, at the start of the night, that was much lower.
Oh shit! We're about to get the Milwaukee absentee drop according to someone on the ground.
And now it's just south of the Dane number. The Dane number is sitting at about 157 right now. But again, wondering if that could still go up
that's gonna
as well.
Tell the truest tale of
those
all.
Those are now the only two
Milwaukee
counties
absentee ballots will tell
Wisconsin
us the results of this night. I
currently
think
there's more than 10,000 votes.
unless there's
expected
more
left.
additional votes that are coming in that they haven't been counted yet.
No, excuse me. Nope.
Unless
I said that
there's
wrong.
more
There's
dumps.
there's also Winnebago. Winnebago, which. Okay, so we were starting to get a little bit more here. Remember that first, this is just precincts, that's why. That first update was Hong by 26, now it's down to 11. So just let's let this one fill in a little bit. But it's a huge, in the scheme of things, it's a huge piece of
you're
real estate. But
you're doing you're running victory laps before
we
there's
did just
any
get
victory.
some more.
Okay?
Something else just came in that was friendly to Crowley.
Yeah, Marinette County.
Yeah,
1,200 votes. And he wins about 300.
And it must have been that update from Winnebago must have come in too. But yeah, again, this is just the small, demographically small counties that, there's still half the vote to come here. These just add up to it just seems that there are concentrated places where Hong keeps being able to make pretty big dents in one fell swoop into the number, right? A big update for her out of Brown County, a big update for her out of Dane County, a big update for her maybe out of La Crosse County. It just seems like clearly, as you could see on the map, just by the distribution of the Crowley support here, there are more places where he's able to, far more places where he's able to do what he just did here in Marinette County, right? We saw him do it. We were talking about Iowa County a minute ago. There's a lot of places like this. We saw it in Crawford, not as much, but and it just so she takes one fell swoop, and then he sort of brings it back up with the Marinette counties of the world, the Iowa counties, and then it just comes down again. Where did it just come down?
Marathon County.
Okay.
4,300 votes.
Yep.
Hong wins 1,906, and Crowley gets 1,400.
Okay. And this.
We need more.
And this is this is one I think on paper Crowley probably wanted to win. This is a good number. This ends up being a good number
we need more.
For Hong. 0.2 of a point. So it's not, I say there's more breadth to his, but there are places like that. That's the sort of, it's not totally straightforward here where it's like she's just doing it in the college towns or the youngest places, we said
it's not going to be a long night. You're wrong.
Bellwether, and she's winning.
Milwaukee absentee ballots are going to drop soon. And therefore, I think a much clearer picture will be shown once that happens. Yeah, this also means I'm sure Winnebago will be Hong County.
Only 13,000.
So along with that, we have left is Dane. There's a real chance Hong is up heading into the final drop of the night. Milwaukee absentee ballot, and it comes down to that. I'm telling you, Milwaukee absentee ballot. If the olds voted for anybody but Crowley, and some of them voted for Francesca Hong, this might be an interesting result that is very good. But again, I don't like that it's that close. I don't like that this is what we are like fucking leaning into a hope and a dream here.
I think maybe outside of the very first report, she's ever actually tipped this thing over, right?
Right.
That might be the thing that's kind of, 77% of the vote counted statewide. And, she, as I say, she gets these big updates, a couple of them have been in surprising places. And I think the Madison number, honestly, going into the night, you would have thought this number was a lot better for her.
Yeah.
It still could get better. So I think there's more flux in this. I think maybe
Francesca
than that
Hong.
92% suggests. So
I am praying.
Sitting 1382.
Get those fucking election day vote numbers. You ran it up. You run up the margins.
This turned into quite
on election day. Same day voter turnout, base boosted. Madison. Madison, I am praying.
What do we do?
I am praying for Madison.
We're hopeful that that Milwaukee Central Count update past history in terms of time.
Is there? Yeah,
Inshallah, Hong Dynasty. Inshallah.
Our reporter. I know we have some reporters there, right? Like
we're trying to track down timing. That's the best I got for you right now.
Okay. But it does look like, clearly it's
Barnes
not
and Sarah might have fucked Crowley and Milwaukee absentee ballots. I mean, they didn't fuck him. He fucked himself. He literally dropped out. It's not his fault.
In Milwaukee County than we thought, right?
Yes, that's right. I just point to Central Count because I know that's a big expected batch of votes.
Right. Yeah. No. Okay. It's just one of those. It's one of the many. Look at this. Our statewide expected vote has yet again
Let's go, Sarah
been revised
Rodriguez.
upward. We're essentially at 800,000 right now, and we started the night at like 6, maybe 6 and change.
Yeah.
So just. Part of the story is we've seen in one primary after another is this explosion of interest. Whoa, Dane must have just come in.
Eau Claire?
Eau Claire.
Yes.
Okay, wow, it was a huge update for Hong. So tell me about this update.
Hong wins 1,584. Crowley gets 627.
Wow. Substantially.
Also, an update from Brown County. Andrew at the decision desk talked to the clerk, and everything in that last update was everything in the city of Green Bay in one of the villages election day.
Bro, remember Eau Claire initially? It was like insane. I don't know what kind of crack cocaine people have at the polling stations when they're... I don't know how they're counting these motherfucking votes.
So they are basically done in Brown.
Oh yeah, they're done.
They are done. Okay, that is a wrap in Brown, and Hong wins it. I mean, that's it's like you keep going back and forth on who's got the just when you think.
I'm gonna come.
Toledo.
Hong has done very, very well. I mean, she's going to win Brown County. She is going to win, I think, Outagamie County.
Dude, what the fuck happened in Madison? Unless, what am I not seeing here? If Hong wins this race, it is literally in spite of her, underperformance in Madison, unless the final count is just, dramatically different. I just don't understand
complete
it.
Yet.
She's
doing very, very well
plus
there.
20, right? Am I crazy?
That last update out of Eau Claire.
I can't look at UMich Voter because he's private. He privated his account, and I don't follow him.
That reminds me of I think what is possible.
How old is Dane County?
I'm trying to say.
I thought these were the woke olds.
I assume we're getting super young. Are we getting are we in Eau Claire? Are we in young areas and flood turnout and it's overwhelmingly, and I think there's that possibility here.
I feel like that's the big storyline potentially thus far is right. Some of these places that are not the central or the largest county or city inside some of these counties have different voting patterns than what's looking at these cities. And because these places have the biggest populations in the counties, potentially they're reporting the last.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. If that was Eau Claire that came last, Green Bay that came last, we said, Waukesha.
Big Mic drop
City
for
of
Hong, and
Waukesha
Eau
brought her
Claire
a
is looking
little
like she's
closer
likely to
here,
take the
I
lead
think.
sometime tonight. The question is whether she can hold it with Milwaukee City absentee
78%,
ballot outstanding.
445.
Like
And then
I
again,
said
look what-
earlier in the night,
the small
Milwaukee
incremental updates tick the number up. Like,
absentee
what just
ballot
gave me an
will
example?
be
What just-
the
one or
fucking
two just came
deciding
in.
Chippewa,
incident.
305 new
I
votes.
don't like that
Crowley,
it had to get to this
139,
point.
Hong, 83.
But what is remarkable about
Polk,
this is that
79 new votes. 39,
Francesca Hong, if she
24.
wins, she's not winning
Washington,
because of the
402.
wokes
Crowley, 138.
in Madison. Francesca Hong is winning because she put up an insane competition in every fucking county, in areas where she wasn't supposed to, in areas where she was definitely significantly outspent. TV ads galore, all this shit. 52,463 absentee ballots were received in Milwaukee County as of this morning. Those are not included. What?
Yeah, you're right. Those seem to be like, and we have just been sort of, Dane seems to have really slowed down, but this one is, boy, whatever comes next here is huge. And we're at 90 in Racine. We had that all come in at once. I think.
Yeah, we just got a Kenosha update.
Yeah.
She nets 26 votes.
26. And that might bring us to all in Kenosha?
Yeah, let's take a look at Kenosha. Keep you updated.
So 418. Holy cow. Well, you know, I'll ask you a question after this, or maybe I'll look it up on my own.
Kornacki is 100% milking it. There's no way results are coming in like this. Are you insane, dude? Of course the results are coming in like this. They're not manipulating how they're reading the fucking results.
I think there might be still a few precincts out of Kenosha.
Okay.
Holy fuck, every vote counts, dude. Holy fuck. The difference is 400. The difference is 427 right now.
Yeah.
Because I think we're also getting to the point here where this might land in a range that we're saying it might not be resolved tonight.
Stop!
Recounts are not automatic in Wisconsin, but a trailing candidate may request one if the winning vote margin is less than a percentage point in races where more than 4,000 votes are cast. That's from Associated Press.
Okay. Well, certainly
my
more
God.
than 4,000
Oh, my
votes are
God.
cast.
Oh,
We're at
my God.
1/10 of a point right now. I don't know whoever ends up on the short end here if they'd want to pursue a recount, but that also might be a question for our decision desk. What's the procedure on calling if there is a potential recount? If it falls in a threshold where a recount is
It's summer. All the woke UW-Madison students aren't in Wisconsin. I mean, it doesn't matter. There's still people that live there.
We should know this. We could get that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think our decision desk
44K
will
viewers,
get ahead
subscribe
of,
to Bringing the Mules. Yeah, subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service so we can fund more mules, so we can slam these races and we can pack the ballots and do ballot harvesting and also more illegal activities that allow us to win races by doing communism. Shout out to the Fox News reporters that are watching me right now. This is parody Fox News. I'm joking.
By far, at least as of our current estimate from the decision desk, by far the most, well, put it this way. We think right now
this is an insane
that there's
race.
172,000 votes left statewide. Okay? We think that 38,000 of them come from Milwaukee County. Okay? We think that 16,000 come from Winnebago County. That's 54. We think 13 come from Dane. We think 7 come from Waukesha. And we think 6,000 come from Sheboygan, 6,500 from Columbia, right? And we can keep going. Those are the only ones with more than 5,000 votes we think left. 38, 54, 67, 80.
Dude,
that accounts for
voter difference right now with 79% of the votes.
That accounts for exactly half of the remaining
race.
vote. Exactly half of the remaining vote in the state comes from those places. Then it's just much more kind of, it's scattered. In those places, that are
Connecticut
left,
DSA
right?
win.
What can we
Democratic
say
Socialist
about
Mariam
advantage
Khan
for who?
wins election for Connecticut State
Sheboygan, I
Senate
think
District
clearly
2.
advantage Crowley.
First Democratic
Waukesha,
Socialist
advantage
Connecticut
Crowley.
State Senator.
Milwaukee.
Or state
Milwaukee
elected.
County, they've been running even, pretty much even, but some of that vote left that looks like it's kind of a wash. But a big chunk of this is that central count we're talking about, and we just don't know what to make of that.
Dude, best possible scenario: Madison turnout out of nowhere. Election day turnout really does the numbers for Francesca Hong. Okay. And then the absentee ballot dump literally just does not go to Crowley at all. And then it's over. At that point, it's over. There's no need for a fucking recount. Worst case scenario is absentee ballot voters obviously favored Crowley. And it's not like it's just far too close, or Crowley wins.
But, there's the possibility that central count, goes south for Crowley. That's the risk for him there in Milwaukee County. So it's 886 votes statewide for Crowley right now. Now I'm just looking myself. We went to the 6 that account for half of it. I'm just looking for the next rung under that to see what's if anything kind of jumps out. Let me do it this way. Hong's best.
Why do absentee favor Crowley? Those are a lot of age voters taken before. No, I know. I'm saying somehow the absentee votes still favor Crowley because they're so old.
She could get.
I don't fucking know. I don't know. It could happen. I am nail biting. Yes.
Yeah. There's still maybe some votes left in Eau Claire, where she seemed just poured.
Dude, fucking more Eau Claire. We like that. Remaining votes in Wisconsin, almost all of Winnebago County, which we think Hong is more likely to win that now. Winnebago's in the W and the demographically similar regionally together, Bow counties, and she won the other two by 1.6 and 1.4K votes. A bit of Dane, including a single precinct in downtown Madison adjacent to a precinct that Hong won by 580 votes. Almost all of Columbia and Manitowoc counties, types of places that have favored Crowley, scattered rural votes which favor Crowley, absentee ballots from different areas of Milwaukee County, including Milwaukee City, Racine City, AB, maybe some Kenosha. I mean, given how close it is, the rural areas could literally do the distance for Crowley at this point. Did I imagine the poll saying 20-point lead, or are they useless?
Okay. We just get another update?
Yeah, we got Crowley favorable updates in Sheboygan, Grant, and Barron, and then we just got a Hong favorable update in Rock.
In Rock, and that took us to 95% in Rock. Is that right? Let's take a look. Yeah, we may be done here.
They still show 2 precincts reporting.
Okay.
Missing.
And did it was only a small amount there in Sheboygan, huh?
Guys, bad news. Michael Pillow, our favored guy, has lost the race for governor. So I wanted to do a quick update on that one. That's definitely a sad state of affairs. As you guys know, we're Mr. Pillow fans. We're Mr. Pillow heads. Michael Pillow from Mr. Pillow Foundation, also known as Mike Lindell. Yeah, it's a sad day for pillow heads.
Votes. So I don't think that was our central.
First Turby Derby, and now Michael Pillow. I mean, all of the real American patriots are losing.
Yeah.
Wait, say it again.
She gets 38% of the vote. He gets 32%. What
was the raw
It's about
vote?
500 net votes for her.
Hold on. Oh, wow, that literally. Okay, yeah, because this was okay.
Yeah, that's why I said.
Yeah, I see. Okay, yeah. So there, there's an example. We thought in Milwaukee, right? We were at our we thought we just had the central count left. Turns out much more turnout than we had expected. And look at that. The first update we get from it is very friendly to Hong. She cuts it to 500.
The expected remaining vote in Milwaukee now again is 28,000, and that's right about where we have our central count Milwaukee absentee.
I'm not falling for this trap
so
again. I'm not falling for this
one.
one.
Again, that's the remaining update there, but we'll see.
16, 13, geez, yeah. And I see 152. We should, show folks. Sorry. I said 172,000. We now have about 152,000 left, we think, statewide, with an expected turnout of about 800,000.
That is an insane. I mean, by the way, okay, we're excited for Francesca Hong, which is great. And we're in the tank for Hong, okay? But that is an incredible number, right? I mean, the turnout is very, very good. Like, I don't want to be a Republican anywhere in the country right now, okay?
I think are there. Hang on a minute.
This is the primary for a fucking midterm election.
40. Okay, now that's interesting. 4,600 votes, no votes in Greene County. I think that's going to be, in the context of this, I think Crowley's going to probably do pretty well there. That's a bigger piece of real estate, 4,600. That's right there.
Come on, we got to get rid of Thanksgiving. That's why we're rooting for Francesca Hong. So we can eradicate the scourge of Thanksgiving once and for all.
Right? We got nothing.
I'm sick and tired of it. The food at Thanksgiving is subpar. There, I said it, except for, well, I'd like mashed potatoes and gravy, but I don't think turkey is a good meat.
These places where...
And everyone's faking it.
What's kept this from being simple of just like, Hong is running up the score in the college towns, blah, 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 is she's
35%
had some
off,
unexpected,
5+ gifted
strong
subs, level 3 hype trade.
Places. I said the Bow counties are definitely there. St. Croix County is another one, and now Pierce County, just south of there.
Cranberry sauce, what the fuck is that? I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. Okay? Yeah, I don't like turkey. Chicken is better than turkey. I'm sorry. I like the ham, though. That's fine. And mac and cheese. And, of course, the stuffing. The stuffing is goated. That's pretty much the only thing that carries Thanksgiving dinner. Turkey is a subpar bird, okay? It's subpar. So, yes, we will cancel Thanksgiving once and for all. Fox News running this tomorrow. Francesca Hong's campaign surrogate, Hasan Piker,
things I think that were expected.
Wants to destroy Thanksgiving. He wants to criminalize people who simply want to get together with their family. What won't the socialists take away from you?
Who just said they were going to Crowley? These things are not necessarily, or for that matter, Kenosha. That's if. Again, she's yet to actually jump him in the numbers here. And we've just seen this sort of game they're playing here where she'll take a bite out of it and then it'll kind of trickle back up. But, 4,000, 3,000, where else are we looking here?
We just got Columbia County, another 356 votes. He wins 222, she wins 86.
That was right there. Yeah. Okay, again, and that was one of, believe it or not, that is one of the bigger remaining pieces of the puzzle. How many votes were there, you said?
356.
Okay, yeah, there's still, in this number with what's true, we have 144,000, we think now, remaining statewide. I see this is the first time, okay, things might be settling down a little bit. I say this only because this is the first time I see our expected vote actually come down.
Yeah, I see 793 now.
Right, so that's partly why that number of remaining votes just went down. Our decision desk has now lowered slightly, but lowered the total expected vote, the total turnout. So we may be a sign of kind of getting a little bit better handle on it and maybe narrowing a bit the universe of what's left here. 144,000 votes, 828's the margin. Adam, just tell me, what were the last two? We just got some small ones, but I'm just curious what they are.
Yeah, Shawano was the most recent one.
Honestly, if you're a moderate candidate, this race is the biggest advocate for ranked choice voting I've ever seen in my life. They will never do that because ranked choice will fucking clean ranked choice under normal circumstances. But regardless, this is only as close as it is because the establishment fucked up. Okay. That's also part of the reason why it's like virtually impossible to poll appropriately. No one knows what the fuck's going to happen with the absentee ballots. How can you even know when the dude who is currently has been leading all night was literally not in the race when plenty of older voters voted by mail, absentee ballots? So a win is a win, but Hong pulling this out would be the second time after Michigan where the left got right above 50%. Hong El Sayed wouldn't have been in the scoring distance a few years ago, but most swing state Dem voters wary of handing the baton to the Bernie wing. Their two-term governor endorsements moved votes against it. Yeah, he's right about that. Yeah. I think Whitmer played a big role in Haley Stevens' overperformance in a lot of like rural areas. And I think same for Evers as well. I mean, Evers moved mountains, dude. Holy shit. The fact that, like I'm telling you, if this was an Evers endorsement for Crowley instead of Sarah Rodriguez, it would not have been close. I don't think.
Crowley could add a little bit here, add a little bit here, add here, and then Hong could get a big chunk of it, could just slash it all away in Winnebago. She's doing quite well. Did we get a few more in?
Yeah, we got another update in Iowa and Marquette.
How did Iowa break?
Level 7 hype train complete, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, 35% off, 5+ gifted subs.
And then Marquette was what?
Big dumps incoming.
Crowley nets about 62 votes.
Yeah, just that. Okay. And our 142.
And I have a big job interview in 6 hours, but it's 6 a.m. and I'm here watching a Wisconsin vote count. What have you done to me? I mean, that's fine. At least you're not one of those Finnish guys who's like a MAGA LARPer that watches Asmongold late into the night. You know what I mean? Captain Ajax, thank you for the 50 bones. Benjamin Franklin of L, thank you for the 20 gifted.
Right. Okay.
No, we're not. We're waiting for the Milwaukee absentee ballot count, which is obviously a very significant number, or rather, it will show whether or not David Crowley will be able to put up a commanding lead there. If that's not the case, then it's still a close race.
Well, this is a bit like like Michigan last week, where we've
this is so stupid. No, it's worse than Michigan.
We've kind of narrowed it. We kind of know the places we're looking for here, and we're just waiting for.
No, this is worse than Michigan. This is definitely worse than Michigan. And not because like Francesca Hong was leading in the polls or like the polling disparity. This is not just worse than Michigan because of the overperformance of Francesca Hong in Milwaukee and the underperformance of Francesca Hong in Madison, or rather the overperformance in Crowley and Madison has almost completely flipped
Vernon
the
County
narrative.
was the most recent update, 992
But
votes.
this also goes to show an AOC endorsement or a Bernie endorsement would have really fucking helped here, like straight up. Not to do that game here, but a Bernard endorsement or an AOC endorsement would played a major role here for sure. Not even close, especially with all the establishment Democrat fuck ups. But I don't think they wanted to. I don't think they wanted to be the spoiler in a potential toss up race in the general. That would have drawn far too much anger from the establishment Democrats. So I think that's the reason why they were much more careful. Yeah. Christopher Hale says Bernie Sanders and AOC not endorsing Hong might have cost her the Democratic nomination. She's in some trouble here.
Tell us what that mail is in Milwaukee.
I mean, we've seen that in our data, in our silly data overall. But yeah, you need national prog endorsers for sure. The SA alone doesn't carry.
Individual thing that's left in this state is the central.
At this point, we're all waiting for pretty much all of Winnebago and then Milwaukee absentee ballot. She won Outagamie and Brown by 1.4K and 1.6K. And Winnebago is the youngest of the three, which bodes well for Hong. Come on, Hongers.
I'm not sure how much.
Why didn't they endorse? I just explained it to you. The calculation, well, first, it's different than like, a governor's race is different because of how personal the voters feel about who they're voting for governor. It's not like it's not always about like party affiliation or party identity, although that does play a role in this specific governor's race because of the trifecta. And basically, out of all the polls, which are weighed from a partisan performance, Francesca Hong's chances looked far worse than the other candidates. That's why Wisconsin Dems were in a panic state, trying to do everything they can to undermine Francesca Hong and put up an establishment candidate that was better favored against a Tom Tiffany matchup. Bernie Sanders and AOC did not want to be held responsible for losing Wisconsin, the trifecta, the state house, the state senate, and the governor's mansion, right? Because Wisconsin is going to be a very important battle state. It's going to be a battleground state. It's going to most likely have some redistricting initiatives if they have the trifecta. This is why it's very important to the governor. The governor's seat is a Democrat. So that is, Milwaukee election officials are just about to begin downloading election results for the absentee tabulators. This is probably a half-hour process. It could be more. Then they drive the USBs containing the results to the county. Hold tight. Oh my God. Do you understand? But that's the reason. That's the reason why Bernie and AOC didn't want to endorse in this race, because it's not like you're getting a Democrat in your ranks in the Senate or in the House. You know what I mean? Like you're not getting someone to caucus with, someone who could be a reliable vote for something that you care about. This is a governor's race, so that's part of the reason why. This race is so close. That, and also no TV ads for Francesca Hong. That's it. That is the only reason why this race is close. You're more charitable than Nathan right now. Totally inexcusable that Bernie and AOC failed to back Hong. If she loses narrowly, it'll be a major setback for the socialist movement. They will bear major responsibility for. Yeah, I mean, are you saying Bernie got boomer brain melter argument of electability? He has nothing to lose here? No. Are you kidding me? No. This is party politics through and through. Okay? No one wants to potentially be held responsible for a toss-up race against Tom Tiffany and then possibly lose the race. Like it was too risky for them to maneuver this way. Okay? Can't really blame them with those polls. It looked like a lock. No, the polls, if they fucking cared about them at all, they would have easily endorsed Francesca Hong because it's an easy victory no matter what. And you can point to the polls. The only reason why they didn't do that is because they were worried about the general election chances of Francesca Hong. I don't worry about Francesca Hong's general election chances because I'm a loyalist. I'm a believer. I'm committed. I know that we have what it takes to win these races. But I don't think it was the polling that made them shy away. If anything, the polling would have made them more confident in endorsing Francesca Hong. They were just looking at the general election polls. And now you might say, okay, well, the primary polls were so fucking broken. What makes you confident in the general election polls? The general election polls are weighed through partisan performance. And therefore, it's easier to estimate what the outcome is going to look like for what particular candidate. They could still be wrong. Don't get me wrong. They could still very much be wrong. But yeah, if we're looking for blame, if we're looking to cast blame at anyone or anything, I would say campaign's failures in terms of comms on the national side in the last week. And also, but not like it's not a make it or break it thing. But more importantly, TV ads would have carried her into a more comfortable, albeit still narrow, but more comfortable victory tonight.
You all understand. But I don't want to. Somebody just came in. What was it? Hong took the lead.
Dane County.
Oh, my God. I almost went to the bathroom for that. Okay. Hong just took the lead. Tell us about the update.
6,000 new votes. Hong wins 50% of them. And
what was the raw? Can you give us the raw vote?
Stop the steal.
6,229 total.
Stop
Hong,
the steal.
3,089. Crowley, 2,054.
She won it by 1,000. She won it by 1035. She won the update by 1035 from Dane County, taking a lead of 254. For the first time tonight, I believe Francesca Hong has taken the lead in the statewide tally. That is now with 83% of the vote in statewide. She's taken the lead. It is 254 votes. That update from Dane, you said was how many votes?
6,000, and there was another 700 from Portage as well.
700 from Portage. She won the Portage update?
Yes.
What'd she win the Portage update by?
385 votes for her and 185 for Crowley.
Okay, and I'm also seeing something else significant here. This update just came in from Dane. It was very big for Hong. It looks like as that happened, we increased the remaining vote in Dane.
That's best case scenario, best case scenario, best case scenario, best case scenario. Remember what I said?
Before this update came
Best
in,
case scenario.
we were looking at, remember we were saying 13,000 remaining votes in Dane.
The mules are locked in.
So that update
Keep
was 6,000. So
Keep
you would think it knocks it down to 7. We now have a remaining vote in Dane of 15,000.
I'm looking at the Dane County website in the most, as of right now, and there could be a pending update that hasn't yet hit our system, but they say 274 of 281 precincts reporting on their website.
270, say again?
274 of 281. So they have 7 precincts remaining.
Right, and we're trying to just gauge how many votes are in those precincts.
Yes,
and
yes.
it seems
that's
like
those are 2 data pieces we have: that estimate and that precinct number.
I mean, yeah, that's this is what I just feel like I've seen this in Dane before. That's and I think we might be seeing it again here, where it's just like get late at night and it turns out there's more. It just turns out there's more than you expected, and the turnout was just that much higher. And that is such a huge. If that is the case, that is such a huge thing for Hong. Because again, I think we're now expecting there to be what just happened.
Steve, we just got an update in Hennepin County in Minnesota. It looks like all of their vote, so we may be close to a call there.
11 screens and monitors the Washington, Wisconsin Democratic gubernatorial primary precinct levels. I'm not a Wisconsin voter. I have no client in this competition. I have no vested interest in the result. I'm just the man monitoring the situation.
Lieutenant Governor, NBC News projects, will win the Democratic nomination for the United States Senate in Minnesota. She defeats Congresswoman Angie Craig, and she will advance to the general election to face former broadcaster Michelle Tafoya, who easily won the Republican nomination tonight. Again, closely watched race here. That pitted on the left.
By the way, make no mistake, it's kind of funny because like Angie Craig tried to present herself as like also kind of progressive in this race when she very clearly isn't. So there was a little bit of excitement and a little bit of fear that this was going to be close. Anyway, yeah, I'm also situation monitoring my ultra wide. What are you flexing that you have an ultra wide monitor? Is that what we're doing? Hong takes the lead with a Dane drop and still has 7 precincts left there. We'll likely build on that lead with Winnebago. Then it will come down to Milwaukee absentee ballots. Oh my God. Sarah Rodriguez, save us. Sarah Rodriguez, Mandela Barnes, save us. Sarah Rodriguez, I love you. Mandela Barnes, save me. Mandela Barnes, I love you. You are my GOAT. The election victory was stolen from you. Remember the Democratic establishment, they left you behind. Mandela Barnes, save us. Milwaukee, please. Oh God.
Be right back. You're free to come up, Adam, but I'll be super quick.
I'll stay here. Thank you.
Okay.
There's a progressive victory leadership in the Watch Party. VC rooting for Crowley to win because they say Hong can't lie about shit like the Thanksgiving stuff, unlike Zoran and other DSA candidates, which will lose her in the general, which will be used by the GOP. Please never, ever reveal information like that to me ever again. I will literally put you on a fucking rocket ship. I will put you on a rocket ship and send your ass on a one-way ticket to Mars. I do not care. I cannot begin to explain to you how little I care about things like that. Why are you delivering this kind of information to me? Why? I don't need to know about this at all. No one needs to know about this. Please don't do that again. Okay? You sound like Elon. Yeah, okay, exactly. Possible close, 8 to 10% of Republicans voting in the Democratic primary. Our poll was 6 to 7% Republican, and I think we are seeing the same thing in Wisconsin as we did in Michigan. We're probably close to 10%. Hard to tell, though, with no party registration. Oh, God, people are going to be so insane about this shit. Jesus fucking Christ. And Hecky asking producers right now how late they can keep the camera crew. Dude, this is exactly like last week. It's so funny. Kalshi bet on if Steve washes his hands. I like that you guys are just as parasocial about Steve Kornacki's live streams as you are about me. That's cool. So it's just how it is. Future Republican attack ad versus Hong. Please stop showing me things. Please, I don't want to see anything. I just want to see big, beautiful dumps. There is nothing I want to see other than big, beautiful, glorious dumps. There's nothing I want to see right now other than, oops, we had no idea that Madison had tremendous youth turnout that we did not account for. It turns out there's more secret votes that just came in. Lo and behold, like, that's what I want to see. That's the only thing I want to see right now. Jay Kang, oh my God, he went to pee and asked his co-host if he wanted to get up to run the board, and the co-host said, no, I think I'll just stay here. Bro, you got to help Steve out here. He's carrying this by himself. Be a fucking teammate. A lot of people don't understand. A lot of people don't understand what it takes to be a fucking live broadcaster, okay? A lot of people think this shit is sweet. People think...
Holy Toledo.
People don't understand. People don't understand what this looks like every damn day, okay? All right, this post will make everybody happy. It took about 10 minutes to unlock and download results from the first tabulator. There are 8 tabulators left. Only about 6 minutes at the next tabulator. We're probably looking at later than 11. Only 3 minutes at the next one. Yeah, that's it. Streaming is the hardest job. Streaming is the hardest. Fox News. Fox News, news alert. Controversial radical terrorist Islamist Twitch streamer says streaming is the hardest job. Sincerely, not even a shred of irony there, folks. Fox News, breaking news alert. We should kill this guy, Hasan Piker. How would you guys feel if we just killed him? Pretty good idea, am I right? Fox News alert. Steve Kornacki proving that? That's what I'm saying. No, she fell out of the lead. What the fuck? It's flipped again? God damn it. Stop the steal. Stop the steal. Bad dumps, not good dumps. Stop the steal. Kornacki Cam will be right back. Yeah, we're doing the 4 pest campaign in Wisconsin. Is just turkeys, okay? All 4 of the pests are turkeys. We're taking out all the turkeys. No more Thanksgiving.
We start with this. Ken Reed takes the lead statewide.
Fuck.
Does it on the strength of this, partly on the strength of this, Winnebago County, where we've been saying in the Bow counties here, Hong has been exceeding expectations, running so well, right? She won Brown County, Green Bay. She's winning Outagamie County, Appleton. Why wouldn't she then in Winnebago County, Oshkosh, why wouldn't the same thing happen? Well, okay, Crowley has the lead here. The thing that we just saw, though, in Brown County, of course, was it was at the very end that Green Bay came in. Is Oshkosh coming in at the end in Winnebago County?
Yeah, I could take a look.
Yeah, that's the question that emerges. But for Crowley, because we see it in Madison too. But before you do that, Adam, was it where else came in? I do feel like he got something
Crowley
else
plus
here.
400 votes in Winnebago now.
No.
I'm guessing he's counted outside.
Richland just came in. 445 votes.
Is still to come
Crowley 193. Hong 156.
Okay, that was it. Okay, so it really was on the strength of what we just saw in Winnebago. I'm sorry, I had to do that. I'm sorry. It's just no good time. Okay, Adam is just going to check on that, but that leaves we think now. We still think, I'm just checking in here, that we still think 13,000 votes to come in Winnebago County. We still think 15,000 votes to come in Dane. And then this is it. This is Central.
Yes, the same calculation for Bernie AOC in Florida 25 is the exact same in the general as well. National progress groups have completely dropped Florida. They are not touching it with a 10-foot pole. I think it's largely because they're toss-ups. They don't think they can perform well in toss-up races. I think they're wrong. I think the time is now, but nobody fucking listens to me. And perhaps they're right. I don't know. What the fuck do I know? I just, I'm a believer, okay? That's my biggest problem. I'm a believer. A hope and a dream, baby, every single time.
These estimates can be a little optimistic.
If you're wondering why no progressive national groups have been active in the Florida races or in like southern races for the most part, with the exception of Justin Pearson, that is the reason.
All these expectations have been upended. Something else just came in for Crowley.
So Green Lake was the biggest update.
We had no votes from there, yeah.
Yeah. Crowley wins 673, Hong 492.
Yep.
We also got a Forest update. Crowley 293, Hong 231. And we got another Winnebago update.
Yeah.
439 votes. Crowley gets 210 to Hong's 124.
So, yeah, I'd love to know if this is it. So many puzzles with these numbers that they come in because, just when we think we got a sense of this sort of Fox Valley here, Crowley is putting up incredible numbers in Winnebago County. But we thought he was putting up pretty good numbers in Brown County. where Green Bay was, and then all of a sudden at the end of the Brown County count, they gave us Green Bay, and Green Bay was a disaster for him.
We got a Sheboygan update.
Fantastic. Now that must be good for Crowley. No, it was. All the expectations are getting confounded. It wasn't good for him, was it?
He nets votes out of it, but he only nets at like 50 votes. It was 2,357 votes.
It could be a runoff if the other candidate,
989
if
to
the candidate that's
928.
behind calls for it
went up again.
at 1%.
Racine.
Yeah.
Crowley gets 519. Hong gets 413. Those were the latest two updates.
A little New York Times update. They moved the expected total of the votes from 85 down to 83%. Turnout is increasing again. Okay, good. I think it could be good. It could be bad. Like I said, does this mean that there was additional turnout from undecideds who got really fucked the last second? Or is this actually the youth quake? Again, could be good, could be bad. I hate this. Normally, these races are far more predictable. This is the least predictable race of all time.
And our total expected vote for the state also higher.
Not a runoff.
Okay,
sorry.
wow.
Did I say runoff? I apologize. I meant recount. I apologize. The candidate that's behind, if it's close enough, can demand a recount for the record. Apologies for using the term runoff. It's the California in me. Yeah, I mean, if you're thinking about this beyond, a socialist elected in a statewide race, it would be huge. But if you're looking at this purely as a partisan right now, as I know there's probably plenty of people watching me that are liberals tonight because, it's a big primary election. This is very good. Like the broad turnout numbers is very, very good for the Democrats in general. So whoever takes it is going to have a much easier time in the general than the way I think people are predicting it. It's a bad sign for Donald Trump. So, this is, I guess, from a partisan perspective, this is a good problem to have. But from our perspective, of course, we want a socialist elected in a statewide race. So that's not so great. We would like to see, we would have liked to see bigger number here.
Kind of meaningful population center. He wins by a couple hundred votes. There's a couple hundred here, a couple hundred here, a couple hundred here. And then he's able to take, remember, Hong had moved ahead. And there's basically been like a net change here of about 2,000 votes since then that put Crowley back in front. With
look at
very
this.
Interesting development there in Winnebago County.
He says, I still see this as a toss-up. Zachary Denini from Vote Hub says, I still see this as a toss-up. Maybe if you made me choose, Crowley is slightly favored in my mind, but it's also so hard to know what to expect from Milwaukee absentee ballots. Hong has Dane and Winnebago. Crowley has a lead and stuff trickling from Manitowoc, Columbia, Sheboygan, and Milwaukee. So, it's like I said earlier the night, it's coming down to the Milwaukee absentee ballots, which, again, is not a great position to be in because older voters, but also somewhat not a great position for David Crowley either because he wasn't fucking in the running. He wasn't in the running for a good chunk of it.
Yeah, they're at, and the expected here is 814. Okay,
no,
so
he's
where's
on the ballot.
We said we think,
but he had dropped out.
38,000 remaining in
the
Milwaukee.
Hope and a
Remember
dream
these,
that we have here. I mean, it could literally just come out and it would not even be fucking close, right? Shannon Watts, what is this? What do you mean an endorsement from Sanders, Warren, AOC matters more than support from Hasan Piker and Mike from PA? Dude, Shannon Watts, are you on fucking crack? What the fuck is wrong with you? When have I ever made this argument? When has anyone ever made this argument? Of course a fucking endorsement from Sanders would matter quite a bit. No shit. He ran for president twice. He's the most popular politician in the country. These guys literally make up arguments in their heads and then act as though that's her argument. Yeah, I know. Yeah, of course. You're literally comparing two of the most popular politicians in the country to two fucking Twitch streamers. Are you stupid? No one has ever made that argument. What the fuck is wrong with these people? They're just like tweaking. I feel like they just watch white knuckling every race to be like, ooh, how can I get an own on a fucking Twitch streamer? I'm operating on pure spite. Anyway, we're done with Shannon Watts.
This number for a long time there now.
Steve?
Yeah.
I do have an update for you out of Milwaukee.
Yeah.
So there are 9 municipalities that report their absentee ballots at the central location. 4 of them have reported. So it's Milwaukee and 4 other municipalities that will
The Native Americans appreciated Hong hating on Thanksgiving, by the way.
The updated vote. We know the Milwaukee's somewhere around 28,000.
Hong wins
right?
by
And
29
there's
points to
10,000 more
validate these
outside of that. And I
Patriots.
think that some of these other municipalities account for that.
Or central count, or just municipalities we don't have any votes from.
It's their absentee ballots at the central location. And again, 4 of those counties have reported. So we have gotten some of those mixed in already, but 4 of them still have outstanding.
Wait, but no, I understand. So there are 9 municipalities in Milwaukee County that use central count for their absentee and for their early.
Yep.
You're saying we've got our decision desk saying that they think this 38,000 is all coming out of central count.
28,000 central count from Milwaukee.
From Milwaukee, but is the other 10 central count for other cities?
Yes.
So it is all coming out of central count?
Yes.
Right. I mean, so okay, it's all absentee, is what I'm saying.
I think that's right. Yes.
Okay, that's the. I mean, that's. Can we just double check on that, because that's so important, because if we're looking at nearly 40,000 votes that are absentee or early, you know what I'm saying, right? How many of those votes were cast in July? How many of those votes were cast for Mandela Barnes, for Sarah Rodriguez? How many of those votes were cast when Crowley looked like he was going to be an afterthought in this campaign? If
hopefully all of them.
If you're Crowley, like, he has the advantage and he's building it in these small places right now. He has the advantage in the tally right now, is what I'm trying to say.
It's not looking great.
But Hong has a big bunch of votes, I think, from you saw what those Dane updates can do. She can get a couple more of those. She may be able to get, I'm very suspicious that what happened in Brown is going to happen in Winnebago. Okay? So between 15,000 votes in Dane and potentially a repeat of what happened in Brown happening in Dane.
Yes.
That could get her, that could erase a lot of that. Then if there's nearly 40,000 votes just sitting there that were cast at like the lowest moment, they weren't all cast in July. They were not all cast in July. But how many
the fuck
more?
is the dude that got dropped out
And
back this fucking close? Buddy, I don't think you understand. The answer is boomers. This is literally what happened. I feel like we are destined to experience 2020 Bernie Sanders coming off the heels of the Nevada victory over and over again. Okay? Some of you are too young, I think, and maybe you do not remember. Okay? But there is a moment where the fucking establishment locks in. Obama makes a boss call. All the support is consolidated behind Biden. An easy victory in South Carolina that was, the slated to happen, guaranteed victory in South Carolina, is made a mountain out of a molehill. Everyone freaks the fuck out. There's like almost $1 billion in earned media from South Carolina to Super Tuesday. Biden carries every fucking state that he didn't even have, that he never stepped foot in. Okay? That he never even stepped foot in. This is the level of power that the establishment turnout machine has had for decades. Okay? This happened with Javier Becerra. Xavier Baccaria. This is the exact same thing that happened. So, like, every victory that the insurgent left secures is an unbelievable battle. Okay? Is an unbelievable battle. It is actually shocking how many victories that we've put up on the board. Do you understand? That's it. That's how powerful the turnout machine is. That's how powerful the electability argument is.
Pierce.
It's catnip for boomers, which is why the fucking establishment is so goddamn lazy, because they rely on electability in the primary and harm reduction in the turnout. And that's how they've won elections. And that's also the reason why they've lost a lot of elections.
Like, I would have looked at this and said, this is Crowley country tonight.
Yeah.
And she wins St. Croix. And this is what I'm saying. I think it's population centers to some degree.
Yeah.
Minneapolis, suburbs. But yeah, Pierce and St. Croix, I would have put firmly in the Crowley category, and Hong wins them both. And cuts that margin to 1375. So, we're down to about 120,000 votes.
Restrict boomer voting rights. Restrict boomer voting rights, and this country will be so much better off.
It's been a lot of both tonight. And 120, look, a third of them, a third of what we think is left statewide is central count, is absentee from Milwaukee. Milwaukee, 28,000 of it, this is the city of Milwaukee. And then there's, I can give you the, the full list here. Fox Point, Franklin, Milwaukee, Oak Creek, Shorewood, South Milwaukee, Wauwatosa, Greendale, West Allis. Those are the communities in Milwaukee County that send their absentee vote to the central count facility. And the 38,000 remaining there come from the city of Milwaukee and a few others of those. We're not sure which, but the city of Milwaukee is one of them.
We think it's Wauwatosa, West Allis, Oak Creek, South Milwaukee, and Milwaukee.
We did know. Yes, okay, right. So there you go. It's so a third of the remaining vote is, and it's in that. Gosh, if you like a mystery, you like I mean, what do you make of that vote? What do you think it is? You're watching this as closely as I am. What do you think that's going to look like? He just got Crowley just got something huge. What was it?
We got a Milwaukee update.
Oh, my goodness. What do we get?
We got 4,500 votes. Crowley gets 2,556. Hong gets 1,568.
Is this being reported out from Central Count?
Let me see what, yes. So now Oak Creek, Wauwatosa, West Allis, and South Milwaukee all reported. So then Milwaukee is still just the remaining.
That was, how many votes was that?
That was 4,536.
Okay. And we think that was central, but you see what I'm getting at. If that was Central Count and he won it.
Yeah.
Can we just be sure of that?
Yeah, so those municipalities were previously not reporting, and now they're reporting, and the only one that's left not reporting is the city of Milwaukee.
I think something else just came in.
Oconto, 2,611 votes. Crowley, 1,185.
Oh my God,
Hong,
it's over. It's over. You missed the disaster?
That
no, the
is
rurals
potentially
came in.
blockbuster, what just happened in Milwaukee. And that's why I want to be so sure that I'm characterizing this correctly as Central Count, because if it is a very emphatic answer to the question we've been posing about what that vote looks like. All these things about when the vote was cast and is there a penalty. Crowley just did you saw it. Now, that's, well, let's just let.
Cheers. Andrew at the decision desk also thinks that what's just remaining is the 28,000 from Central Count from the city of Milwaukee.
Sure, but he thinks that was specifically Central Count that just came in.
Yes.
Well, if you're at Crowley headquarters now, that is the single biggest piece of news you've had all night, I think. That's huge.
15K
That's
absentee
huge.
ballot.
What were the percentages on that vote that just came in?
30% take for Hong, 4,500
the
over
Milwaukee
Crowley.
update?
Crowley. That's crazy.
The Milwaukee County update that we just got. What percent did he get? What percent did she get?
He got 50%. She got 35%.
Wow. I mean, this is how much. It's astounding to me, given how much of this vote I think comes from a different time in the campaign, that he did that well. He did better. He's running at 43.8% countywide, and we're saying from absentee vote he did 50%. That's crazy. I mean, that's wow. That I say that blows my mind. But that's just massive for him, because that obviously sets the stage for Milwaukee. If it shows that with the Central Count there was no,
it's not good.
There's no apparent price that he paid for that coming from a potentially a lot of that coming from July or something. So
stop the steal.
It is mail and early votes, so it's possible that those municipalities just skewed more towards the early vote. That could be one of the explanations.
But it is that combination, and we weren't sure what the mix was, and we weren't. So listen, if that is
there might not be a way out here.
If that is foreshadowing what is to come from the city of Milwaukee, now this is outlying versus city, although we weren't I don't know that we were seeing a huge difference
centers
between the
for
two.
all.
I see another update just came
Data
in for
centers in
Crowley. What
everyone's
was it?
backyards.
Iowa.
Yeah.
1,165 total votes. Crowley wins 467.
I'm shocked,
Hong,
bro. Why
406.
it's not.
Yeah.
You need to.
Wow, I think we just had a very
Look,
major
guys,
moment.
being a leftist is about taking L's all the fucking time.
I'm still hung
I
up
think
on
you
that
guys
because,
are too new.
If the central count in Milwaukee goes anything
Cheers.
like what we just saw, I think
y'all are too used to a sequence of victories that we strung together.
That's a 15-point margin
with ticker tape.
If he were to do that in central count, with 28,000, 2,800, 40, if that were to replicate, it would net him 4,200 additional votes, and this thing would move close to 7,000. That's a huge if, but just to give you a sense of it. And if he then got up 7,000, where could she counter that?
This might be a bigger L than Bernie.
And again, something else just came in small, but I want to register these.
No, you guys are making a mountain out of the fucking Thanksgiving shit. It's not. It's not. It's not. I mean, it's not great that all of our coverage leading up to the fucking last week when everyone is paying attention was all negative. But it's like people weren't making a decision on Thanksgiving, okay?
Because again, if
you guys are being ridiculous.
We're saying 14,000.
Like it's because the national media hits that she got, on top of the lack of TV ads, on top of no national progressive endorsements, and like it defined for the last batch of voters, she performed as expected. Like she actually outperformed in some places. She performed as expected and outperformed in certain places. Okay, but in the week build up, it was all negative media coverage, like tremendous amounts of earned media that was negative.
14,000 is the
okay.
14,000 is the
that's
is
it.
The actual remaining vote in Dane.
It's not because of fucking Turkey. It could have been anything else. It could have been if not Thanksgiving, they would have said socialism. Like it was enough for the boomers to feel fearful, and especially with no national endorsements.
Okay.
She had no backing. She had no trust that she could establish with at least some of those voters on the edge. You know, your parents, parents that say things like, I really like Francesca Hong. I really like all of her policies, but I'm really worried that she's not going to be able to win, which is why I'm going to vote for fucking Kelda Roys. Because there are a lot of people who did that. I promise you, there are a lot of people whose parents were just like randomly fucking YOLO voting for Kelda Roys or some shit because they thought she was far more electable. Okay? This is exactly what happens. Like this is a very commonplace thing where they just, you know, older voters think they're making a safe pick, a safe choice. And for a lot of people, it's also about, electability in the primary, harm reduction in the general. It is an incredibly powerful motivator for boomers. It's still unbelievably powerful. We are getting to the point where Hong needs to win Milwaukee absentee ballots, but that is possible. No, I don't think that's possible. Still feel good about Crowley slightly favored. I don't think Hong wins the Milwaukee absentee ballot. That would be the most insane. That's the most insane change of pace in this entire race. Like
that they were streaming live from inside the central counting location, and they're now outside. So it's possible these votes are making moves.
Wait, the people broadcasting have been moved outside?
There was a camera, and they were watching them process the ballots inside a location. Remember, they have to bring it from the one location to the other. Right. That camera's now outside, so.
Okay. This is like waiting for the Pope, right? You're looking for when's the smoke?
We're looking for any signals we can.
Plumes of smoke, they'll tell us.
That's the update I have, yeah.
They'll tell us. But yeah, I just that update that
we just got another one from Grant
County. Down from Milwaukee, who's battle. She wins those last Madison votes by a crazy margin. Hong will not eke it out after all.
Hong 210.
Yeah, they're adding up for him. Now if you're Hong, you need what would you need a essentially a surprise in this Milwaukee number. Can we make a case for why that would happen? I guess the case we would make is city of Milwaukee as opposed to one of the sort of inner suburbs of Milwaukee County. So it, can be much younger, can be much more
They're all set.
demographically
City
friendly.
election officials driving along with a police escort will now take the USB drives containing the election results to county courthouse. The county will upload the results soon after receiving them. Oh my God!
Not necessarily
it's over in the
inner
next
suburbs of these places. So
once we know what that looks like, the game is done.
They're getting into the car.
Okay, but where's this is to go to or from?
This is to go from the place that they were kind of loading the ballots onto USB sticks or memory drives to the location that they can put them in the machine so they can be reported out to us here at 30 Rockefeller Plaza.
Why can't they do that in one place?
I don't know.
So wait, I'm so bad with the technical. Just say it one more time so people can appreciate what's happening. We say central count.
Yes.
They got all these ballots there.
Yeah.
Okay. They counted them?
Yes, they're counted and processed and loaded onto memory sticks.
Memory sticks, literally something the size of a stick of gum?
That's exactly right.
Okay.
And then they're transporting them over to, I don't know, I believe it's the courthouse where they can be reported out or they can be transmitted.
So you're saying they're now in the motorcade on their way over?
That's right.
Is there like sirens and what does it look like?
It looks like a car driving in the middle of the night in Milwaukee.
I hope they don't just drive off or something.
I find it entertaining. I don't know. I'm sure everybody at home would as well. But
I mean, this is what we
just got a Columbia update as well.
Yep.
2,800 votes. Crowley 1,252. Hong 950.
She's going to need something. She's going to need. I mean, this is really coming. I think if you're Crowley, you're feeling better than Hong right now, and I think she needs something. Out of this central count Milwaukee number that, I say surprising, but we're trying to make the case for what that would be.
Never a good moment this late into the night when you're trying to fucking crunch the numbers in the exact same way that he did for Haley Stevens last race, right? It's never a good moment in the night when you're crunching numbers to see if there's any opportunity for Francesca Hong to make up the distance.
He's not there, but he has reported there in the past.
It's not looking good. Thanksgiving is going to win, folks. As the anti-Thanksgiving voter,
from the county facility.
As the anti-Thanksgiving voter, I am personally positively disturbed by the pro-Thanksgiving voters that came out and voted by large numbers.
Transporting. But okay, they still just have to put these.
Yeah, it's still the same process, just the technical.
So we are
how that's happening.
Is Shaq writing to you? Can you ask him how long?
Yeah,
would he
in both
estimate
cases, the key voters were electability crazed Dems. They'll just show up and vote D.
The number? Does he have?
Yeah,
can he remember?
I can ask him.
Okay, he knows. He's lived through the joy of this.
Yeah, I don't think the pollsters were like.
Hong
I mean, look, we'll see what happens. We'll look at the final analysis. I've talked to some of the pollsters. They told me that it wasn't. They weighed it favorably to Crowley, but at certain points, if people are simply not responding from the Crowley camp, there's nothing you can do about it. No matter how hard you fucking weigh it in favor of Crowley, turnout. So. Even with a favored Crowley turnout, weighed in the direction of Crowley's base, he was still 20 points behind Francesca Hong in the last poll that came out. So I think at the end of the day, this is too insane of a fucking primary. And I think the DSA difference actually just kind of tweaks the numbers a little bit too. Overall,
both the decision
overall,
and Shaq wrote to me with that.
I would say.
Timing update. So I'm trying to attribute to them both. Okay. Thank you for helping me out.
Thank you, Decision Desk, too. Yeah.
Voter rate analysis from 60% of votes in it to 87 has shown that this will come down to Crowley plus 0.2. It's actually pretty Jover at this point.
Is probably not going to be enough for Hong to erase this. I think you can also see, but 14K there plus potentially the 12K in Winnebago. Can certainly get her close. The problem she has then is that you're just seeing this trickle. You just watch this number. You've seen it, right? It's this trickle from the rest of the state is going to continue.
At least with Hong losing, mainstream media will deem you irrelevant. Surely, are you kidding me? Fuck no. They're gonna. The upcoming week is going to be victory laps from every single boomer consultant. That's like Hasan Piker is the biggest dog shit. Francesca Hong would have won, but she lost because she hugged Hasan Piker. We literally found the one voter who's a Hasan Piker voter And that will be the primary coverage for this upcoming week. It'll be naming and shaming. Now, of course, I don't really give a shit what these guys say at the end of the day, but 100%. The blood is in the water. The knives are out. What these people don't understand is I endorse Cori Bush as well. I don't care if a candidate is a long shot. I don't care if a candidate has it locked down. I care about the policies of the candidate, you know? So this election is proof that cheese goes on Kalbijim, right? Okay, everybody calm down. For the uninitiated, is Crowley bad overall? Like, I just don't know. I mean, yeah, he's not great. He's establishment, neoliberal Democrat. He's whatever. He's just not great like Francesca Hong would have been as like a bold socialist governor, a DSA governor in a statewide, in a very important state. So, but he'll be a party apparatchik. So it's not going to be bad. Like he's going to be a data center Democrat. You know what I mean? He's just not going to do anything to rock the boat. This is not a race where like there is a truly dog shit candidate. Like Crowley is a regular, nothing will fundamentally change Democrat. Okay. He's pro data centers. He says stuff like, we got to work with the Republicans. Who knows how he'll behave once he takes the governor's mansion, but he's not like he doesn't have anything that's like so offensive that I would be like, this is really messed up. Literally the same thing as a Republican winning. You're out of your fucking mind. It's not the same thing as a Republican winning because they can redistrict if there's a Democrat who's the governor. No, it's not the same thing as a Republican winning. What are you talking about? Look at Spamberger. No, I don't think he'll be like Spamberger. What? No. He's not like Spamberger. He'll be more like Gretchen Whitmer probably, not Spamberger. He'll be fucking worse than Spamberger. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't think that's the case. Does Crowley lose the general? No. I don't think anybody loses. I didn't think Francesca Hong would lose the general. So that's why I'm saying like it's not great for having a socialist elected win the gubernatorial primary for the Democrats, but it's still fine. Like it's a fucking Democrat that's going to win the trifecta in Wisconsin. Why did she not get any national progressive endorsements? I already explained it to you guys. It's because I don't know if you guys noticed, but none of the national progressive, including I feel like Justice Democrats is already like spread far too thin, right? They're stretched all over the country. And as far as national progressive endorsements goes, like Bernie doesn't make risky plays. You said that last statement wrong. Wait, what did I say? But this is still a major, significant impact that DSA had here. It is crazy. The difference between Flanagan's result, no DSA endorsement, but got backing for Bernie AOC, and Hong's result, DSA endorsement, but no Bernie AOC backing, tells you a lot about who holds the most influence on the left. Wait, what? No, Edinger Mentum is fucking... No, that's not correct. It's an entirely different race. It's an entirely different environment. It's Minnesota after ICE occupation. No, that is a totally wrong interpretation. If that was the case, Nate Bluen would have won. You know what I mean? Like that's ridiculous. Josh hates Hong with a burning passion. No, because she's too woke. She's too woke one. That's why a lot of these guys don't like her answers. That's what it is. I think Sanders and AOC are fearful of what Hong general election loss would mean for the left's argument that they can't win. Yeah, no, that's what it is. That's why they don't make risky plays like that. It would put a big dent in the momentum, and they thought she was too risky. Can't speak for them, but that's my thoughts. Also, they don't really endorse in gubernatorial races. Yeah, but this would have been a unique one.
And I don't have anything currently for you. I see.
Okay.
Election result graphics.
Shaq said 12:30. It's 12:06. Whew.
What do you mean? No one thought she was risky? No, she was the only toss-up out of all the establishment picks. In the general election polls, Hong was the only toss-up. That's the only reason why people were shy. How are we going to win 2028 primary? Boomers are always electability-minded and scared. I mean, think about what Zoran has been able to accomplish as far as good governance goes in such a short period of time. You compound that with a bunch of additional victories. You compound that with like Abdul's victory in November. That's not Like 2028 is a very different environment, very different media environment, very different attitude towards DSA. DSA gets a sequence of like telegenic, young, vibrant, dynamic congresspersons that can caucus, that can push for bills, that will hopefully get decent committee seats. I don't know if Hakeem Jeffries will do that, but who knows? And then all of a sudden, you have a lot more legitimacy. You have a lot more legitimacy in the movement, and also the Abdul victory will also put a big dent in the electability argument against the boomercrats who constantly say electability favors us. Yeah. Think about how different the environment is in comparison to 2024 till now. That's 2 years ago. Okay? Think about where I was. Think about where this community was. Think about where the national conversation was about DSA. That was 2 years ago versus now. Now, think about the possibilities 2 years from now. Things can change, and things do change. Establishment still got a square. Abdul El-Sayed win with a Crowley win. Can't be sore winners and shit on leftists because one center wins. No, the establishment will be annoying and sore winners nonetheless, but it doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? They don't have any fucking policies. About 98K votes left statewide. Hong down 3K. Hong would need the remaining vote to break plus 3 points to take the lead. She was up 7 points in Madison. So if these last absentee votes and remaining votes break like that, then she's fine, but it's unlikely. Sad. Yeah, what do you mean? They haven't stopped talking shit. Who gives a fuck?
So we're down to 104,000 votes. A third of it, a little bit less than a third of it, is just that Milwaukee.
Talking a little bit to the decision desk, they do think that the expected vote number currently in our system for Dane is a little too high. I think it's under 1,000 votes.
Wait, we think it's under, pardon me, we think it's under 1,000 votes?
Yes, because the Dane County website currently says 280 of 281 precincts reporting. So we're probably just waiting for
fucking Joe
one precinct.
Whoa. Oh, that's huge. I know I'm like asking the same thing 3 times, but it's so big. I just want to make sure I understand this.
Yeah.
We don't think there's 14,000 votes left in Dane. We think there's less than 1,000.
It's Jover then.
That's right.
You know, it's put a fork in it.
That's wow. I mean, the Hong math. So this is so important to the Hong math, and the well may be dry for her in Dane County. Wow. So
the only precinct that I don't see as reported on the Dane County website is one precinct in Madison.
It's in Madison. Could be. Do you have the precinct results in front of you, or like?
Yeah.
If it's not 14,000
votes. Can you see like a really good precinct for her? How many raw votes? How many votes did she get versus
They disappeared the votes.
Yes. So trying to find one. Yeah. So like here's Madison 72, and like the precinct we're missing is Madison 74. Madison 72, she got 359 votes. He got 156 votes.
So 200.
Madison 73, she gets 658 votes. He gets 321 votes. Those are like some of the neighboring precincts.
So they do vary in size a little and turnout. Look, be super generous, 350
I'm
votes.
going to keep it $1.50. Maybe people will get mad at me for this controversial take. I hope DSA in Wisconsin doesn't get mad at me. But I think if it's, I don't think we push for a recount here. That would be my take. If that's the case, you know, that's just my humble opinion. I think that there is no reason to, get into an unbelievably costly battle in that situation, depending on how close it is, I guess, at the end of the day. But it would be super costly. It would also probably not yield the results that people expect. And ultimately, you're not living here. No offense. Okay, fair. Just saying.
I will let you know if I see a memory stick or something interesting that lets us know that we're close.
Okay, so Well,
25 minutes to upload the
If
results.
what's left in Dane were to knock this down to now, did we just get another update?
Yeah, we got 2,200 votes out of Chippewa.
Yeah.
Hong gets 942. Crowley gets 724.
Okay. Once again, completely defying my expectations. A solid Crowley County. She actually nets a little bit there. So, okay, but again, we were thinking there's like 14,000 votes left in Dane. Doesn't look like there are. Looks like there might be 1,000 at best. If Hong were to net 350 out of it right now, that she could knock this down to 2,800. Big outstanding source of votes in Winnebago. Again, if it kind of mimics Brown, but what do we think is left in Winnebago? We think 12,000 votes are left there. If she won it by 20 points, I'm just spitballing, 20. Yeah, that's a big source for her. She needs something big out of Winnebago. But it also, in a way, if she wins, if she were to win that Milwaukee vote, that Milwaukee vote,
that would be crazy.
If she wins it big, a 10-point win in a batch of 34,000 votes is 3,400 votes.
I would fucking die. I would
She's
perish.
down 3166. We say she's not going to get much more out of Dane. Take another bite out of that with Winnebago. I do think as the other counties continue to fill in, as we've seen, it would then tick back up. But yeah, she could, win the Milwaukee Central Count vote by 10 points.
Very
if
tough
Hong
math.
beats Crowley by 10 points, and if it is 34,000.
Very tough math. What is going on with my internet?
I think we're not quite sure, but I think if it is 34,000, she could net 3,400 with that. So, if she wins it by 15, 5,000, a little bit more than 5,000. But I think she needs to see something like that. She needs to see something like that. Some kind of double-digit win, I think, with this Milwaukee Central Count. Because it's not coming from Dane for her anymore. She could make a dent from Winnebago.
NBC News.
She could make a dent.
NBC News says 99% of Dane County votes are in, home of Madison. New York Times claims only 92% are in. The difference is approximately 13,000 votes. Hong is currently leading the county by 7%. What the fuck is going on? I hope Kornacki's wrong. He's never wrong, but I hope he's wrong.
Maybe not.
Stop the steal.
And outside of that, as we tick down to 102,000 left statewide.
The woman that was doing paperwork at the table has left the table and went to the other room. That's promising to me.
Is there only one person in this room, or is this like...
There's press and other auxiliary
Everybody's
officials.
watching one woman at a table?
Yes.
Where are you watching this, by the way? Not that I want people switching away from the...
58 News Milwaukee.
Okay, tell me how are we getting this when it comes out? Do they make a public declaration? Do they...
We get it the same way we've gotten all the other results, is they'll upload it into the system and it'll be distributed out to clients.
Does like our reporter find out first and tell us, or...
They fly it by pigeon.
If they do,
Steve.
I will let you know. But the best I know is that
they fly
it'll
it by
hit the
pigeon
system.
carrier, Steve.
We've had Wisconsin
yeah, they bring in a town crier. Hell yeah,
before.
hell yeah.
I feel like the 2018
The
governor's race
absentee
did.
ballot
Does that sound
count.
right? Scott Walker got beat by
From
Evers, I think.
Yeah.
On
Milwaukee
Central
shows.
in Milwaukee.
Francesca Hong winning
I do feel like
100% of the
I've watched
votes.
This process play out a couple times at this point. Yeah.
I think I've asked you the same questions a couple times to continue answering them.
No, it's fun to watch it with you. We just got another Burnett County update.
Yeah.
773 votes. Crowley 291. Hong 256.
Which takes us. Whoa! Did we get more than that, or they just dialed back our expected? Oh, I think that.
No megaphone.
We're now at 92,000 remaining. So I think we just dialed back our expected a little.
Yeah, it looks like they took away or they made that adjustment
Dane.
for the Dane vote.
Oh, it is. Yep, you're right. Yeah. We.
Yeah, what if all the last votes are 100% for Francesca Hong?
68. Yeah, I mean,
And
so
she
now
wins by
that Milwaukee vote is
100,000.
well over a third.
And we just got another update from Dane, 500 votes. Hong 271, Crowley 166.
So she nets 95 votes. Out of what? Is that it for Dane? Is that the last thing for Dane? Is that the last precinct?
Their website now says 100% of precincts reporting.
Jeez. Yeah, now our
This is why RAM is 500
that takes us down to 89,000 statewide.
Wisconsin voters love
and
AI.
And our
dude.
Milwaukee, again, these are moving targets.
They fucking love AI.
Milwaukee 32.
They love data centers.
You see that?
Mm-hmm.
I think you've asked them before, but can you ask them, do they think that 32 is all? They must.
I love data. I fucking love data, and I love centering data.
Yeah, of course it is, because everybody's at this one building.
Look at this fucking board, bro. What is happening, Steve? Steven.
Yeah, believe it or not, the outside of Milwaukee, I mean, so right,
Yeah, Shaq flags from Charles Benson, one of our NBC affiliate reporters. Thumb drives have
Probably
arrived
still
at the
dipping
central
on New York
count. We
Times.
should have numbers on the 27,000 early absentee ballots in the next 30 minutes.
27,000.
Yes.
So can we ask our decision desk? We're hearing 27,000. Where's the 32?
I'll get clarity, but as you saw with that, Dane, I think because the vote has gone up so much throughout the night, as you saw with that Dane update,
I was wondering if our Francesca Hong, despite losing most rural counties, are doing pretty well in rural areas in the northern and western corners of Wisconsin.
That Dane vote is now exhausted, but I will get an update from Milwaukee.
Please. Okay, thank you.
And I checked.
That's our reporter telling
which
us
counties are in
27,000,
primary out-of-state
and we
media
heard
markets,
28.
folks. You've got to run TV ads if you can.
It matters from the standpoint that, look, if it's 27,000 and the math,
Stop it.
27,000.
Looks like Dane County is done. Hong didn't get much from those last 7 precincts. Winnebago and Milwaukee, absentee ballot still outstanding.
Which is short. 32,000. If she wins it by 10, she nets 3,200, 1,700 votes, 17 votes higher than that. It just every vote obviously matters here in this situation. But she's clearly going to have to win it big. She's just going to have to win that batch.
Look,
big.
I'm sorry. I think it's definitely Jover, but I hope it's not. I still believe, but
whatever its exact size, because
my heart says.
We're waiting
still
on
votes ready to be counted, but my
Milwaukee
brain says it might be Jover.
And Oshkosh, Winnebago County, make up more than half of the remaining vote.
Just got an update in Shawano County. 1,569 votes. Crowley 676. Hong 519.
Yep. And so it just ticks up a little bit. Ooh.
Remember, by the way, Abdul's margin of victory meant that it was basically a defeat for the progressive left. But the establishment Democrats' margin of victory, which is even narrower than Abdul's, if it happens, will mean a resounding success. That is a fucking mandate. That means that the establishment is back, baby. That the establishment is back like it never went away, okay? Just remember, those are the rules, okay? It's a mandate. It's a mandate. That's how it works.
We think this 32 is going to tick down.
Just like Eric Adams was a mandate.
I don't know if we have control over that number.
Okay,
so
I see.
Just
because
keep track of that number for our audience.
That 86 may even be more like 82.
Yeah.
28,000 Milwaukee, 12,000 Winnebago.
I'm done explaining to people what AOC and Bernie's calculus is here, okay? I'm done. Please subscribe and rewind if you want to understand, because I have repeatedly explained why national
Greene
progressive
County
endorsements did not come in.
Greene County has 3,600, has more outstanding votes as the 3,600 outstanding. I mean, That's running big for Crowley. And yeah. There is still some in Outagamie, maybe about 3,000 votes right there. So I think Hong will net some out of that.
Fran is speaking?
Then,
wait, what the fuck? Why?
There may be a little bit out of Eau Claire still.
Of this state, it isn't time
She
to be your
conceding?
candidate for governor.
What the fuck's going on? Is she conceding? What's happening? Oh, venue probably out of time? Yeah. No. She's just doing a...
Wisconsin, we have built something that will change politics forever. The work we have done will be remembered forever. I know we don't have the final results right now, but what I do know is that we are ready to keep fighting, and I feel confident. But more importantly, I am so deeply, deeply grateful to my core for how hard you have all fought, and for what this fight, our movement, means for all of Wisconsin. We are fighting to become once more what Wisconsin has always been, a place where our future is determined not by corporations and billionaires, but our future that's determined by the working class people who live here. We fought through this primary because Wisconsinites have rejected the politics of fear, of apathy, and division. We are here tonight because thousands and thousands of Wisconsinites across this great state came together in living rooms, in backyards, in bars, in church basements, in community centers, and we came together to demand something new and something better. People across this state have given themselves in ways we have never seen before in this state. We love you too! And so many of you, so many people across this state have given themselves because they see themselves in our movement. I can't tell you enough how much it means to see you all here. And then to have seen all the art, the music, the community, bracelets, mutual aid. We are growing community through a campaign and through hundreds and thousands of conversations that we've had in places that I don't think folks were expecting to talk about a gubernatorial campaign. I met so many folks who knocked their first door with this campaign. Folks who organized their first event, made their first phone call, text. Hey, they may have even broken no contact to tell their exes to make a plan to vote. And they did it, you did it, because you truly care for the people of this state, and you care about our shared future, and you care about opportunity for others, for strangers. We have built a beautiful, multi-generational, multi-partisan, multi-racial, working class movement. And it is a movement that meets the moment. This is unprecedented here.
Boomers should drink the coming data center
this is how
water.
We're going to win together in November and for Novembers to come. The fight continues no matter what. Because no matter who wins this primary, we're going to continue to fight for each other. We are going to collectively reject despair, and we are going to
I
unite.
hate Thanksgiving, bro.
We're fighting for our communities whose land Tom Tiffany happens to be selling to big tech and big oil. Where it's Tom Tiffany's
Let's be real. I don't
Medicaid
think
cuts
Crowley's going to be
that are
beating
shutting
big
down our
tech or big
hospitals.
oil. But it's fine. At least
when
the
our
trifecta
neighborhoods-
remains.
Defund Tom Tiffany. And when our neighborhoods and our neighbors are disappeared by uncontrolled ICE fascists, it's Tom Tiffany who shows up in support. And while he's doing that, we are fighting for hope. We are fighting for the freedom to show compassion to one another and to show care for the people around us. But our compassion is not soft. It is resolute. It is tenacious. And it will
Oh, Winnebago dumps came in? I'm sorry. I'm sorry to do this.
I don't know what I just did. Either way, that knocked like 800 and change off that Crowley advantage.
Not enough.
So, and
not enough.
We think there's about 4,000 that are still to come here in Winnebago. We know 28 in Milwaukee. Know all about that. We do think, well, now it's worth saying, look, we think about 4,000 left to come here. We still have about 3,400 left. Yeah, look, I mean, Outagamie, we're still waiting on too. And they got a town that does central count. That's not the holdup. Not sure what is, but okay, so between these two, there's room theoretically. We're just seeing in these counties, though, it seems like a difference between is it outlying vote, is it population center votes? I don't know where it's coming from exactly. But, Hong is leading in both of them, and there's vote to come in both of them. So she could still, and she just got something else small somewhere. What just came in?
Yeah, Wapaka.
Yeah. No, I'm very excited about Peggy Flanagan. Chatter. Tough night for Wisco as a Minnesotan. Yeah, no, I think Peggy's going to be amazing. Are you kidding me? She's going to be awesome.
There is room for her to cut this further here, at least theoretically. As I said, what else is left here? No, I mean, but a place like Manitowoc County is sitting there, that's Crowley country tonight, and he's, there's probably 2,400 votes left right there. Down here in Grant County, Crowley also running up the scores about 24. There's about 2,400 votes left here. We think about 2,400 votes left here. I think you expect pretty good Crowley numbers in both of those places. And then combined between the two of them, there's about 7,500 votes that are left between Outagamie and Winnebago County, right? So it's about 5,000. Between these two, there's about 5,000. So 12,500. And then there's 28 here. What are we at statewide? We think there's about 70,000 votes statewide.
We got another Outagamie and an Ashland update.
Okay, what just happened in Outagamie?
Outagamie was dead even, 348 apiece.
Wow, okay.
Ashland, Hong gets 651, Crowley 336.
651 to 336.
I can't deal with this.
Okay, so it's 26.
I can't believe that it's like 300, it's like 300 at a time.
This thing was starting to get into the high 3,000s there, right? Now she's slashed a third off of it.
I hate this so much.
Which
the chat is truly divided on whether this is going Crowley or Hong.
Really?
Yes.
It's a suspense. I tell you, with the last couple updates that we've got here, it's like I say, she got to win it. Got to win it by a good margin, but maybe not. This is, she's. Now there's going to be some places here, depending on when these come in, if it's before or after Milwaukee. As I said, if
Milwaukee absentee ballot calls it.
Right. Like at some point,
Milwaukee absentee ballot ends the night. That's it. It's over after that.
Crowley.
No path to
We're
victory.
getting more of this, and I think it's going to be good for Crowley.
Because all of the remaining areas where they're looking at are like relatively rural.
It looks like
it's just not. We need that big ass dump. We need that big old dump, which is supposed to come soon.
A huge number. The last time we got an update, it looks like actually, I think there might still be some. Yeah, there's still votes. So look, okay, Eau Claire, Portage, Winnebago, Outagamie, Portage 17, Eau Claire 18, that's 35, Outagamie 25, that's 60. So between those four that I just circled, that's about 10,000 total votes that are left that to some degree I think could go Hong's way. Right, and then what else here? Oh shoot, I just pressed this. Bayfield has. Now she's up. Yeah, she's leading in slightly leading in Bayfield, but there's 1,000 votes left there. There are still maybe 1,100 left in Racine, which is one of Crowley's best places tonight. Yeah, 70,000. And again, it's 70,000. Sorry. It's 70,000, and it may be less than that. So I think one of these might be over by about 4,000 or so. So we really may be in the mid 60s here. That's half.
If it's closer than 0.25, then the state pays for recount.
What's left really is Milwaukee.
Oh my God!
Less, but
oh my God!
Right around there.
Hold on. Breaking news. Michael Lindell will not concede. Oh, my goat is so back. Let's fucking go. Michael Pillowheads, rise the fuck up. Lindell will not concede, claims there are anomalies in the numbers, and his teams will be looking into it overnight. Let's go. Let's fucking go, King. Let's fucking go, King. That is my goat. That is my fucking goat. Election denial to the bitter end, dude. Run it back for me, King. So much. At least he's consistent.
By the expected vote. It said they issued 33,276 absentee ballots, but returned was 26. So Milwaukee had 26,000. Oh no, that's in-person absentee too. I see. 15,000 of this is going to be vote by mail. 15,000 and change. 10,000 and change is going to be in-person absentee early. So that's an important thing here. A little bit more than half of the vote that we're looking at here is at least potentially from that July period when this race was in flux. Because it's that vote by mail, a lot of it is in-person absentee. Less than half, but fair amount. Okay. Here.
Klobuchar is doing better than Putin in a rigged election. Holy shit.
And is this video showing anything?
Yes, my friends at 58 News have now posted just a shot of the board that they have, which is awesome. The same board that you find on the Milwaukee County website, which showing which municipalities have reported their central vote and which have not. And the city of Milwaukee is the only one with without a check mark.
Oh my goodness.
You can literally see her winning and overperforming expectations of Western counties, which are Minnesota TV markets.
I got the spring election
Western
results
side of the state where Crowley TV ads would not reach. Yes.
28,000 votes.
It's definitely a huge
City of Milwaukee.
lesson in
How's
the
it gonna
importance of
break?
TV ads. Please, please, DSA
28,000
candidates.
if
I
it
know it's
broke-
expensive. I know it's tough to do fundraisers, but we got to do TV ads, guys. Please.
Basically make this a tie statewide. 28,000 if it, broke for Hong by 5, she'd be down 1,400 votes. Facing if it breaks for Crowley by 10, this thing is then close to 6,000. And it's, you don't see how, I don't see how Hong could.
Oh my God.
Just gained a
The
vote
suspense.
somewhere.
The suspense is killing me.
He just gained 30 or 45 votes somewhere. I don't want to distract you from waiting on Milwaukee. Don't let me. We're all just waiting on Milwaukee. Where else could Milwaukee? Like I'm gonna just suddenly find it. But I just found the thing you showed me with the list of everything with the check marks.
Yeah, and Hong just gave a speech, and I think
she did.
Yeah,
What'd she
Crowley.
say?
I think she thanked her supporter. I don't have a readout exactly.
Okay.
But, she didn't.
Heck of a time to give the speech.
Yeah. Maybe she has a speech at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
How am I going to do this?
I don't know. We could still get a car for you if you need it.
I get sleep. I can't. All right. Everybody nobody cares about my sleeping. We're going for. You guys are staying up. I'm not complaining. You guys work tomorrow too. If you're watching this, this is great. I'm glad we got to stay up and do this. This is like.
I love watching
These are
another
fun nights.
streamer. It's such a funny it's such a funny experience watching another streamer, which Steve Kornacki is. He's officially a streamer. I'm giving him the streamer nod of approval. Yeah, I ain't heard
from
no
that
bell.
first update, right? Was it
This man
Jefferson
doesn't
County is the
understand
first
what
thing
it
we got, right?
takes.
We got like 3 updates in about a 5-minute succession there, and right away I was like, I was so hesitant to say it at first because we just didn't. But it was like, yeah, he's definitely made this a game, and then he's just all night. But for about 3 minutes there, Hong has trailed, but been right there, and an emphatic number in the city of Milwaukee could put her ahead. Gosh, come on, Milwaukee.
I thought they were going to beat that 2 a.m. mark or 4 a.m. mark that they normally have reported out in the past.
Who was the guy?
And,
it was the guy you quoted who said half an hour, which would have been midnight.
I don't remember.
Can you ask?
Everybody's
Shaq,
trying their best.
Can you ask Shaq from this point how long he thinks it would be?
Shaq's working on filing his story. He's got other things to worry about.
Oh my goodness. This is going to be. I think this is going to answer a lot of questions. We just need the number.
Why is it taking so long to upload the data? What the fuck is going on?
Sometimes when I do this, it works. Yeah.
Somebody in the chat was asking again about the recount rules, and we did mention it earlier.
Inside of 1%.
Inside of 1%.
By candidate request, right?
Exactly. So there's nothing automatic triggered, but this could live on if it's close enough.
Yeah, and if Crowley were to win this update substantially, he could get this up to a point. It's 4/10 right now. If he were to win this thing by we saw him win the inner suburb by 15 points, right? So if he, again, 15 points with this batch we're about to get would be 4,200, net 4,200. It would push this over 7,000.
What is going on?
We're expecting
with
that,
the Wisconsin internet. What is going on with the Wisconsin internet? What is happening? USB corrupted? What the fuck's happening? Where is the goddamn number? Where is the goddamn number?
Hong-style left-wing candidates tend to do better in the cities. They also tend to do better, right, with the election day vote. I think a little something just came in somewhere.
What is he looking at?
I say thank you to everybody here in the studio for. I feel like I let you down. I jinxed you. I told you a week ago it'll be nothing like Michigan. Here we are. Thank you, guys.
I have to pee. I cannot.
28:56. Let me just check this thing if there's any update. Yeah, I mean, the only update is the ever evolving, but now I think it's I said it might really be in the mid 60s. It is. 64,000 is what we think the remaining vote is. 63,000. Yeah, Winnebago, green. So. Milwaukee, come on. What can we do to get this, Adam? What can we do?
All we can do is hope.
Is your TV? Is it the thing on there? Is it showing? Are they saying? What are you hearing?
I see a podium with nobody behind it. So maybe somebody will step up to the podium and announce results or
Milwaukee.
take some questions.
You mean there's a press conference about to happen?
No, I think there have been officials kind of giving remarks or maybe updates. I can't actually hear them, as the night has gone on. And so, yes, there is a podium set up and there are microphones. We got a Greene County update, but there's nobody behind it in Milwaukee.
Yeah, Greene County just gave Crowley another 13 net or something.
Yep.
Okay. Which, tick, 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 we go down a little bit. Oh my gosh. Did Connecticut 1 get called?
Yes.
John Larson lost.
Correct.
So that also happened tonight. First congressional district of Connecticut. We have another incumbent, long-serving incumbent, going down to defeat Democrat John Larson. We saw the Minnesota Democratic Senate primary result. South Carolina, earlier tonight we had it'll be Darlene Graham and it'll be Ralph Norman in a runoff that will probably take place about the time Milwaukee's vote comes in.
Stop coming.
And
stop Marvel Cinematic Universe.
While we're waiting on this, we can say we'll be back next Tuesday for Florida. And I don't want to, I told everybody here last week, I said, thank you, everybody, for staying this late, and we don't worry, next week
This is the most
will
autistic I've felt in a long time.
breeze compared to this.
Yeah.
I'm a
Wait, are they closing
liar.
up shop?
But I'm going to say it again. They count the votes efficiently in Florida.
Are they done for the? Thank God.
excited
Okay,
for
I
next
got
week.
scared.
It doesn't
Bro,
look-
Steve Kornacki is literally my emotional support animal for elections. I need him. I need him to hold my hand. It's not the same when I'm like furiously spamming results. Never the same. I will admit that. I'm man enough to admit it.
since I spent some time in the area.
I need him to hold my hand through this process.
I know you
His voice is comforting. His khakis are so perfectly starched. I worry about him having to wake up at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I have a parasocial relationship that I've developed with him.
Updates from somewhere?
Wapaka again. Okay. Crowley.
Yeah, Kornacki's losing his goddamn mind.
60 for him.
He keeps saying gosh and is just staring at the screen in long stretches of silence. He says he has a speech tomorrow at 8 a.m., 3 hours north of New York City. It's been dead silence for 90 seconds. Truly amazing television. So raw. Love the bathroom breaks, the dead silence, long depressing looks, the clapping of knees, the begging for Milwaukee to drop its numbers. They're now praying. It's riveting.
Somebody is asking if you have a favorite dinosaur. That's their prompt.
Favorite dinosaur?
Yeah.
I was never into dinosaurs. No? Why would they ask that?
I think they're trying to help us out.
Oh, okay. Keep them coming. I'm sorry. Keep them coming. Yeah. Keep them coming. What can we had Danny Ford II tonight. And,
yes.
What a discovery that was.
Yes.
I had no idea that guy was running.
Okay, now that they're answering dumb fuck questions from chat, this is just straight up streaming. He is now a competitor. He is a market competitor, and he's beating me, by the way. He's beating me by 2,000 viewers. So he's also view-mogging me. I hate him now. What's your favorite dinosaur, though? Ugh, guys, please stop. Okay, I'm a basic bitch. It's a velociraptor, okay? That's it.
I was thinking about Tarkanian.
Danny Tarkanian, yeah.
I was thinking about Tuberville, obviously.
Shark.
In Georgia.
Yeah.
We've had a couple of...
You know who the lieutenant governor of Ohio is right now?
I don't.
That would be 2002 national championship winning Ohio State coach Jim Tressel.
It's a good one.
The sweater vest.
We covered the Texas primary earlier this cycle. Mark Teixeira is the Republican nominee. He's a baseball player.
That's right.
Former baseball player.
That's right. What other?
We just got an update from Burnett County. 500 new votes. Crowley 195. Hong 148.
So he's got it close to 3,000. We are sitting on 59,000 remaining votes. Half of it right there. I mean, we're basically looking at this. Milwaukee comes in 31. Someone somewhat substantial just came in from, what was it?
Buffalo.
Okay.
878 votes. Crowley 395. Hong 265.
Yeah, I mean, that's that thing. That's that thing we've been saying all night. It just like there's a breadth to it in these sort of smaller counties here where Crowley is able to just, 150 votes here, 60 votes there, 80 here. And it does, in a race like this, it adds up. And again, why this Milwaukee update has got to, if you're Hong, has got to wipe that all out. It's got to wipe that all out, I think. Once that Milwaukee is in, you're left with Winnebago being about 4,000 votes left. Where again, I suspect she'll do well, but it's a little unclear because there's just this, she does better in those population centers than the outlying parts of these counties. Greene, where he's doing well, Monroe, where he's doing well, Eau Claire, where she's doing well. And once you get, that's it. I mean, 54, 26, 22, 28. Yeah, once you get through there, we're down to the bare bones. So 54 and Milwaukee is still not there's any sign of any.
They're giving an update right now, and I'm trying to understand what's happening.
Oh well, listen, yeah.
Oh. My mom warmed me some pasta from the other night and some freshly grated Parmesan cheese. Oh, what a fucking night this has been, bro.
We just got a Sheboygan update.
For Crowley, I can see, which knocks us down to.
What a fucking. God damn it, I'm such a chud-ass loser, bro.
Yeah, and I'm just reading the closed captioning, and so I don't have the fullest grasp of this.
I hate my big
but
chunk
it appears
of
there were
life.
some irregularities in the
My stupid chud-ass
reporting
life.
process. So I think they have to go back to the city location and do some work there, and then potentially kind of restart that process. That's what I'm gathering. from the city right now, or from the county update.
Really? That's
Wait, what happened?
So we're back to square one on this.
Wait.
Potentially, and she's going
I'm
through
sorry, what?
Or from the county update. That's do some work there and then potentially kind of restart that process. That's what I'm gathering from the city right now, or from the county update.
Really? That's so we're back to square one on this.
Potentially, and she's going through the. I'm just trying to read the closed captioning.
Yeah. No. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I did, but that just seems like a very significant thing.
What? For across the board or just for the fucking absentees? What the fuck is happening, dude?
Yeah, they have to restart that process. So they have to go back to the city location, I think re-grab the memory sticks or go through that vote process again and then bring it back to the county.
Was that 5?
Gutierrez.
Are we talking
She
hours?
identified the issue and is going to explain what the issue is and how we're going to proceed. Excuse me.
What just happened?
All right. So as part of the download process, there are 2 things. There's the audit log and the results. What we uncovered was that 5 of the sticks had the audit log downloaded and not the results. It's a human error. These things can happen. So basically what we need to do is go back to the
this deal. What is
operations center,
happening?
and we're going to download
What the fuck is
out of those
happening,
5
bro?
machines, the results, and make sure that it's not the audit log. So we have the reports printed from the first download. We're going to reprint and start the process so that we can compare those results. We invite you to come join us. Milwaukee Police Department.
Oh
will
my
come
God,
with
this
us
is the
too.
most insane
And
election
so
of
we'll
all time.
re-download those results and then send them back here to be uploaded.
5 machines are at issue?
Correct. Not the machines, the stick. So the download process was the audit log was downloaded, not the results.
Out of how many sticks?
9.
And so you will only be redoing those 5 sticks?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Well, we can't know all of the results, and we can't see these 4 sticks worth of results that were done.
I think, can you? Are the 4 up?
Aware of it. Yeah, I don't know if we can upload them. I mean, they've been uploaded.
What the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
Roughly 11,000 ballots came off those sticks, correct?
Of the 4? Yes, yeah, and it's about 15,000, yeah. Yep.
Oh my God. Oh my God, what the fuck is happening? Oh my God, is Michael Pillow right? What is happening?
I have them in here, but
Oh my God.
it's a long list.
We stormed the Capitol. We stormed the Capitol, folks. What is happening?
Oh, sorry.
So as elections director Gutierrez said, they'll be going back to the city of Milwaukee's op center to do this, and then they will take care of that, and then they'll come back here again and deliver those sticks just like they just did. Okay. So as she indicated, everyone's welcome to go with them and observe. We'll stay open, of course, and when they come back here, we'll be here.
I'm sorry.
Are you doing a partial upload of results or just waiting until you have all that?
So, I mean, when we were in the process of uploading these sticks, 4 of them did upload. So we do have those results and they're secure. Now, we're not going to, I don't believe we're going to put those out in the sphere until we get all this back because we want to make sure all the reports match up. You know, I think
This is the thing. I'm supposed to.
Yeah, you also
be on
need
a
physical
panel
drive time.
3 hours from here at 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
I sent them an email a minute when I was standing here, seeing if they wrote back, asking if they can push it to later in the morning.
Oh,
I don't know that
They went to sleep hours ago.
I believe they did.
Yes.
Because this is the 3rd day of their conference, and they've been very good to me, and
Carnegie, fuck that conference, bro. Lock in. Lock in! Dog, fuck it, we ball. Are you kidding me? This is election history in the making.
Yeah. Yeah. Here's the thing. Yeah. Let's look at it this way. We're kind of indefinitely waiting for them to get their act together here and get the sticks and bring them back and go on. And we've got folks here who are working real late, and I don't think we want to, keep them here to. This could go 90 minutes, and it's 90 minutes of me saying, "Have you heard of any other athletes running for Congress?" It's such a it's like I know we've come so far here. It's been 4 hours since polls closed. It's been an unbelievably interesting and an intense night here, and it really is coming down to this one giant.
They're calling him half-day Kornacki, dude.
Walkie, but man,
half-day Hossie, half-day Kornacki.
We waited 90 minutes for them. They did this whole procession, and then they find out there's nothing on the sticks. And yeah, so it's just my way of saying I'm just trying to say the audience here, so I'm not abruptly ending on them. Just why we're doing this, because the audience has been with us for 4-6 hours in some cases for this moment that didn't happen, and so folks, I think we are gonna wrap it here for the reasons we're saying here. Just, but I want you to know I hate, doing this to you, because you've been. I know you're here for results, and we've come to the point where it's like one thing away. I hope you understand that we just, we gotta let everyone here has been here for a long time, and so I'm just trying to.
Do not end the broadcast. I need you right now, dude. I need you. I freaking need you, man. I need you, dog.
Okay. Oh, I need. So this is
chatters,
okay.
This is why chatters will literally be like, "Oh, will you go live later when the results come in?" You know how like chatters say that to me, because I'm feeling that way about Kornacki. I'm like, please, I need you to hold my hand through this process.
Yeah.
Producing the producer. Melissa, do we want to do Wisconsin results in these updates, or how do we want to parse these out? Okay.
Okay, so we're doing this as like kind of a cut-in thing. We're gonna tape here that they're gonna insert into News Now. So if you'd like, you can watch us put this together. This is an NBC News special report. I'm Steve Kornacki. American voters in 6 states hit the polls on Tuesday. And I got some major results to share with you, starting with the cliffhanger in Wisconsin. Most of the votes are counted in this Democratic primary for governor. The Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley leads the count right now by just over 3,000 votes over socialist Francesca Hong. But everybody is in a holding pattern here right now. Why? It is because results from the city of Milwaukee, nearly 30,000 votes from there, they have still yet to be released. They will come sometime in the overnight hours. Those results could, depending on how they break, be just enough to put Hong into the lead in this race, or they could solidify the hold that Crowley has on first place. Again, that will be sometime in the overnight hours. We're not quite sure when to expect it. An absolute cliffhanger here. And of course, the backdrop for this is, as we say, Hong, a socialist candidate here, riding much of that left-wing energy that had powered other successful insurgencies in these Democratic primaries this year. The party establishment, led by the governor in Wisconsin, had rallied late around Crowley in an effort to stop Hong. We will see which side, when that Milwaukee vote comes in, ends up prevailing. There are other major results from tonight to tell you about. Next door to Wisconsin, in Minnesota, Democratic primary for the United States Senate there. The candidate more from the left of the party, Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, easily defeats Congresswoman Angie Craig, more of a centrist from the Twin City suburbs. And a major result in South Carolina earlier tonight. This is a special election, the Republican primary for the seat that was held by the late Lindsey Graham, his sister, who's been appointed to that seat and who is now running for it, finishing first in this race and advancing to the runoff. Nobody got a majority here, so there will be a runoff
Republican politics is so funny. They're like in a totally separate universe.
Ralph Norman finishing in second place.
Like, what is happening? It's like Lindsey Graham's sister is like running
former
against
Governor Mark Sanford, a distant fourth. So it will be Norman
Ralph
versus
Norman.
Graham. The runoff in that South Carolina race.
America B subplots are so wild to me.
August 25th, a short runoff campaign. Major results from, and also one other major result from tonight in Connecticut. A longtime incumbent Democratic member of Congress, John Larson, 28-year incumbent, ousted in a landslide by Luke Broen in the former mayor of Connecticut. Tonight, thank you for watching this
like
special
Joe Brandon.
report. More news straight ahead on NBC News Now and NBCNews.com. Complete wrap-up on today. I'm Steve Kornacki. Have a great morning. More news straight ahead.
Wow. That was goated.
Okay, and now are we showing something you said? Okay, so folks, I apologize calling this. It's just get some sleep is the best I can tell you because it's going to be a while there in Milwaukee. I hate ending it early. We have more next week. Florida, Wyoming, Arkansas. Please, I hope you'll tune in. September 1st, Mass. We got that Ed Markey, Seth Moulton primary. September 8th, New Hampshire. We got 3 more of these. These have been a blast. Again, I am so sorry.
Dude, why are their primaries so fucking late?
It's just it's going to be too late, and we gotta shut this studio down too. And so I hope you get some sleep. And thank you for staying up with us tonight.
My goat. Here, I'll take over, dude. Hey, don't worry. I'll protect the skies. You know what I mean? Cuck Todd, dog. That's crazy. The Cuck Toddcast. You want me to look at the Cuck Toddcast? Are you fucking kidding me? With Chris Cillizza? Like from Steve Kornacki to that? Kornacki raid? Kornacki raid. Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? I mean, look at this. Can we see how the Lindell camp is holding up? I just don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. I cannot believe this race, man. What a fucking nutty ass race. What an incredible race. Like, I cannot believe this. I'm seeing some hongs showed that Field is overrated, but she's going to end up with around 300,000 votes, enough to have won any previous Wisconsin Dem governor primary this century. More votes than were cast some years. Normie Dem primary turnout is just reaching biblical levels. It's a race for the future of the Democratic Party, and it's very clear that the establishment Democrats can still hit that turnout machine. One additional phone banking would have bagged her the primary? No, that's crazy. It is kind of wild though. Like in order for a left candidate to win, we have to be like, guys, we're literally going to fight every single day. We're going to knock on every single door in the fucking state. You know, we're going to put lawn signs up. We're going to fundraise with small dollar donations. No like big money bombs from outside expenditures from corporate PACs. We are literally going to promise you the world. I will personally promise you that I'm going to arrest Tom Tiffany with my bare hands. And then on the other side, the establishment Democrats like, oh, I just dropped out. And now I'm back in the race. And now the former governor has endorsed me. What's my argument? Electability. And every boomer's like, I will literally kill myself on the way over to vote, but I will hand with my last dying breath this fucking absentee ballot that will go for the electability candidate. Like that's it. That's literally what happened. It's kind of crazy that is exactly what happened tonight. That's what happened in Wisconsin. Like, Wisconsin Democratic Party, no disrespect, they're chill. But they really fucked this, right? Like, they tried to consolidate support behind Sarah Rodriguez. It failed because her campaign collapsed. The guy, David Crowley, who was forced to drop out and support Sarah Rodriguez, was also dropping because he was at like 6%. There was no option there. Mandela Barnes was the second place candidate the entire race. Francesca Hong was the front runner the entire time. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, David Crowley comes back in. Mandela Barnes drops out. Tony Evers endorses Crowley. It's Xavier Baccaria Part 2. All boomers need to see is the MK activation code electability. That's it. It quite literally is the MK Ultra activation code. I can't believe it. Like it's actually awesome. It's actually awesome how easy it is. Full day Hasi, 10 hours. But yeah, I'll say this much. Listen, this is a phenomenal phenomenal showing for DSA Wisconsin. Our time will come. I mean, look, it's likely that Francesca Hong is going to lose. Okay? I mean, I don't know. Unless there's some mules and we stuff the ballots and we end up winning Milwaukee absentee ballots, which is fairly unlikely, but who knows, right? But even if there is a defeat at the end of this tunnel this time around, I want all of you to understand, all of you that played a role in this campaign, all of you that fought like hell, knocked on doors, phone banked if you're outside of the state, I need you to understand that you did this pretty much on your own. You did this without any national progressive endorsements, no outside spending, no PACs whatsoever, because there no Justice Democrats in the process, no involvement from anybody else, no Bernie endorsement, no AOC endorsement, just you, okay? Think about how much time has changed and how much the environment has shifted in general. Yeah, no Mark fucking Pecan, by the way. No Mr. Pecan over here. Mr. Progressive. A little bit disappointing, but I don't want to get into that because he tweets funny and I like it. Also, he went to Cuba and I respect that. Anyway, yeah, did it all with no features. So I will say this. Just think of what the possibilities look like in the next 2 years. Because just remember where you were 2 years ago. Close your eyes and think for a moment where you were 2 fucking years ago. Where this community was 2 years ago, where you were 2 years ago. Kamala Harris is slated for, is Brat Summer, right? Or yeah, it's Brat Summer. And I guess the DNC has ended. We're feeling a little discouraged about her chances. Tim Walz is about to go on the stage in the VP debate to say that he would sign off on a nuclear first strike on Iran. You know, insane shit. But think about what the prospects of a socialist frontrunner looked like for a statewide race in Wisconsin. Think about how much has changed in the last 2 years. These motherfuckers undermined us. They talked big shit. They're going to keep doing it, by the way. They're going to call us terrorists. They're going to call us anti-Semites. They're going to call us idealists. And eventually we're going to win. Just think. 300,000 votes. More votes than virtually every single governor primary. You did that. So don't get discouraged because the media will do everything in its power to try to discourage you. They will tell you you're a fucking loser. They'll say, oh, DSA, your candidate was ass. Oh, Francesca Hong was bad. She was a bad candidate. Oh, she didn't like Thanksgiving. Fuck them. And fuck Thanksgiving too. No, but seriously, all jokes aside, think about where we're at right now in this movement. Think about what the DSA has been able to accomplish in a fucking state like Wisconsin. Think about that. The very fact that the media spent a great deal of time talking about Francesca Hong is a bad candidate all the way into the last day of the race. They had to muster so many powerful forces. They had to literally dust off Evers, who is, you know, in the death throes. I'm going to be honest. I mean, he's not doing all right. I don't think he's healthy. They had to literally dust him off the shelf and trot him around the fucking state. No disrespect, you know, but it's kind of fucked up that they're doing that to the old guy. Yeah, we had y'all shook though. He's just like that, Law. Wait, really? He's normally like that? I thought he was like, no, but listen, I'm serious. Like, I need you to understand, like they're going to talk big shit. Fuck them. We have one another. Let them chirp. They have no vision. They got no bitches. They got no movement. They got the electability argument. And ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, this is not a bad thing because let's be real. You know, Crowley still, if he wins, is going to defeat Tom Tiffany. And that's a good thing. Okay. I stand on that. Obviously, I wanted Francesca Hong to win, but that's still, you know, far from the worst result, right? He is relatively inoffensive, tame. I'm talking specifically about this primary. I'm talking specifically about, you know, this movement. But yeah, like I said, you always have to remember, you always have, Are you out of your mind, dude? I mean, look at this. Can we see how the Lindell camp is holding up? I just don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. I cannot believe this race, man. What a nutty ass race. What an incredible race. Like, I cannot believe this. I'm seeing some hongs showed that Field is overrated, but she's going to end up with around 300,000 votes, enough to have won any previous Wisconsin Dem governor primary this century, more votes than were cast some years. Normie Dem primary turnout is just reaching biblical levels. It's a race for the future of the Democratic Party, and it's very clear that the establishment Democrats can still hit that turnout machine. One additional phone banking would have bagged her to primary? No, that's crazy. It is kind of wild though. Like in order for a left candidate to win, we have to be like, guys, we're literally going to fight every single day. We're going to knock on every single door in the state. You know, we're going to put lawn signs up. We're going to fundraise with small dollar donations. No like big money bombs from outside expenditures from corporate PACs. We are literally going to promise you the world. I will personally promise you that I'm going to arrest Tom Tiffany with my bare hands. And then on the other side, the establishment Democrats like, oh, I just dropped out. And now I'm back in the race. And now the former governor has endorsed me. What's my argument? Electability. And every boomer's like, I will literally kill myself on the way over to vote, but I will hand with my last dying breath this absentee ballot that will go for the electability candidate. Like that's it. That's literally what happened. It's kind of crazy that is exactly what happened tonight. That's what happened in Wisconsin. Like, Wisconsin Democratic Party, no disrespect, they're chill, but they really this, right? Like, they tried to consolidate support behind Sarah Rodriguez. It failed because her campaign collapsed. The guy, David Crowley, who was forced to drop out and support Sarah Rodriguez, was also dropping because he was at like 6%. There was no option there. Mandela Barnes was the second place candidate the entire race. Francesca Hong was the front runner the entire time. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, David Crowley comes back in. Mandela Barnes drops out. Tony Evers endorses Crowley. It's Xavier Baccaria Part 2. All boomers need to see is the MK activation code electability. That's it. It quite literally is the MK Ultra activation code. I can't believe it. Like it's actually awesome. It's actually awesome how easy it is. Full day Hasi, yeah, 10 hours. But yeah, I'll say this much. Listen, this is a phenomenal showing for DSA Wisconsin. Our time will come. I mean, look, it's likely that Francesca Hong is going to lose. Okay? I mean, I don't know. Unless there's some mules and we stuff the ballots and we end up winning Milwaukee absentee ballots, which is fairly unlikely, but who knows, right? But even if there is a defeat at the end of this tunnel this time around, I want all of you to understand, all of you that played a role in this campaign, all of you that fought like hell, knocked on doors, phone banked if you're outside of the state, I need you to understand that you did this pretty much on your own. You did this without any national progressive endorsements, no outside spending, no PACs whatsoever, because they're no Justice Democrats in the process, no involvement from anybody else, no Bernie endorsement, no AOC endorsement, just you, okay? Think about how much time has changed and how much the environment has shifted in general. Yeah, no Mark Pecan, by the way. No Mr. Pecan over here. Mr. Progressive. A little bit disappointing, but I don't want to get into that because he tweets funny and I like it. Also, he went to Cuba and I respect that. Anyway, yeah, did it all with no features. So I will say this. Just think of what the possibilities look like in the next 2 years. Because just remember where you were 2 years ago. Close your eyes and think for a moment where you were 2 years ago. Where this community was 2 years ago, where you were 2 years ago. Kamala Harris is slated for, is Brad Summer, right? Or yeah, it's Brad Summer. And I guess the DNC has ended. We're feeling a little discouraged about her chances Tim Walz is about to go on the stage in the VP debate to say that he would sign off on a nuclear first strike on Iran. You know, insane shit. But think about what the prospects of a socialist frontrunner looked like for a statewide race in Wisconsin. Think about how much has changed in the last 2 years. These undermined us. They talked big shit. They're going to keep doing it, by the way. They're going to call us anti-Semites. They're going to call us idealists. And eventually we're going to win. Just think. 300,000 votes, more votes than virtually every single governor primary. You did that. So don't get discouraged, because the media will do everything in its power to try to discourage you. They will tell you you're a loser. They'll say, oh, DSA, your candidate was ass. Oh, Francesca Hong was bad. She was a bad candidate. Oh, she didn't like Thanksgiving. And Thanksgiving too. No, but seriously, all jokes aside, think about where we're at right now in this movement. Think about what the DSA has been able to accomplish in a state like Wisconsin. Think about that. The very fact that the media spent a great deal of time talking about Francesca Hong is a bad candidate all the way into the last day of the race. They had to muster so many powerful forces. They had to literally dust off Evers, who is, you know, in the death throes. I'm going to be honest. I mean, he's not doing all right. I don't think he's healthy. They had to literally dust him off the shelf and trot him around the state. No disrespect, you know, but it's kind of up that they're doing that to the old guy. Yeah, we had y'all shook, though. He's just like that, Law. Wait, really? He's normally like that? I thought he was like... No, but listen, I'm serious. Like, I need you to understand, like, they're going to talk big shit. We have one another. Let them chirp. They have no vision. They got no bitches. They got no movement. They got the electability argument. And ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, this is not a bad thing, because let's be real. You know, Crowley still, if he wins, is going to defeat Tom Tiffany. And that's a good thing, okay? I stand on that. Obviously, I wanted Francesca Hong to win, but that's still, you know, far from the worst result, right? He is relatively inoffensive, tame. I'm talking specifically about this primary. I'm talking specifically about, you know, this movement. But yeah, like I said, you always have to remember, you always have where you were 2 years ago versus where we are now. And then think 2 years from now, there's a general election. It's going to be a presidential election. Okay. Every victory and even every single defeat is a very valuable data point, very valuable lesson to learn. Okay. So I like to say, look, being a leftist is about taking a lot of L's, and we have taken a lot of L's for the last 10 years. And look at us now. Look at where we're at now. Constantly, the media can't shut the up about what we're doing. What DSA is doing, what left flank candidates are doing, what the insurgents are doing. We've clearly pissed off some of the most powerful figures in American society, if not the world. And that is because we're having an impact. Oshkosh Winnebago drop, I mean, it's probably going to narrow the margins that he has, but still in the 3K area, yeah. Oh, it's almost 2K, but it doesn't matter. There are 100,000 outstanding votes in Milwaukee. Yeah, it is all on Milwaukee now. Game until it's over. It's only 10 for you, dog. Buddy, I've been live for 10 hours. I live in Milwaukee, and I don't see Crowley winning in the general. Not going to excite the base. You think establishment will ask HasanAbi to come help him out? No, I think they won't. Actually, I think they're shameless enough that they might. They're literally so shameless, because like every single person that was like, you didn't sufficiently endorse Kamala Harris, is now literally like, why are you endorsing all these other people? Stay the fuck away. So yeah, back to the establishment candidates. We might get demands. But yeah, ultimately, I think the base is fine, man. 600K people came out for the primary. No, I know. I don't think they're gonna need shit for me or anybody else. Unbelievable showing for the primary, for the Democrats in general. It is not a good time to be a Republican, which is always exciting. So like, remember, you know, this is not, I guess that's one of the instances, like that's one of the beauties of the primaries is that like if you have a candidate like Crowley, it's not the end of the universe. You know what I mean? It's not like as bad as Haley Stevens, for example. Still a governor's seat for Wisconsin, right? Like it's not, you're wrong. Crowley loves Israel and data centers. He's not winning. I don't know how much he loves Israel. Does he? I mean, he's just like a cookie cutter establishment Democrat. There's a fucking dime a dozen like those guys that run states, you know? I mean, do you lose sleep over Wes Moore? Do you think to yourself, Wes Moore is the governor? You know what I mean? Like, no, you don't. You just don't fucking lie to yourself, okay? Yeah, if you're in Wisconsin, you do. I mean, if you're in Maryland, you do. But like, if you're outside of Wisconsin, you're not like, Wes Moore. You know what I mean? Like, I don't. At least that's my perspective. You know what I mean? Kreisen, Josh Shapiro. Okay, that's different. Josh Shapiro's different. Yeah. Chatter's in here scared he's going to pardon too many turkeys. He's going to be too pro-Thanksgiving. As a Marylander, all my homies hate Wes Moore. The man would fuck a data center if he was allowed. Yeah, I think that's just the case, man. That's just everywhere. Crowley is friends with my old boss. She was in a pyramid scheme with my parents. Nice. Yeah, I saw already. If you are wondering how this overperformance for Francesca Hong worked, the rural areas, except for the ones where the rural areas that Francesca Hong performed well in were all in the different TV markets. They were not in Wisconsin TV markets. Turns out defensive ad spend for TV is still unbelievably reliable and unbelievably important. Do we like Peggy Flanagan? She's Medicare for all. Yes, Peggy Flanagan is great. Counter argument, outlaw TV. Real, bespoke, if not woke, counter argument. Outlaw boomers. Fuck it. Cut out the middleman. Outlaw TV. Outlaw boomers. Make it fucking illegal to be a boomer. That is the God take, dude. Americans would rather kill themselves than lose TV time. Yeah. Outlaw Thanksgiving and outlaw boomers. It's also kind of funny that you guys are like, Americans would rather kill themselves than take away TV time. Bitch, what do you think we're doing? This is TV time for our generation. Like you sit here and you watch me for hours on end, and then you're like, oh yeah, what I'm doing is totally fucking valid and cool. Unlike those stupid boomers who watch television. Yeah, look in the goddamn mirror, man. That's why I'm team outlaw boomers, not outlaw TV, outlaw boomers. But yeah, you know what's not getting outlawed in the People's Republic of Wisconsin? Motherfucking data centers. That's right. Oh my God, data center in every backyard. Every damn backyard. University of Wisconsin-Madison, the fall semester instruction begins on Wednesday, September 2nd, 2026. Yeah. You say Crowley is inoffensive, but I think you're going to see him become a collaborationist liberal who will be overwhelmingly in support of Israel and work as hard as he can to stop any left populist progress. Yes, 100%. My point was there's a dime a dozen of these motherfuckers out there. What do you mean? Like that's like, do you see what I'm saying? Like I'm not like, yeah, no shit. Like you're not putting up a distinct point here that I'm not in disagreement with. Unfortunately, he will not do the 4-pest campaign in Wisconsin, and all 4 of the pests are different versions of turkeys. That's what I wanted. That's what I was in the tank for. People's Republic of Wisconsin 4-pest campaign. All pests are turkeys. No Thanksgiving. 1 pest turkey, 2 pest boomer, 3 pest data centers, 4 pest turkey again. I think what they're saying is DSA Wisconsin might have a hard time while Crowley's governor. No, they won't. No. What's he going to do? Make it illegal? No. I mean, I don't know the makeup of the state legislature, but all you need is a couple. Yeah, outlaw DSA in the People's Republic of Wisconsin. Yeah, he's going to outlaw me. He's going to be like, you can't come into the state. So Ken voted for this guy knowing this tweet because he liked his take on data centers, bro. What a loser. Dog, he's fucking joking. Oh my God, some of you need to dial back on the autism just like a couple notches, dude. Guys, Ken literally fucking interviewed Francesca. He's joking, man. You thought that was serious? We have a socialist caucus that have 4 members, now down to 3 because Fran lost, and her successor, who is nationally DSA endorsed, also lost tonight. Damn. Here's an article about the Inside the mind of a late deciding Crowley voter, a number of late deciding Democratic primary voters who spoke to NBC News in Madison on Tuesday ended up voting for Crowley. One of them, Allie Plummer, said of Hong, I really back a lot of what she's saying. The DSA label doesn't shy me away. You know, in fact, I probably would lean more towards that. Okay, I don't want to read this because I will fucking kill myself with a gun in a video game. Okay, I don't want to hear this. I can't. I'm in a good mood overall. I want to put boomers in the machine, in the contraption. And not just boomers, like anyone that says that. I can't do it. That nothing triggers me to no end like a guy who's like, I really like Francesca Hong's policies, but I'm also a stupid guy who shits in his diapers. And I will be Soylent Green one day because I'm so fucking dumb. It's like pundit brain. I can't do it. I can't. You're going to catch me fucking shitting on voters. I don't like shitting on voters. It's always our fault. It's always the campaign's fault. It's always our fault. We didn't fucking try hard enough. Okay? We didn't try hard enough. That's what happened. We should have tried harder. But goddamn, dude. Pundit brain is cancer. It is the most cancerous, most toxic fucking, most idiotic attitude. We literally, oh God, I'm about to start talking about what we deserve. I swear to God. You know the story about teaching a monkey the brain of the median American voter? Yes, I know. I do know the story. The monkey hanged himself. I'm the monkey, and I've been staring too much at the median American voter for the last couple of months. I need a fucking break, dude. It is crazy. People will be like, dude, I'm a socialist myself, actually. Like, hey, we interviewed this Madison, Wisconsin voter, and he said, I'm a socialist, man. I fucking love socialism. But you know, I fantasize about other people not liking it. Why? Because I like to think that I'm a smart guy. And I, as a smart guy, listen to MSNBC, CNN, and I read New York Times articles. And the New York Times articles and MSNBC and CNN all tell me that I am wrong for liking the things that I like. And I'm fucking stupid for liking the things that I like. And perhaps they're right. Perhaps they're fucking right. Because I don't vote for what I like. I vote for what I think others like. How do I understand what others like? Certain things. It's because I read New York Times, I watch CNN, I watch MS Now, and they all tell me in unison, I'm a fucking donkey-brained dickhead who deserves nothing. And I go, you're right. And other people probably also feel the same. I'm going to vote for who I think other people are voting for. And then you just cycle that a million times over and you arrive at the broader electorate only on the Democratic Party side. I wish we were smarter because Republican voters, they demand things. They demand things all the time. They never stop making demands. Those demands are dog shit. They're violent. They're toxic. They're repulsive. Half the time, they don't even know what the outcome is going to look like for their demands. Democrats, on the other hand, are like, please, I don't want any demands. What do you mean? Democracy? What are you talking about? Democracy is a process in which voters extract concessions from their elected representatives or vote for a representative whose policies they like. That's not democracy. What are you, fucking stupid? Democracy is a consistent defensive posture against some of the dumbest fucking Republicans, some of the worst Republicans out there. You know, that's what democracy is about. Electability in the primaries and harm reduction in the general, baby. And then a decade goes by and we're like, why are no changes coming? But yeah, it tilted me so much, that one brief paragraph that I read. I feel like it was designed to just zap me in the fucking brain. Milwaukee DSA guy and national DSA staff are saying the same lessons as you learned and just joked about. Even if Hong wins tonight, it's a win for the establishment and media telling voters to be afraid of voting for what they want. The left has a lot to learn from it. Yeah, 100%. Not true at all. I support candidates like Mamdani and El-Sayed, but I support Crowley in this race. She ran a disastrous campaign, walking back many of her takes and doesn't even seem confident in her own platform. I'm glad seeming like Crowley is pulling this one out. Yeah, this is another kind of guy I have no respect for. You're lower than dirt. It is like lower than dirt to me. I think that it's more of the same thing that I was just talking about. You know, it's more of the same thing. It's like, it's just, you think you're smart, but you're a fucking idiot, because the fundamental principle of the democratic process is literally extracting concessions and voting for the policies that you like. I'm willing to bet if I asked him what policies of David Crowley he likes, he couldn't identify a single one. Yeah, guy who doesn't like Francesca Hong no longer supporting abolishing police, so he votes for Crowley. Vote for what you want, not who you think will win. Because here's the secret. No one knows who will win. It's bullshit. And they manipulate you into thinking that their preferred candidate is a lock to win in the general. Do you want to know how I know that? That is what they do. Supposedly, this is the data analysis, right? The polls showed that Francesca is a toss-up in the general as opposed to all these other candidates are a lock. It's +7 national electorate for the Democrats. It's going to be easy, right? For everybody else except for Francesca. Okay. What about Michigan? Abdul al-Sayed was winning against Mike Rogers by higher margins than Haley Stevens. Did that stop the fucking national media from saying Haley Stevens was the more electable candidate? Did anyone make a big fuss about how not a single poll showed that reality? No, it didn't, because these guys are fucking lying to you. Okay? Wake up. Corporate media is fucking lying to you. That's it. There was not a single fucking poll that showed that Haley Stevens was going to outperform Abdul al-Sayed in a matchup with Mike Rogers. That didn't stop CNN, MS Now, ABC, CBS from skipping a fucking beat every damn day of the week and saying, no, Abdul's going to lose to Mike Rogers. He's too Muslim. It's just they're lying. Electability is fucking bullshit. That's it. Vote for the policies you like, or you will never get the future you want. You will get the future you deserve. That is democracy. Otherwise, we should just be run by a one-party communist dictatorship if that's what we're going to be doing. You know what I mean? What are we doing? Why the fuck do we have a democracy if all of the smart voters think that they're making the smart decision by fucking voting for what they think other people are going to be voting for, and they have no idea what other people are going to be voting for, so they just fucking end up voting for what TV tells them other people want. That's it. And yeah, Michael from Pennsylvania is correct in this analysis as well. Disappointing night. But one thing is clear, the establishment is perfectly willing to overlook serious flaws in their candidates and rally around them. Progressives frequently fail to rally for their candidates and miss huge opportunities for no good reason. But I think the major flaw here, like, there's a lot of coulda, woulda, shouldas here, right? But yeah, this is it. No, this is it. 100%. 100%. Two outside groups backing late re-entrant David Crowley spent a combined $3.3 million mostly on TV, while the Milwaukee County Executive's own campaign spent $900,000. Ad impact data shows. Francesca Hong spent nothing on TV, all on streamers. Francesca Hong is underperforming polls and expectations after spending very little on traditional advertising. Her campaign spent roughly $100,000 on connected TV ads, generally streaming services, and another $135,000 on digital. An outside group spent another $219,000 on her behalf, all on digital. That's it. I'm sorry. That's it. I told this to Oliver Ma when he came here and he was running for lieutenant governor of California, and he told me he's not running any fucking TV ads. I was like, what are you talking about? I couldn't believe it. I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean you're not running any TV ads? Like, what are you talking about? You know boomers vote, right? And the only thing they care about is television. They're slammed to the fucking TV. Yeah. What's the connective tissue with the candidates that have lost so far by fucking an ass hair? They don't spend on TV. Playbook reported today it wasn't just Sanders and AOC sitting out Hong race. The caravan of DSA progressive rising stars that have descended on past primary days didn't show up today in Wisconsin for Hong. Hasan Piker campaigned for Hong last week. Yeah. As if TV propaganda is different than the algorithm. Wait, what? Dog. Boomers love what? Voting. Boomers love, the only thing boomers love less than voting, but still close to as much as they love voting, is watching television. What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Boomers don't see your tweets. You have to spend on television. I mean, it's not the end all be all. I'm just saying, like, you just have to have, it's good. It's good to have unique candidacies where you spend money on mutual aid and stuff like that. Those are all awesome. I'm 100% on board with that, but you still have to account for TV spend. That's it. TV ads aren't personalized on the same level as other outlets. Not that they aren't trying. It doesn't matter. Dude, okay. You want to know something? You want to know the secret? I'm going to tell you the secret. I've been all up and down this goddamn country, okay? Most people think politicians are famous. They see them on TV. They think, oh my God, you're famous. And now you're door knocking. That's how it works, okay? I saw it with my own two fucking eyes. They literally go, oh my God, you're a famous person. That literally can make the distance. That can make up the distance. That can make the difference, okay? Literally, if you've ever canvassed, you know this. If you ever canvassed and you were fortunate enough to be next to a candidate, people freak out. They're like, oh my God, you're a famous person on television that I saw on TV, and now you're standing next to me. Yes, I will vote for you. That's literally it. It sounds unbelievably stupid, but there is a real blackpilling moment that you recognize. I understand so much more about how DC elites, or why DC elites are so goddamn cynical, okay? It's because they've encountered and worked on campaigns and know what voters like and know how voters think. And if you do that for a fucking decade plus, you are going to be the most cynical operator of all time. Like you cannot fathom the amount of people that'll be like, oh my God, I saw you on television. You're like a famous person. And now you're sitting next to me. That's it. You got my vote. Of course, it's a big coalition. So there's, as many people that do that. There's also obviously people who are smart about what they want. Yeah. Just waiting on the city of Milwaukee ballots. Hong did slightly better in the city than in the county of Milwaukee, but not by much. Crowley has still won the city vote so far. These would have to break plus 9.3 points for Hong to win. Anyway, that'll be all for tonight. Okay. But again, this is just a setback. No matter what happens. It's just still unbelievably confident overall in this movement. I'm a leftist. I'm used to an environment where we lose all the fucking time. So I think some people have grown accustomed to just sequential victories, one after the other. So all of a sudden, when there's like a little bit of setback, you go, whoa, what the fuck? It's over. It's not. The very fact that they spent the last month or so shitting on Francesca Hong means that they were terrified. So in some ways, the next battle will be more difficult, but in other ways, it will be less difficult. It'll be less difficult because we will have the backing of an even broader movement. We will be able to lean into their victories. So it'll be less difficult. It'll be easier to deliver our message. It'll be more difficult, though, because the establishment will not underestimate us. They will continue to undermine us, but they will not underestimate us. So the knives will be out. Also, my North Star is Michael Pillow, Mr. Pillow. And you know what I learned from him? Never back down, never surrender. Michael Pillow, Mr. Pillow, is going to refuse to concede in the Republican primaries in the governor's race in Minnesota. Be like Michael Pillow. Keep up the fight.